Wow, I actually remembered that time. Turn my mic on. Hold on. Okay, there. I remember to turn my mic on finally. Lots of crazy streams still going on over on ThorpTV. Ben is having it out with Pope Londrigan, which is exciting. All right. What else happened on the stream? There was a lot of like or I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. There was like Grace reacting to Ruby reacting to content, which turned into like this unbelievable like multi-layered reacting upon reacting upon reacting. Grace got really lit up. She pretended to jack off on stream, which is probably why Dalmatian Dog was asking for a platonic hand job today, which Grace talked about on the stream. But Ruby did her Celebrity Sundays, and basically it turned into like a bridge burning panel. King TL, who did not burn a bridge, he was back on ThorpTV like a little bit after that. Ruby, Ava, the Furby. I think Janet was on there kind of trying to keep the peace. How's it going, South to West? Lots of stuff. All right, I went back like a minute, like always, so I don't want to miss anything. We got to be getting really close to the walkout.
Dream. They forced me.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, I know that one
test.
test.
You have to find another trans person who's not an idiot to be okay with that.
One test that they did that I think is helpful, but it was done, I think, voluntarily. Is
I'm not food shops.
A normal hetero reaction to being shown gay porn is to have the same kind of hetero male reaction. Is to have the same whatever part of your brain that reacts with disgust.
Hey, how's it going, Phil?
To something, vile and disgusting. That's a normal male reaction.
If we could put an MRI in someone,
I feel like it doesn't bother women as much.
Like
it definitely doesn't bother women as much.
Wait, child? What does?
Oh, we already know. Everyone
lesbian
already knows
porn.
that.
Oh, okay.
Lesbian porn doesn't affect women as much as gay.
A lot of
porn.
and honestly, since I
women
transitioned, like I can still imagine myself getting with women, but like even since I transitioned, I haven't even had the surgery, but I don't even see vaginas and breasts the same way. It's literally just like, oh, there's breasts. They have breasts too. And I don't get turned on by it inherently unless they're like doing something nice with those boobs.
Lalo is in the chat, and of course he'll come up later on in the stream. He'll be up on panel, but he's calling for he wants a full ban on trans people on ThorpTV. It seems like there's a lot of trans people that appear on ThorpTV. Well, not a lot, but more than you might expect. Neve is amazing on the speed dating.
Are you,
I think Neve was on the bridge burning panel though, so I don't know what her status with the Thorps is.
are you attracted to women?
I'm not I'm not interested in like. It's complicated, but call me bisexual.
But not romantically attracted to women.
Bisexual.
No, I'm not romantically attracted to women. I just say I lean more romantically attracted to men, but like sexually, it's like it's both ways easily. Like there's nothing stopping me there.
But when you're attracted to men, you would say that that's not the same as being gay?
No, because specifically before I transitioned, I couldn't get with men. The way I describe it is like, even when I thought about it, it would just feel like us being naked together would be too much guy, right? And it just felt like actually being homosexual never felt right to me. As soon as I transitioned.
Huge court appearance on Thursday. Which one is this one again? This one's divorce related, right? Or is it child support?
It felt like I was being straight.
Well, I guess they're kind
of
then
interrelated. I could actually do it. And maybe that actually does put me into one of these like AGP categories. But I certainly don't speak for all trans people either. So
what's an AGP category?
Autogynephilia.
My specialty.
Oh.
No, my
Yeah, I don't
specialty.
know.
I'm the one
Somebody
sending you
better-
your research, Ruby. Okay.
For whatever reason, a lot of my episodes are centered around that topic.
But I would just
Did you
say
check
that
out that
a
research,
lot of
Ruby?
these things- there was a guy that we
What you
ran
did.
Do you think that's why he's so invested in debating and like arguing with people lately? He's trying to like sharpen his skills before he goes into the big case.
into on Hormax's channel who said
He was really having it with Pope Londrigan. He was on there for quite a while and then left, and then he had a segment with Ben, then he did a segment with Grace, then he left, then he came back, and then Tolstoy was in there playing the fucking harmonica.
I want a woman
Me.
that I can have sex with who also has a huge penis. And I don't doubt that that's his fantasy, but I
Yeah.
would say that that's like there's something wrong there. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I guess one of the bigger news too that I forgot about. I think they did. I could be wrong, but I think they did 3 streams yesterday. I could be wrong. It could only be 2. But I was thinking they did one early, one in the middle of the day, and then one at night that was really long. But there's a stream on ThorpTV that's called like the Great Purge of 2024, and basically they said that they're going to be like stricter with chat enforcement. So basically, if you want to, as it was presented, was it like if you wanted to troll Ben, like in a serious way, like if you wanted to tell him that like he was going to jail or that he, say something, you had to say it in like a funny way, or you would get banned or timed out or whatever. I don't know if that's like a real thing or just a gimmick for a gimmick for one stream. I'm not sure.
Sense.
I guess I need you to elaborate. Is it because he's saying that she's pre-op, so he's having sex with a woman? That's what's
No,
wrong?
he
No,
was
he's a
saying he wanted a
guy.
woman.
But
He
was
wanted a
looking forward
person.
to Elon Musk creating someone who was like truly hermaphroditic.
Yeah, had a
Uh,
huge penis and a vagina and boobs.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's interesting. If someone was like that.
If Ben gets incarcerated, what's Grace gonna do? I think that would probably depend pretty heavily on what else is decided, like what else is happening at the time. I mean, in theory, she could just go back to the studio, right? Jacinda's saying that there's, if you take Jacinda's word, like she's not going to mess with them if they come back. So Grace could go back to the studio, or she could stay in the RV and stream. I mean, her solo streams are pretty good. I think they're some of the best ThorpTV content. If you mean like emotionally and stuff, I mean, I have no idea. Just gonna have to be one of those things that she goes through if that happens. Maybe she'll, I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, I don't know her, so I don't know how her mind works, how she would like, what her coping mechanisms are besides what we see on screen sometimes.
That I'd be interested in them. But like I don't crave it or
Unsathout
anything.
is his name.
Xanthius.
You should go on Hormax's stream.
Oh, Elon Musk would be able to think of the name for that person. He comes up with the best names. Have you seen when he names his children? Ruby, look up what Elon Musk named his children.
Grimes.
I would think he
I
would
like
name this
Grimes.
person X because that's what he does until he comes
It's
up.
more like Aeon Flux, Hyperbolic, Nema.
I was kind of thinking that, but did you watch any of the content yesterday, Phil? Like, it got pretty... Like, it's still ThorpTV, so never say never, but, like, it got really, really wild. Like, really, really wild yesterday whenever there was, like, the dueling streams. So, I don't know. I mean, like I said, never say never, but I do think that would be probably good for her overall if that's something that... If she's in that situation, having a friend, Ruby seemed like she was a good friend. It seemed like they both got along really well. It's just been such like a hellish run since then. But I don't know. I mean, it's like I said, never say never.
Neo X or something like that is what he'll name that person.
But I think at a certain point, if you say like, oh, well, I like this in the combination, I like small, like, let's say,
Like, I could be wrong, but I think I'm not sure where things stood after the streams, But I think that Ruby had said that, like, regardless of what would happen or what has happened, that if it was just Grace, like, she would be there for her. So maybe that's something to go on.
Just after puberty, breasts, but also 12-inch cock, but no balls.
That's
A
an
vagina. It's like,
autogyno
what's wrong with you? Like,
andromorophilia.
there's something wrong with you. Like,
Thank
I would
you,
say,
Ruby.
I would
You're
say,
welcome.
like, okay, like you have a mental illness.
Why? But wait, why does everything that doesn't conform to your worldview have to be a mental illness?
It doesn't conform to nature.
Where is it written in nature that you can't be like that?
There are no examples of that.
I mean, there are seahorses that literally change gender. Oh wait, no, seahorses are the ones that raise the male raise.
Or yeah, the male. Like,
No, I mean,
there are plenty of examples
the
of
nature of people.
Hey Wilmar, how's it going? Look at this friendship, and now we're yelling at each other on reaction streams, which is entertaining to be sure. Look at Grace.
What is the nature of people? I don't understand where you're getting. What is your
Well,
source?
they're males and they're
I'm like mentally contrasting this moment with like the moment in the RV when like Ruby was like super pissed about because she thought that they had called her a prostitute, and like Grace had sent her like the context showing that like at least from her perspective she didn't feel like she had said that, and like Ruby wasn't having it, and so like Grace tipped off the edge and like did that amazing rant.
females. I mean, whether I say gender is different than sex.
Yeah, that's.
We're
not just fruit flies, Ben. We're not just here to reproduce.
People are just males and females who have a problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
But then with gender, I agree with you that
tend to still be male or female because you either
it's a matter of whether you accept the
sperm.
assignment
No
or the sex
gamete.
assignment you were given at birth.
Well, there actually.
I actually think most people don't
Oh wait,
accept
you
their
said there's a third
assignment at
gamete.
all.
I am skeptical of this.
Let's hope that no matter whether Ben goes to jail or not, or Grace reunites with Ruby, that we put this Glenn Lawrence arc that's been going on lately behind us.
Well, no, the difference is like there are different kinds of sexual disorders where you can have a third gamete.
I just
Or not third gamete. I'm taking chromosome. Sorry, I haven't talked about like the science of this in a while, so I'm just rusty. It's been like a year.
Yeah, I haven't like dived into the science either, so I'm like, I don't know. That could very well be true. I've just never heard of it.
But
I thought
someone
the
can
gamete was like pretty like
someone can
one
be
or the other.
hermaphroditic in that they produce both gametes is the main point. And there's
Oh my
that's
God,
not
so
against
it's such good
nature.
info for
That
me,
happens.
Like, there's still a lot of people on the Discord who think that all of this was like manufactured because they keep having these like close call. There's never like a severing. I guess Grace unsubscribed to Ruby on the stream last night, but some people are still kind of not buying that it's real. But I don't know. It's gotten pretty wild.
In nature all the time. So does
if it is fake, I mean, it's great entertainment. They're doing a believable job. I think
even being homosexual. So does so
it's
does
not an offense to nature, but it's unnatural.
But okay, but I think it's also unnatural for humans to like create these boxes where we say this person's doing the right thing and this person's doing the wrong thing. Like, what about just like if we're talking about nature kind of just wants us to fuck, right? Like, it doesn't care that much who we're fucking. Really?
Yeah.
Because like, why can women have orgasms without actually reproducing then?
Oh, now we're gonna talk about women's orgasms. Nobody cares. Like, obviously, no one cares about those.
There's a Ben Thorp quote. Oh, we got to talk about women's orgasms. Who cares? No one cares about women's orgasms.
And that's why nature doesn't care about
that's so unsexy to me when guys are like, I don't even know that. I don't even think that women's orgasms exist, bro. I don't think they exist.
Another
like,
myth.
Okay, you're never gonna be fun in bed.
Mythbuster. Well, I mean, they have them, but who cares?
The women care. Person having the orgasm.
I actually know I've had some slutty friends who are slutty and weren't coming from any of the hookups. They would just like hook up with randos all the time and not
And
even
that's
like
unfortunate.
finish.
Some women,
Yeah,
This
the
might be
like
TMI
most
can't
women who hook up
because-
don't experience an orgasm.
It depends, not all of them, but I would say like most, yes.
and it is harder for some women
But
because
not that I don't
physiologically.
have these.
Hold on just a second. I want to take this back. I was got a little bit distracted there. Where are we at? 7:02:09. Okay, I'm gonna go back just a little bit. I want to see what Grace, if I can pick up on what Grace is asking Ruby here. Oh no, what happened? What did I take it back too far?
Fun and bad. Next.
Buster. Well, I mean, they
Oh,
have them,
I
but
see
who
her now.
cares?
The
Whether
women?
they have-
Behind
The
Ruby.
women care.
Uh,
Person
I
having
don't
the
really think
orgasm.
so.
I actually know I've had some slutty friends who are slutty and weren't coming from any of the hookups. They would just like hook up with randos all the time and not even
And that's
like
unfortunate.
finish.
Some women.
Yeah,
This might be
like
TMI, but
most
you
can't
women who hook up
because-
don't experience an orgasm.
It depends, not all of them, but I would say like most.
So I couldn't hear it, but I did hear her say if like kind of preface the question by saying like if this is TMI, it's okay, but I couldn't hear it at all. I couldn't even pick up like any of it.
Most, yes.
And it is harder for some women
But
because
not that I'm having-
physiologically.
I need one of those CSI setups so that I can amplify the audio.
How is
Oh my god.
usually I'm
Ruby.
having sex with someone I'm in a relationship with, so it's easy.
Right.
I've
I'd say
had,
just
like-
from the hookup, it seems
from-
like it might be difficult.
I've only had the I don't need to say everything.
So Ruby, the one thing you should know.
I realize I don't need to say everything.
Like the important thing to know is like
I don't need to say everything.
some women have a harder time orgasming because the actual distance between the clitoris and the vagina is further
You
apart.
say
Hey, Calvin.
like it's unnatural to put things into boxes. So are you saying that putting like rape and not rape into two
No.
boxes is like
No, I'm saying that humans
unnatural?
are inherently unnatural. Like so making a naturalistic fallacy is pretty meaningless.
a naturalistic fallacy is something different than saying like there's such a thing as human nature.
Or appeal to nature, if that
Well,
works
if
better
you're
for you.
feeling
I can see Ben and the Furby falling asleep, like talking to each other on the phone at night. Like they have such a good rapport. Like they have good conversational chemistry.
in a moral argument doesn't
But,
necessarily intrinsically make sense because it's also natural for you'd believe humans are distinctly separate from other animals. That wouldn't really be relevant argument for you.
But we're also not like it's kind of like we're kind of struggling with how much of an
Yeah.
animal we really are. And
Yeah,
how much
truly.
we really break off from that evolutionary lineage. Biblical
we're
stories
too
don't help
smart.
us.
We're just smart enough to be like neurotic and self-destructive and create a decadent society that's not fulfilling and it's going to totally implode. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's really nothing natural about human life nowadays. So saying that we
No.
ought to be natural, I don't think that that's a
But
solution
you
to
can
anything.
appeal to human nature the way our body is designed to function. You're going to have to find some
That's not what
unity
human nature means.
within like how we are designed to function. You have to find some unity in how we're functioning and how our systems are designed. Like we're
Well,
designed to
anyways,
drink water. If we don't have
You're
water, we're
someone
gonna
who's
feel
listening
bad.
to Destiny
We're
too much
designed
and your
to
brain
have
doesn't
love,
work.
and
So
we
I don't know
don't
if you're
have a-
male, female, or
So-
what. but
so
like, you're
Ben,
not
can-
even a human being.
Let me ask you something. Is human nature to be inherently greedy?
What's that?
Is it human nature to be inherently greedy?
To be inherently
Greedy.
Greedy.
self-love is very important, but excessive self-love is
No, like
Destructive.
greed. Like being
Like hoarding
greedy
hoarding
with
wealth, hoarding
resources.
materials.
yeah.
greedy with
We're
resources
basically created
expense of
to
your
serve
community.
others and serve God.
I don't understand what your answer is. Is it so
So as we're coming down into like the home stretch of this part of the build up, do you think that the reason that Ben shifts mood a little bit coming up is because like Ruby is being more aggressive in the conversation?
so it's true that we
It's
are
not
inherently
like
greedy or
no.
not?
He said we're designed
Like unlike Grace, who's basically like playing John Stockton to Ben's Carl Malone, she's just like feeding into him every once in a while.
To serve others and serve God, so that'd be the opposite.
No,
of greedy.
excessive.
Okay, that actually makes
He's saying the purpose of life is serving.
Damn, Ruby, stop using your male brain for fuck's sakes.
I'm not like other girls.
She's doing the thinking for me. I'm supposed to be the one with the male brain here, according to Grace, according to Ben, I think.
Yeah, you have some parts of it.
Who's more male brain? Me or male
It's not
brain?
supposed to be. You literally have a male brain. You can't erase that.
That's
Wait, what does
a-
that look like? What does that mean? What part of my brain is different from a female brain?
She's way more.
See, there you just
Well, like,
used
the
it.
fact that she's looking at-
Yeah, no, I actually know neuroscience. I taught myself neuroscience. So can you actually explain this?
Yeah, and I think we might have talked about this before, but like I feel like Ben likes that even though they do have like hard disagreements, that the Furby is like more or less respectful and doesn't like talk down to Ben unless she gets really mad. But I think Ben likes that too because they can explore these issues that other people wouldn't maybe want to talk about so in depth. And he can kind of go out of pocket with his theories, and the Furby won't like completely shit on him for it.
The difference instead of just
Only
gesturing
a
at things you don't
man.
understand.
Actually, that's a very
And the Furby deserves some credit in that, like, Ben can push the Furby back too, and like, you know, the Furby doesn't like wilt or, you know, cope too much. I think they do. I don't put. It's not my favorite as far as what like the topics are and stuff like that, but I feel like they definitely have like a really good chemistry conversationally.
female thing to claim that you taught yourself neuroscience.
Thank
I
you.
have to admit, that was pretty.
Hey, Gantstar, are you talking about the last night whenever Ruby was streaming and Grace was streaming? Oh, I agree, JF. And like the Furby will totally like indulge him in that. I mean, if you didn't put a stop on it, I don't know that their conversations would ever end. Although people in the chat, especially Truth Seeker knows, they are not enjoying the content. Grace has actually offered to remove the Furby from the panel for $100 at this point. Oh, when they met up in person. I don't know. I only watched it. I got to that stream right like maybe 2 seconds before Ruby stood up. I clipped it, but I didn't watch all of it. So I'm trying to keep like some stuff new so that when I get to it in the review, like there's something in there. But from what I saw, I don't know that anybody really looked any better or worse than anybody else. I mean, it was probably too soon, like, to meet up in person. What happened though, like, there had to be, what shifted, unless it was just that, well, I guess it's because Ruby was asking some questions that either Grace found insulting or, you know, absurd. And then I know that, like, the big thing happened when the money issue came up. But I don't know. It just seemed like things were going okay. Ruby was back in the Discord. It was kind of like maybe a Cold War, I guess, but at least nothing was going bad. And then it seemed like that night that Grace was going to take the train to New Haven, like things looked like they were turning around. And then I thought, okay, if she just goes and talks to her, then we'll just get like a half hour or an hour stream of them chit-chatting, and that's it. It looked like Ruby quit because she didn't like the questions. Are you saying that you think because Grace didn't want to talk about some of that, or you think that, I don't know, I might be too high. You think that Ruby got up and left because she didn't like the questions that Grace was asking, or vice versa? I'm confused.
Pretty feminine.
I had to overcome the patriarchy to get here.
Who has the more female
You're a
brain?
dude. You were born a dude.
Okay, so you're saying that you think because Ruby walked away rather than having a difficult discussion? I can kind of see that, but I think that Ruby might be able to make a case that that the issues that Ruby had, whether they are in reality real or not, but they're like her perceived problems with Grace and Ben, Grace is probably not going to resolve those to Ruby's liking beyond like saying like, hey, if you don't want to, like, I'm sure she would have been amenable to like hanging out without Ben. But I mean, if Ruby felt like having a serious discussion wasn't going to yield any kind of result, then I can kind of see. And I don't think it's fair either, because I don't think you could. Has anybody made Grace rage quit? Like, I've seen a lot of footage, and I don't think I can remember anybody that like got her to break. She did see, yeah. I always watch Grace's facial expressions in those kind of moments, and somebody mentioned it in a comment on the YouTube clip, and so I went and rewatched that part of it, and like, yeah, her face is like, she definitely seems like she's caught off guard by the way things were going. As to who looked better or worse, I don't know. I need to watch that entire stream. I don't like saying without having seen it, but I will say this. I know that on I think Ava was talking with Ruby, and like Ruby said she didn't like that I didn't believe her about the black eye. But like, it's not that I don't believe her, it's that I didn't see that. Like, what she's talking about, she saw it, but I didn't. I just said that what I saw with my eyes was that there was no point like before that or after that where there was even like a visual suspicion of a black eye. So like, I didn't have the experience that Ruby had, so I can't say. I'm not saying that she's lying. I'm just saying that like, I can't see the situation from her perspective. But if I look on the stream, like, it would be very difficult for Grace to hide a black eye, because she's always on camera and she is in various states of makeup constantly, and we see her from every possible angle. So like, I don't think Ruby's lying, but I just can only go by what I see, I guess.
You have a dude's brain.
All right.
What does
You
a
have a
dude's
dude's
brain
everything.
mean? What does
You have
that
a dude's
mean?
everything. You
What
have a
does
dude's
that
body,
mean?
you have a
I
dude's
was
brain,
gonna
you
try
have a
to
dude's
go off
soul.
Are my neurons different? Are the regions of my brain
She's
different?
going hard right here.
I'm going full turf.
So
You
are my
already
neurons
did,
different?
pretending to be a woman.
Let's start at the
Melanie,
basics.
let me tell you something
Are my
about Grace.
neurons different?
She flirted.
Well, that's fair enough, Stephen David. The reason I would give Ruby the benefit of the doubt was because at the time when that discussion was happening, things had gone bad. But I don't feel like Ruby had any like malice toward them overall. Like, it still seemed like she was being restrained. She was not being restrained during the exchanges last night, but I need to sit down and rewatch and review that whole stream too, to process everything together. The good news on that review is we'll get to watch 2 streams, since Grace pretty much stream snipes Ruby for the whole stream.
Flirted with Nazism. Like, she didn't really.
Oh, and also, if you didn't watch that stream, there is an absolutely bananas series of events where Grace is accused of masturbating under a sheet at the hotel during the eBay coin episode, which was actually just Grace making a joke with ZXV, who said in chat that her basically insinuating that she was trans. So she did that as a joke, but it got passed around on like the Discord and stuff as like that she was jacking off. And anyway, that came up again they were showing it on Ruby's stream. So Grace did a very over-the-top, outlandish, fake jack-off goon session. Now keep in mind, Grace is stream sniping Ruby, but Ruby is also not stream sniping her on the stream, but Ruby is over in Grace's chat while all this happens. So when Ruby sees what Grace is doing and it comes up on the video, she goes into like a wild, over-the-top, hysterical, fake masturbating session. it was just that it was very strange that in the middle of this like super heated back and forth that these two women are having like a dueling dry jack session.
You see the problem with it? I was showing her
damn,
like
we're getting
kinda Hitler
more.
film. She was like, "It sounds pretty based." So
I taught myself neuroscience.
she taught herself National Socialism.
So yeah, I actually, Grace, I wanted to get down to the nitty gritty. Let's actually start at the molecular, because I even realized that this could be neurotransmitters. Are the neurotransmitters in women's brains versus men's brains so different that women can't use logic?
You are a dude.
Well,
So you can't
You
answer.
are a male. You
And yes, I did clip the Grace Jackoff sesh, and I put on the thumbnail. I put Grace Thorp confirmed gooner.
are a male. You're not a man. But
So
you're
the
a
answer
male.
is no. There's no real difference. There are slight differences.
You
in various
are
styles,
a
but-
I
male.
think that there
Yeah, I
are
don't
Dave,
understand.
a male
if
brain is
you're
just
saying,
as
like, I
capable.
want to present as a woman.
You're a dude.
Like your voice and what you're talking about couldn't be more like just nerdy dude.
But this
Cool,
is what
thank
I
you.
talk about.
So what I'm
You're a
asking though
guy
is,
pretending
where
to be
do
a
these
woman.
differences
That's
begin?
okay. Some guys
Not
pretend to
really.
be different things. Some guys pretend to be animals. They were
What?
All right, Grace has eaten. She's had more alcohol. Now she's smoking a cigarette. She's going into shark mode. Always good content.
I don't watch your
So
channel.
do you
You're
think the
not a-
brain
She gets so mean sometimes.
is just literally?
She gets so mean sometimes, guys.
But you don't even disagree with me. You don't think you're a woman?
I know it's not your flavor.
No, I do. Do you think the brain is like
You think you're a
literally
woman? Do you think? Wait. Do you think you're a female? Do you
No.
think you're a female?
not
Yeah,
biologically?
I think it's not.
So do you think that the brain has like this
You don't
place
think
in
you're a
it?
female? Wait, you
El Jim, I agree 100%. I think that if you watch, and I mean, if you're willing to go meet up in person, then certainly you've seen enough to feel like you're like, okay, despite everything I've heard, I don't think whatever is true. So I feel like it's safe to meet up with these people. Like, isn't that a pattern too, that almost every single Thorpeter, except for maybe Lalo, like, and I think even he had like a little blow up with them, but that was before my time. But it seems like they all go and do everything that happens normally on ThorpTV. But when they get back, they're like, you know, like Dalmatian was like, oh, I didn't know Ben was a racist. He was dropping a hard R. And it's like, dude, I've heard you drop a hard R, Dalmatian. What are you talking about? It is weird to like, it's different, I guess, if you're a viewer. I can understand like hate watching if you're like, oh man, I hope Ben falls down the stairs, or, you know, I hope something happens and Grace cries. Like, that's a little bit different. But if you like actually go meet them in person, like, you know it, you know what's going on. Come on.
don't think you're a female biologically.
Grace, you're
Yeah,
interrupting me
yeah,
like a
In
man
what
right
way
now.
are you a
Yes,
female?
yes.
In what
Grace,
way
you're
are you
interrupting me
female?
like a man right now. This is unacceptable.
That's fine.
No,
You
I'm
can do that. I
actually
wish
just
you
saying as a
well.
woman, you're a guy. You're a
You
guy.
can say that all you want, but my question for you is, do you think like the brain is this organ and it has like a place where woman or man is written and that just changes the way it
Oh, I hit Anjay. People think it's 95% a bit and 5% real when it's the other way around. That's why I kind of understand the Dalmatian thing. He got there, it wasn't what he expected, and so he left. But like, he has such a completely contrarian view on what the Thorps are like in person. Like, he had the exact opposite experience of everybody else, which is weird to me. Do you think it's just that he's really that enamored with Ben? Because he like said Ben was Grace's slave, and that Grace just laid around and made everybody do everything, and she just wanted her I think he said she just wanted her toes sucked or something like that.
entirely functions. Like I really don't understand what you
think
think the
your
difference
entire
between these brains
body-
are.
Your entire body and your soul is male. I
My
think you have male
soul?
heart, you have male dick, you have male balls, you have male butt, you have a male brain, you have a male
Wait, no,
head, you have
wait.
a male body, you have a male soul, you have a male
butt. I'll never like pay pig remorse. I'll never feel bad about donating, because it's like I can't even think of how many like hours of entertainment like I've gotten out of it. And you can get such a like, I guess unless you approach it like a business transaction, like some people seem to do. But you can normally like affect content or get content rolling that you want by even donating just like a couple bucks.
Brain
Let's-
thinking
let's
patterns.
talk
It's
about
all male. You could pretend to be a woman.
I want to
and
talk about my
copy
butt for a
other women
second.
that you've seen and try to act like them. That's fine, but you're a
But
guy.
she's not even trying to act like a
Mhm.
woman.
No, I
She
am.
thinks she is
So
a woman.
I want to ask
She's
about my.
really firing up. This is how she was like in that time. She was kind of like cross-examining Aphrodite about her sexual assault. She was in this like total like brat lawyer mode.
butt for a
She
second.
doesn't sound like a woman or talk anything like a woman. She sounds like
said-
a.
She
Do you
said
think
she
it's like in a role-playing game how some people have like different like passive abilities and stuff, and that like when Grace has had just the right mixture of like alcohol, nicotine, and food, that like her like mini Ben meter fills up and she goes into like the Hollywood Grace Thorp mode?
she's a woman.
So maybe I interact with Melanie as like a nerdy
What?
female.
I don't know.
That's
Don't
why
worry.
my Fox Furby has glasses.
What do you
Uh,
mean by
You're a
woman? You
nerdy
wait,
female.
you said you're a woman. Okay, not to go all Matt
You think
Walsh on
women
you.
want to do like?
And you
talk
said
about
I have a male
What
butt.
is a
So my
woman?
question
What is
for
a
you is,
woman? What
you
is a
said I
woman?
have a male butt. So my
Yes.
question for you is that like a cell
I hope you're not- I
differentiation
never
thing? Is
looked
it
at it,
fat
but yeah.
distribution? Be specific.
Yeah,
What
but-
makes my butt male?
You try to do that.
That you're a
No,
guy.
So because I have a penis, that changes the properties of all my other of every other part of my body just magically, even though I'm blocking my testosterone.
But
No,
when you
because I know
talk
what you're
about
gonna
that
say. Oh,
stuff-
some men are born without penises. You're still a
tune
guy.
out.
I don't know what to say.
What I'm
You're
gonna
a guy.
say is most of the cells in your body don't actually know what
not
sex
hard.
you are.
Do you
They
have
don't
XY
matter. They don't differ
chromosomes or
outside of it.
XX chromosomes?
I actually don't know. I've
little
never had my
bit.
chromosomes
I just
tested.
think when women try to be analytical. it
Okay,
doesn't-
well, go get those checked out, and then look at. Okay, are you of the male sex?
I think, as far as I
it doesn't
know,
appeal to
I
me.
might be
Like, I
infertile.
would not want to argue with Grace when she's in this mode. I like to send in like a donation sometimes and try to trigger her when she's like this, but like I wouldn't want to be in an argument with her. She really like when that blood's in the water, like whew.
I've
So
actually
you're-
had a lot of unprotected sex and never had a child.
No. Like I mean, sex, like male female. Are you of the male
Yeah.
sex?
As far as I know, but I might be infertile, which would
It
point
just
to
doesn't
a
scratch
like
my
a
itch for me.
a
You might
sexual
be.
disorder.
Wait, hang on, wait, guys, you gotta pay attention. You might be what? Fertile?
infertile. Like I might not be able to create kids, and that might be a sign that I have a sexual disorder. I just never got it tested because that's actually
Oh, do
very
you think you could
expensive
have
here.
like
It's not
five
covered.
or something?
Okay, a man being infertile doesn't mean he's not a man.
Well,
Or
No, I
male.
didn't say that. I said it's a sign that I might have a sexual
Find out
disorder.
they're the opposite sex.
Like you might be intersex.
Grace, Ruby
Yeah.
is talking to me at the same time.
I'm not in control of Ruby.
I was just saying
Dominate
that
your
some
woman.
people-
Dominate your
She's
It's
not
woman.
my
possible,
woman.
like there's
See,
that
she's reaching that level that like she's even talking back to Ben. I'm not in charge of Ruby.
monster
That oof, I'm oofing so hard there. I
Ruby,
wish I
shouldn't we
had
just
done
have
that.
one conversation?
Wait, so
on
are
one
you
stream?
saying that you are you saying
Look at Grace. She told Ben off, and now Ben's like, Ruby, don't you feel like we should be able to have our conversation? This is really good. I really like this.
that you might be intersex? Is what you're saying?
I don't
'Cause
know
I
that
do
I'm
believe there
not.
is
but I
genuine-
have
there's
some
a, there's
signs.
a category of intersex where some people are born with like pretty much in the middle stuff. But you have
Well,
a
there's
dick,
also
right? You have a
categories.
vagina.
There's
Mhm.
also categories where people are born seeming totally normal because there's a difference between phenotype and genotype. Do you know the difference between genotype
Were
and
you
phenotype?
born with a dick or not?
If you're someone who watches the show and your ultimate like wish fulfillment would be to see Grace break away from Ben, like whenever she has those moments where she like lashes back a little bit, that's got to be like what it's like in a wrestling match, like when Hulk Hogan starts to make a little bit of comeback but like the bad guy cuts him off at the last second and you're like, oh.
Not.
Yes. Do you know the difference
Were you
between
born with
genotype?
balls?
Do you know the difference between a
No,
genotype?
Let's see how Ben moves forward. I'm really invested in this, and I'm like mega invested.
And a
No,
phenotype.
she's
Were you
right
born
about
with a
this.
vagina?
She's right about this, Grace. Like you can have
It's true.
there is intersex. It's a real thing.
You could have
Hormonal
ovaries.
She's saying she
chromosomal
doesn't-
You could have
abnormalities.
a
She's saying
vagina
she
and
doesn't know
testicle.
Okay, so I think we can. I'm gonna call that a Grace W. her conversation remained the focus, and now Ben and Ruby have adapted and joined Grace's conversation. So I think that's a Grace debate queen W.
If she doesn't know if
And
she's
tentacles. Did you just say
because
tentacles,
she might be
Ruby?
infertile. You're saying your semen might be infertile, right? Like it can't create a baby if it was to fertilize an egg.
Yes.
It can't fertilize an egg.
You can fertilize my egg,
Yes.
baby.
Okay, so you're an infertile man. That doesn't.
As far as
mean
I don't know how fertile I am. I've had a lot of
Send me a
unprotected
sample.
sex
We'll find out.
that should have led to
Ben just
pregnancy.
undid his belt. We got to be getting close to pay dirt.
Okay,
from
well,
all the
if
marketing.
you genuinely have like an intersex disorder, then I'll grant you. Like I don't know what you are. That's up to you to
But
decide.
you also can't assume that like all you could know from me are my secondary sexual characteristics, like my voice, how I present, and what I tell you. You can't assume that you know my chromosomes. You can't assume you know what my hormonal levels are. You can't assume you actually know what my genitals are. It's all about my presentation. Until I actually show you those things.
Male infertility. Sorry, are you saying because he can't like, or she thinks that she's like infertile, that she's impotent? I don't think so. I don't think they have to go hand in hand.
You're just making assumptions based on what's statistically most likely, but you're bound to be wrong eventually.
You mean
I've seen your face. It's a guy face.
women
I don't
who
know
you
what to
could
say.
Imagine telling Grace Thorp she's wrong while she's in this like murder mode.
encounter just through a voice on the internet and assume that think that they're men. That's true. Sort of.
And I'm just going to let you know
Yeah.
right now, the thing that drives most of the things that separates men and women, aside from genitals and sex, is hormones. All the secondary sexual characteristics are mostly driven by hormones.
Yes.
If you want to break out a
Grace
tape
is
measure,
refueling to keep the hate going.
measure bone length and diameter, sure. But at the end of the day, like women can have larger bones, women can have larger diameter bones too. There's way more overlap than difference. Have you ever seen female deadlifters or like the ones who like literally lift the heaviest weights over their heads? They look like they could destroy 99% of men in a fight. Like they are just absolute. I'm terrified of them.
St. Elmo's Fire is in the live chat and says, Ruby Spacek, Massachusetts now on lockdown due to a virus. Also, New Hampshire on watch from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. What?
Yeah. But you would say it's more distinct than race. Race is mostly a social construct.
That's why it's funny
Whereas
that you can't do
sex
There is no
already
genetic
Did he just say that grace is a social construct?
basis
Rachel
for
Wilson.
differences across race, aside from like some clinically significant ones. Work
Wait,
that
Melanie,
apply
what
to
do you think of
doctors.
Rachel Dolezal? Like the transracial thing.
So my argument has always been that we don't need to give the same reverence to transracial people because they have yet to go through the same rigorous research and testing that trans people have gone through. And so it would actually be kind of insulting to us transgender
go.
people to give them the
I'm
same
not trans.
merit without them having to do
Ben looking like Richard Gere in the 80s back on the couch.
the same kind of clinical testing.
You put Ben to sleep with all this educational stuff.
That means I'm
Melanie
winning.
W.
I'm winning. I'm
That
the
means you
superior
won.
male. I'm the
It
superior
seems
male
like
here.
you are because he's
Alpha.
totally.
Alpha. Yep,
Alpha
I'm
male.
alpha.
You just forfeited.
Alpha Omega even.
Forfeiting what?
The battle.
I can't hear him. I can't.
He
I
said
can't
he's
hear
not.
him.
He said he's not
The Battle of
transphobic. He's
Wits?
just
I don't know.
nerdphobic.
That's good. Okay, actually, I want Ben to be kind of afraid of me, so that's perfect. That's like the sweet spot.
Phobic can mean like
Okay, so
fear of, but it can also mean like just moving.
all right, I'm not asking this out of a place of judgment. I'm just asking like cuz I was just kind of curious just in general like if you knew somebody about the level that Ruby knows the Thorps and you invite them over for the first time, would it surprise you if the person fully unbuttoned their shirt, unbuckled their belt, like opened the button on their jeans and then like just laid down on your couch like this? Like would that surprise you? Like would you Would you think anything of that? And like, where does that line end? Like, would you would you think it was weird, like if they wanted to like go in and take a nap or something like that? I just really admire Ben's like just make yourself at home attitude.
Away from. Inclined to move away from.
If you're an oil molecule around water,
like
sure.
Yeah,
Are
like
you
you're
an
like,
oil molecule, Ben?
you're pursuing oil in your water, like.
Whatever. If you want to.
You're hydrophobic. Is that what you are,
Maybe
Ben?
I can use some
The guy's
pillows.
like,
Melanie,
I
if I take test,
You'd call the police. I thought about it. Sorry, when I was watching it live, and then I showed the clip to a friend of mine, and I was like, "Do you think there's anything strange about this?" And she thought that Ben was like the homeowner because he was like so chill on the couch. Hey, what's up, Ruby? Hey, if you didn't hear me, Ruby, there's no judgment attached to this, okay? Did you think anything of it when Ben got this relaxed on your couch?
She's like, W for me. I would seem food oriented always, but it's also destiny oriented.
yeah, Ben's chest is exposed. It's over. Melanie, if I take testosterone and I get my vagina inverted into a penis and I grow a beard and I cut my hair short and I get my tits chopped off, am I a guy?
I'd have to ask you that.
I'm saying
I may
according to your
perceive you as a
standards.
guy. It's the real question is, will I perceive you as a guy? And
Grace is leaning forward, infrequent blinking. She's locked in. The apex social predator is holding court.
Is a guy.
we can't
Yo,
determine that yet.
$100 super chat. Let's go, baby.
$100 super.
God damn it.
Shut the fuck up.
Ruby, don't make Ben comfortable. That's disgusting. I am disgusted. Are you
Shout
making?
out Paytex.
no.
All right, well, that's it for you, Melanie. I did say $100 to kick you. So, any final words?
Peace out. I'm on Twitter if you want to debate me.
All right, thanks for hanging out, Molly. That was fun.
I'm a woman who wants to
What if it was just someone that you like maybe wouldn't have expected that from? Like, would you have thought anything of it if they like unbutton their shirt and their pants?
debate 24 hours a day.
Thanks for making me some money.
Me? Me? Hello.
Ruby, you.
Why do you think I'm
want
not
to
existent?
debate?
Yes, I do.
Based pay
I'm
pig?
No, Ruby. That's
Thank
not.
What we just saw is why Glenn Lawrence should always have Ben on anytime he wants to come on. It's $50 to ban someone for the day on the Glenn Lawrence channel. Anytime Ben is on there, somebody, well, they do it to him on a lot of panels, but it seems like anytime he's on Glenn Lawrence, somebody's willing to pay the money. So at least they could make $50 off of it.
You
What am I
Patex,
doing right
Paytex, let's
What am
go.
I doing right
You're not debating.
now? Oh, I'm not debating.
You're arguing. with me.
W's in the
That's
chat
what
for
women
Paytex,
do.
let's go. No, Melanie, thank you for coming up, though.
It's not
It was
debating.
fun. You're a good sport.
Clear distinction here, but
Nice
Ruby,
talking
I'm
to you,
sorry.
bro. Dap me up.
I'm sorry, Melanie would not have brought me a pillow and wanted to put a blanket on.
Yes.
Maybe
Whatever
she
that
would
is,
have.
I don't have any problem.
No, it
It's just.
was fun, dog. You're welcome back anytime, bro.
Grace went hard.
It's too easy.
Hard.
I think Grace really disarmed him when she bit back a few minutes ago. Like, he's been in super chill mode since then. We'll have to see see when he gets lit up again.
Right there.
Yeah, Grace took a
You my
hard.
nigga. You look. Sometimes it's just
And what's
fun
with
to
the
not
blacks, Grace? Am I
pander.
right?
Yeah, what's with them?
And anyways, there's only 12 million of
Hey, let's
Okay,
get.
we talk
Truth Seeker Knows was glad to see the Furby leave.
about the 1350.
Yeah, let's get
Let's
real
go
about the
there.
Jews. Candace Owens didn't say half
6
of
million?
what
Are you
the
kidding me?
reality is. Am I right?
I found out that Truth Seeker knows. She had mentioned in a chat last night that she was a woman, and so now I feel like I can't read the comments in the fake Morgan Freeman voice.
Candace Owens. Candace Owens,
I'm
my
sorry,
queen.
but
The
I
religions
myself
have been
am Candace Owens.
infiltrated. The religion has all.
So Ben is completely chilled, pants open, shirt almost off, completely relaxed. Grace sitting on the futon and like, what's she wearing here? Like, she has like a long shirt and like panties or a bikini bottom or something. The Thorps are just natural adapters. You got to give it to them.
All Abrahamic religions have been infiltrated by Satanists, guys.
For Candace, yes, I would.
Ben
She's
Shapiro must just be
beautiful.
like,
She's beautiful.
Ruby said she would bang Candace Owens.
Yes, I would. She's so pretty.
oh, I do not think she is good looking
Are
at
you
all.
fucking kidding me?
I mean, I get that she's like cute looking, but she kind of looks like a little alien.
Look her up right now and tell me she's ugly to my face, please.
Okay, she does this weird shit with her hair where she like straightens it and fries it. It looks awful.
I think she looks good with it.
You think
What,
she's
her
like
with
you
an
think she's
afro?
like gorgeous? She looks like a little alien.
I think I think it would be a good match.
I mean, this is a gorgeous woman. Like, are you for real?
Yeah.
I
To me,
mean-
I like her face. Yeah.
Really?
Well, and I like her like.
Okay, so here's an unspoken of victim of this bridge burning arc are the zebras. The split with Ruby marked the exit of the zebras and entering of the like 90s flowers.
Little spicy personality, yeah. We like argue. I like it. Yeah.
I'm not saying she's not smart.
I'm
not
to
saying
like
she's
yell at
not
me and be like,
spicy in
Ruby,
bed?
you're a bitch. Get the fuck out of bed. Like,
You
I
think
want her to
she's
yell at me.
spicy in bed? I don't think so.
No, I want her to be like spicy, and, like yell at me and tell me what to do. But that doesn't have to be in bed. But I just literally do that IRL.
You have like a crush on Candace Owens?
Yeah.
I'm not
Are you
I'm
jealous?
not hating because
Are you like?
it's
you
gay.
feel like
I'm hating because
friends?
like she's not a very good
That's where her
Lesbian
Lalo kink is really
crush.
Oh, you don't think that's getting lesbian? Are we looking at the same picture?
No, like
Come on.
I don't think she gives lesbian at all. Do you think so, Dad?
Oh, come
Candace
on.
Owens?
She's
Candace
mommy
Owens?
dummy.
Yeah.
She's mommy dummy.
Nah,
Get real.
she's straight as an arrow.
But
Candace Owens?
Yeah.
No idea.
She's super
okay,
straight.
yeah, she seems like straight.
She's
and
married to like a
married,
white
but-
Catholic guy.
Yeah, she married a white.
That means she's straight.
That means she goes for whites, and I have a chance.
Black girls who go for white guys are super hetero. It's just I don't know. It's just a thing. Like they're
Yeah,
submissive. They're not
true.
angry.
Yeah. Well, but you don't.
You know
think
You're the last Thorpeter to get the zebras.
Candace Owens is, come on, she's aggro.
She's aggressive, but like in a media personality, like
Yeah.
Megan in a Megan Kelly way. Is
Yeah,
Megyn
true, she's
Kelly
like Megyn
lesbian?
Kelly-esque,
No,
yeah.
she's super straight.
Yeah, I mean it's a big cliffhanger, Joe, but I think we could see a reconciliation. Although the last night was so nuts. There was so much just insane stuff that happened last night between the two of them.
Megan.
Would Ruby
Kelly.
read chat? Massachusetts and New Hampshire have been put on lockdown for triple E virus.
What? Great. Is there another fucking big?
Well, that's what I had when I was a kid.
I know. I looked that up though. I didn't see any lockdown stuff.
Lockdown of 2
Great.
states.
Hey, at least we're all together.
I don't know if that's true, St. Elmo's Fire.
Yeah.
No, don't time her out, CXV. You're not allowed. Paycheck says, "Oh, add hair dyeing to the $99."
Oh, we still.
Yeah, you have to move Ruby up a tier in the Thorposphere because she's at least on like on the Lalo level. I think she's like above I think she's above like D-Dog and Micavell. But the real cliffhanger is, will Ruby's return into Grace's life be platonic or romantic?
Look, we've been streaming for 7 hours and 19 minutes. If we get a second wave, we will absolutely dye the hair. Otherwise, we're doing it tomorrow. We have to do it tomorrow. I
Yeah.
have all the stuff. It's just
And we need.
I don't wanna do it
No,
like-
no.
dead tired.
This is a warm up, Chris. Are you gonna end the stream now?
no. I wasn't going to.
No, I want I want you to explain to Ruby what happened the other night, where it put her in this situation where
Ruby, can you confirm or deny Ben's claims of being a baller? Return with a baby. Who's the father? It could be Ben. It could be your ex with the big hairy dick. It could be Fernando. It could be the Star Trek guy. You think it'll be platonic on Grace's side, but Ruby will be but Ruby will. That's the theme of the season: is will they, won't they?
Oh
She's
yes, I did
very
want to explain
confused.
that to you. Okay, so I did want to clear that up for everybody. You could, if you want to take the other mic.
Ruby
So-
is inclined to say
Oh wait, English.
that
What's Emily? Sorry.
you and I have what is it called?
A toxic relationship.
Codependent.
Toxic
Codependent.
enmeshed codependent
Yeah.
relationship.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying no matter if you like Lalo or you don't, he's definitely a main character. Like he's not up with the Thorps, but like I'd say he's the first right below them. He's around all the time. He's basically a full-time Thorp sweeper now. He went on now. I know it might not make sense because we haven't brought him into the equation yet, but Lalo was absolutely the absolute architect of the Ruby Bridge burning, 100%. 23-year-old Tinder dad. Oh, Joe, there you go. Another option. Amazing. Yeah, Ruby was, so he wasn't baller with the money, but was he baller with the pussy? Yeah, I would say Lalo is Grace's probably closest friend. From what I can see.
And I understand why she thinks that,
Yes, I understand that too.
because you have been manipulating without intending to, like kind of manipulating the entire audience to think that.
You think she has that much control of my perception?
Can women manipulate people? Yeah. Yeah, very easily.
I think
She wasn't
I'd like to
intending
explain.
to.
Like on a subconscious level? Like,
Whoa, are we overlooking maybe the most obvious plot twist is that Lalo is the father, and that's his plan, was to get Ruby out of the picture before he could be held responsible, and then we could have like dueling child support stories going on. I'm liking the possibilities.
What happened? So let me lay this
Yeah, on
out.
a
I just figured it was
subconscious
So-
level.
separation anxiety. I didn't like think that much. I told you I've had similar family things that didn't really it wasn't something that fazed me super a lot. Like
No, but Ruby, you cannot frame this in the sense that, like, you're saying, like, I get that you're offended if that's true, but it's not that big of a deal. You can't keep saying that. If it's true, of course, fine.
Yeah, and you're welcome to have your opinion.
Yeah, if it's true, that's great. But I just don't think it's true. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's not
No,
like,
I
oh my
mean,
gosh, it's okay if you
yeah.
have a sick.
I only
toxic
have like a
relationship.
sli-
Which
I
of
know.
course is not true.
Well,
but-
I only have like a snapshot of what
Yeah.
of when I've interacted with you guys. Now you act around me, and I can only have that perception that I've had. I understand there's dynamics that I couldn't possibly be aware of.
I know,
probably
but
going
what
back
you're doing is sort of
generations,
like
but,
you're
you know.
like walking it back. I think it's no
I don't
problem
think
to say,
so. I can hold like these two things to be both true.
but like, all right, but would you say that you don't like to offend people, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, you can't
But I don't think to the
offend
extent- I think
us
I think
in this
my
area.
compulsion not to lie supersedes my
Okay, so she's got a little pair of shorts on. All right.
desire.
But I'm saying, just throw that out the window. How
Yeah,
could
like-
you possibly worry that we're going to be offended?
I've actually prepared off-site if there's ever a Thorpe arrival. I've found a really nice piece of property out in the countryside. It's got some trees. It's got some like rustic. You know, if you ever driven in the countryside and there's like it looks like an old wagon broke down, but it's like decorative. like stuff like that, like very picturesque, beautiful greenery, uh, electrical hookups for Daisy. So like they'll kind of be they'll be staying with me, but they'll be quarantined. They'll have their own like set to to make their to shoot their content on.
But I feel like
All
everything
everyone's
has
done
already
for
been
2
said.
years is attack us. Like
Yeah,
we're Teflon. Like you don't have to worry about like our relationship being soured by that. This is no problem whatsoever. You're like
I'd say
what
from
you
what
say.
I've seen, it seems like a toxic codependent.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't see that like it's within.
See here.
Plus that way they could shoot content whenever they wanted to, and then like I could just come and go like as the script required.
Here you go again. You're going to apologize.
Well, no, it's for their context because a lot of times people say stuff like that with a bit of venom behind it.
I know you're not being mean.
And I just want you to
no,
know.
Nobody
I would not
thinks you have
attribute that
venom.
1 ounce of.
Some people
trying to
think I
put us
do.
down
I
or
don't. I
whatever.
feel misunderstood.
No,
No,
I just think it's your
Well, that'll come out in court, right, on Wednesday? Is that the one Wednesday though? I can't remember.
sincere opinion,
Yeah.
and it doesn't quite make sense, but I can see how that is.
Well, I have a lot of codependent friends. I've been in a lot of codependent
Here you go.
relationships.
You're apologizing again.
I'm not. I'm elaborating on why it's
You're
not that
saying-
crazy.
I don't have it's not a strategy. It's just a there's really nowhere to make content where I'm at. Like, but that location, you could make tons of content there. I won't be doing any kind of repairs. I won't be I won't be collecting any type of animals in buckets. I won't be discussing Grace's fertility. None of that type of stuff. I won't be changing my appearance to appease Grace's whims like OPC did. I just think to get the best content out of the Thorps, they need to be free range. I think you sometimes get gold like this in Mike's grandma's basement, but I think overall the Thorps need to be kind of free range.
Oh, okay.
And why it doesn't it's not inconsistent for me to still continue interacting with you guys.
Tropical Heat says, Melanie, join Grace's Discord. I'm going to show you some things. Please join, Melanie.
Yeah,
You will get a very interesting DM.
Well, and if we got into a fight or one side offended the other, then I could just leave. They could still have a place and do whatever whatever they wanted to do. And then I could just come back, when we'd all calm down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've already got. By the way, people DM me your dick just on the reg, just so you know. That's just what goes on.
I DM you. Oh, you
you've
saw
never,
the leak.
Ben has never DM'd me his dick.
No, because you were saying my dick pic was
Random
iconic.
ass fucking people DM'd me. Yes.
Free advertising.
Yeah.
I've only looked at.
I should say this too, the property not only has a beautiful backdrop for Daisy, but there's also enough space that if there were to be intra-Thorp drama, there would actually be enough space that they could free range together or separately. So I really feel like it covers every possible base.
One dick pic ever. It was Destiny's because Grace was looking at it or something like that, and I couldn't.
No,
help but see
Lav.
it.
No,
Yeah,
Lav
you were-
sent it in our Discord, in my Discord, and then people turned it into a meme of the Dune worm, which.
Do I think that Ben abuses Grace? It's difficult for me to say one way or the other. I mean, I think if we're talking by a normal, if you put this content in front of an average everyday person that's not familiar, that doesn't watch YouTube, that doesn't know who the Thorps are, I think they're definitely going to say that Ben uses abusive language towards Grace. And most people are not even going to be open to the idea of doing something like that for content or whatever. You know what I mean? So I think if you put it in front of the average person, they would probably say that, yeah, like that Ben talks to Grace in an abusive way. Define abuse.
It was really funny.
What did it look like? Was it bad?
It looked like a dune worm. Have you seen that movie, Dune?
Like the people that I've shown the content to, like they don't, again, these are people who don't have no idea that like stuff like this exists on YouTube. They don't know about IRL or lolcows or any of that stuff. And they definitely are kind of like, they're mind blown that like that it's like being filmed and put on YouTube.
It's like
Have you?
uncircumcised. I've seen Dune, yeah, the first one.
Oh, yeah, I've seen
Dune,
Dune,
like the
but I just
4.5 hour
remember it.
movie.
I don't think it was that. I don't. Was
I
it that?
saw
I
the,
lost saw it with
whatever
I saw it with the guys
recent
a long
thing.
time ago. Like we watched all night.
I wouldn't want people to talk to me that way, and I wouldn't, or I would try not to speak to people that way. But ultimately, what really matters is how Grace feels. And like, I get that people think that she's a Stockholm syndrome victim or whatever, and that like she doesn't really, or that she's brainwashed or whatever. But like, ultimately, like it's her call. So if you're asking me like, do I like the way that Ben talks to her sometimes? No, of course not. Like I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't, outside of like a, like internet blood sports arena, I wouldn't want to talk to anybody like that, and I wouldn't want anybody to talk to me like that. Does it count as abuse if the recipient is in on it too? Yeah, I mean, I know we all want to like be white knights sometimes or whatever, but ultimately like the final call is like how Grace sees it. But I also understand when people say, well, if you're the abuse victim, you can't always see what's going on. Abuse in the Greek sense. And I mean, I know it's not like a pleasant thing to think about, but the reality is every family and every relationship has a dynamic and has boundaries, and some of those boundaries are going to be inappropriate to some people and fine with other people. Well, yeah, Junk, I think that's, I was going to say they recognize that because they did the Purge stream, but then I remembered the stream that came after that. For content as Cope, you think it's like a rattlesnake den where they feel comfortable together but will kill anyone else? Yeah, I mean, Grace does seem pretty to be a pretty intelligent woman. If she's brainwashed or whatever, like again, I can see why people would feel that way. But at the end of the day, like it's Grace's life, and it's Grace's like it's ultimately her decision. She doesn't have any lack of avenues for people to try to help her, right? I know that it's probably hard for her to trust anybody regardless of anything else because of, her reputation online or whatever. But I feel like she has a lot of avenues that she knows there are people who would help her if she wanted that help. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really feel to me like Grace is an isolated person. I know she gets lonely a lot because she doesn't have like friends, but she has access to communicate with a pretty gigantic, scope of people.
You watched Dune with a dude all night long?
With the guys.
Oh, you did?
Oh, a long time ago. I don't remember why.
Isn't that a movie that only a guy can possibly watch, like Melanie? Or a person like Melanie can watch?
But there are like
It's like
male brain
boring,
females.
isn't it?
There are
The
like,
book is
women
very
born
boring, I've
males and
heard.
women.
That was like that was the Australian trucker guy, right? That was a real. I didn't actually get to hear what Ben said, but when I was looking at I saw like the preview. It looked like did Ben fight with somebody on that panel?
I think that the movie was all right. It was like a Thor movie or like a Marvel movie. You know what I mean? It was
More peppy.
It was more peppy. Yeah, there were a lot of like special effects and stuff.
I mean, think about it. If you're friends with somebody for, the bulk of your life, and kind of like most of your experiences, at least your closest experiences, are only with that one other person. Like all of these people, like Ruby and Dalmatian Dog, they're all walking into like, I don't want to say like it's just like there's so many like in jokes and little methods of communication and like little kind of like little mind games that Ben and Grace play with each other that like make sense when it's on each other, but when you introduce like a new person, like adjusting to that, I think has got to be pretty difficult.
Stuff. I don't know. It's like Star Wars, modern Star Wars.
You know what's a movie
Girls
that's
can watch
good,
Star
but
Wars.
the book sucks? Is like The Lord of the Rings. Those books suck.
I tried to read them when I was little. I read the first Hobbit, I think.
They suck
I've never
so
read Fire.
much.
The books.
What a fucking dork that guy was. God almighty. And you have to constantly be like, okay, so they're at the mountains of what the fuck?
There's so much.
And then they went over the marsh
landscape
of this,
description.
and I
It's Ben shitting on the Lord of the Rings books? Oh no.
gotta look at the fucking map. It's like, dude, why can't you just call this like Rhode Island? At least I understand. You know what I mean? Like, then we went into the marshes in Massachusetts. It's like everything is fucking made up. The whole
I don't think I evaded anything, Titus. I told you my personal feelings on it, which my personal feelings are not an indicator as to what's right or wrong or what's going on in somebody else's life. I don't think that's being intellectually dishonest. It's just saying like I don't really know. Grace is ultimately the person who we're talking about. Like, I can tell you what I think about it, but that's it.
fucking world is made up and the languages are made up. And it's so gay. Like,
I don't know.
what is wrong with you, dude?
You're gonna alienate your nerd fan.
The book rules. You would say that distinction.
Nerd alert.
It sucks so
What
much.
was the Andrew Wilson quote? Is like somebody was like, "Why did Gimli not look back when the rest of the troops like?"
But Grace is like really informed on it. Maybe she's basing what she's saying off of the movies because she didn't seem like she kind of seemed like she agreed with Ben about the books. But she's pretty informed about it. It came up in another segment where they were talking about racial issues in the Lord of the Rings stories, and she was quick to point out that like Uruk-hai were not orcs, and then Ben chimed in about the genital size of the Uruk-hai.
Died, and he was like, well, if you had read the book, you would have known that it was because the orcs closed the gates. So I wish I had that as a soundbite. It's so good.
I mean, The Lord of the Rings is quintessential bad literature. I'm sorry. It's
Andrew Wilson.
It's like fine if you're 8 years old and you mistakenly read it.
Quintessential bad literature? Come on, Ben.
Like, it sucks.
Dad, do you ever think like, even though like we're this small channel and Andrew has like 10 times our viewers or whatever, you ever think he like gets a clip of us like just absolutely like just brutalizing him for
Yeah.
his Lord of the Rings comment and it still gets to him? I bet it does. I bet it
Yeah,
does.
hey, Grace. Like last night, he sent his hordes of losers to support Ava. So
Hordes of
how
losers.
What happened?
she was on Glenn Lawrence's channel,
Oh, I forgot she figured
and
it out.
he bounced. I thought it was all bots. I was like, there's no way human beings could be so fucking annoying. And then that Josie was like, oh, it's Andrew Wilson's guys, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. They will make the same fucking joke like
I
800
literally thought it
times.
was AI.
I was like, this has got to be
There
a
was some
bot.
joke about gunt. You know what a gunt is? Is like an
Oh,
internet
yeah.
term for like a fat belly, basically.
Yeah, someone said I looked
So-
at that today.
A gunt? No, it's like
Someone
you
called
say,
me
like-
a god.
It's
really, I
like a
don't-
fupa, except the
They-
male.
they-
yeah,
male.
like male
That's right.
fupa. But the whole chat was just like, Forrest Gunt.
The Gunts of Hazard. Everything.
Yeah, every
like,
Gunt Lawrence. Ava the Gunt. It's like every chat was just like that, like a play on a title of a book or movie or song,
Yeah.
but with Gunt.
so
I thought it was AI.
How did all these people?
Yeah.
Could be AI, could be social.
Yo,
And they bounced them
HK.
up to like 600.
Wait, hang on. HK VP9 for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Beep, 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 beep. All three of you, please name your favorite movie of all time.
Royal Tenenbaums.
Royal Tenenbaums. Oops.
Mine
Jinx.
is Jurassic Park or
Oh,
Hereditary.
I thought you were saying that was yours.
Oh, I thought it was yours.
No, it is. It is mine.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You're right. Jurassic Park or Hereditary?
I like the film
I know, it's pretty
Remains of the
different.
Day,
That's a good one. Oh, yes, sir.
but I mean,
Uh,
probably Casablanca.
Oh, sure. How many times have you watched that? Like 2 times?
Boring.
You know whose favorite movie that is?
Casablanca is
Park,
boring.
too.
No,
Dad, do you know
it's-
whose favorite movie that is? Courtney's. It's Courtney's favorite movie of all time, yep.
No, her favorite movie of all time is, I happen to know for a fact, Clockwork Orange.
Oh,
that was my.
That makes
She's
so
a
much sense.
weirdo.
That makes so
Weirdo.
much
I like that movie,
sense.
but it's my edgy like.
That's her favorite
Yeah.
movie of all time?
Yeah.
It's like an edgy artsy movie to see.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that movie being your favorite movie of all time.
Yeah.
Mm, makes a lot of sense, actually.
That's a pretty good movie, but it
I
can't,
mean,
it
I
can't
like
be your
the soundtrack.
favorite.
Titus, you gotta. That's not the part. Even the like, I watch it, yes, but you also got to remember, I haven't seen not very much of like the old lore. But I don't really. That's not the part of the show that interests me. Like, I'm not here as like a true crime detective or whatever. I think Grace has tons of options. If something was happening and if she wanted something to change. Like, and I don't think anything like, I mean, how's anybody helping any more than anybody else at the end of the day? You know what I mean? Like, we're all watching the Thorps all the time. Nobody's like on a higher moral plane than anybody else.
She is pretty
movie.
good. But I don't watch it on a regular. I
In-
prefer Jurassic Park or Hereditary.
In Bruges and Eternal
Or,
Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and Goodfellas are all close seconds.
But it's a great movie. A great movie for those.
But yeah, I like Grace as a performer, so I pay more attention to, you know, when she's performing.
People in chat who want to watch
I'm a big Grace fan. I don't hide that. Grace even calls me out for it.
something different. Paris, Texas is a great movie. It was Kurt Cobain's favorite movie. It's a little known film.
Well, that's my opinion. My opinion is that in a normal situation, I would not want to be spoken to like that, or I would hope that I wouldn't speak to someone like that. The Thorps do not exist in the same kind of social world that I do. They don't seem to have a problem talking like that, talking in a more elevated and aggressive way with each other that I wouldn't do in a normal situation. I think that there are people who would view even just the sheer like aggression or like combativeness between them is like would be viewed as toxic, let alone like the fighting or whatever. So like I get why people might be like disapproving or disturbed by it sometimes, but like they seem to have a different tolerance level than your average person. And at the end of the day, the only person who can say whether or not Grace is being abused is Grace. So do we just not want to give Grace any autonomy or any like any power in her own life? That's a long ass title, South to West. Is that an old movie from like the 60s?
From the director Wim Wenders, who was German. Very beautiful. Very.
That's a
cool.
really sad movie. I cried at the end of that.
Ah.
He always shows me movies that made me cry. Oh, you know what was a great movie? And I'm not going to keep doing this, but you know the one with Mark Ruffalo dad and his sister?
Yes.
I forget what that one was called,
was
but that
a
one
good
actually like really made me cry.
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo's sister brother movie. Look that up.
It was called some like 4 words, like everything she thinks or something like that.
Was that I don't know if you might not remember offhand, but was that Ray Dennis Steckler that directed that? I could be completely wrong. I mean, that's just how I feel about it. It's whatever. I think like the best thing anybody could do if you're a viewer and you want to support her or you want to whatever, wouldn't it just be to be like a positive presence? And if you want to point out whatever you can, it's not like they really censor that stuff. I mean, they'll let you say what you want to say 99% of the time. It's not like like Ben isn't shielding her from reading chat or whatever. Okay, so Showtime. When did the state say that? If we're dealing in like what ifs or fantasies, then that's not really how can we even have that conversation? The kick got dismissed, right? Other than like the violation could re-trigger that case to open. But otherwise, like that got dismissed, right? Or whatever. Or there was no like real punishment for it. She gets thwarted by Ben. She does get she gets thwarted by Ben sometimes. But again, what do you propose? What do you if you're watching this like you are and you're saying like, "Oh my gosh, Grace is being held back. Grace is whatever." Like what do you propose aside from watching the show? Like I've said my thoughts on it, which I think were pretty clear. So like aside from saying that, I don't really understand what I'm supposed to do. Like I believe that Grace is intelligent. I believe that Grace has shown she has, even if they're a little quirky at times, that she does have effective social skills. She has great communicative skills. She's got a she's got a she can get very motivated like when she wants to do something, and I understand that we see her get thwarted sometimes, yes. But I think I don't know. I have faith in Grace that if she wanted out of the situation, she would get out of it. And I guess that's going to be the core difference between some of the people in chat and me. Is that I'm not saying that Grace isn't a victim because I don't know. Only Grace knows that. But I think that Grace has every ability to leave this situation if she wants to. It's difficult even if you factor out the allegations or whatever, and you just talk about like from an emotional standpoint of how much time they spend together. It's going to be extremely difficult for her to move away from him emotionally, but that doesn't necessarily mean some like deep psychological abuse. I just have faith that if Grace wanted out of this situation, she could do it. That's all. You propose Ben gets through his court cases, right? But that's happening. Like, he's going to go through those processes. And if the court says Ben Thorp should go to jail, he'll go to jail. And then at that point, we have a different conversation to have, because we have something to where a legal authority said what's happening here is this. And then on that topic, we can have a whole different conversation. So it's not like that's not going to happen. We know the court dates. So like, that's not even a proposition. Like, that's what's going to happen. Ben's going to go to these court dates and they're going to get decided.
Yeah. Hell yeah, Paris, Texas is great. There you go. Wes Anderson, legendary. Yeah. A24.
Let's be
What's
honest.
another
Wes
A24?
Anderson.
Midsommar?
Wes Anderson is hit or miss.
His latest have been misses ever since
Fantastic Mr. Fox. It's like, bro.
that was an L in my
I
opinion.
get it. Like cool try, but it's like you do not know how to do stop motion. It's like technically interesting, but like total waste of like 10 zillion hours of your time. And also that one about like the moon or whatever, that alien one.
Yeah,
It's-
the most recent
Again,
one.
it's like
The
a
alien one.
very interesting art movie for like if you had a class.
True Seeker No says, no thanks. I don't take movie referrals from manic mental folk.
I'd give you an A+, but like as a movie, it sucks.
Yeah.
But
The
the
French Dispatch
cinematography is
sucked.
great.
The French Dispatch. You didn't even watch that one. I saw that in the theater.
I've never seen it.
It sucked.
Even the one about the Boy Scout with the girl, like
Moonrise Kingdom.
Moonrise Kingdom, it was a little weird, honestly.
The best ones are the Grand Budapest Hotel. That's a really good one because what's his name? Ralph Fiennes is just great. He's great as the main guy. But the Darjeeling Limited is a great one, and Royal Tenenbaums is the best one of all. That's the pièce de résistance.
I don't know. I don't think it holds up that well.
Really? You don't think so?
Well, it's a classic.
No.
Well,
That's
what's your favorite Anderson then?
No, I mean, I think they're all like stylistic, but they're not like great films because he doesn't give his heart and soul to it. He's always like taking a step back.
I can see they don't really make you cry. Oh, the end of Royal Tenenbaums makes me cry though, a little bit, but not a lot.
They're like character studies. It's great. Like there's real content.
If you go into a normal chat room in this space, right? If you go to the other creators in the same space as the Thorps and you try to criticize, if you try to even lightly troll, if you try to do anything, most of those chats will ban you immediately, like without hesitation. Like you can't do well unless you donate, right? Like Wing says, every criticism got to be on the back of a $10 bill. But like you can go in on the Thorps and say whatever you want to. Like you can pretty much say whatever you want to. So it just feels like there's so little like isolation. Like I just feel like Grace has like so many outlets if something was happening. And Grace seems to be pretty like, despite how people may see her sometimes, I think she is very like strong-willed, and I think she would do something if she wanted to.
When you become more mature, like more of a human being, you'll say like, okay, yeah, there are, like you thought Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind was like a great film. It's a very good film, but it's not a great film.
I still really like that movie.
It's interesting. It's neato. But like those people, both of them are losers. The guy's a loser. The girl's a loser.
It's true. The girl is not very
and
likable.
It's
the
all
guy is-
very
I watch Lifetime movies, so Ben and Grace probably wouldn't like to watch movies with me.
like
Unlikable.
psycho. Like I think it's all dramatic. They both suck. They should both have gotten shot in the head.
What about
You know?
Goodfellas though? That's a really good movie.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
In Bruges, is that also like a very teen?
Like watch Mr. Based when he's on with World of T-Shirts. He'll let the chat like abuse World of T-shirts as much as they want to, as long as they're paying. But anybody that makes a donation that says like, "Hey, this guy's taking your money," or whatever, like Mr. Bass pulls him to the side and like convinces him that he's lying, or he like cuts the TTS off or something like that. Like that would be a pretty clear indicator.
Teenage movie to like. It could be. I don't know. I think that's a good
In
movie.
Bruges, it's a good film. I don't think it's one of the greatest films of all time, but
No. Well, I really like Rear Window. That's a really good one.
Plus, Rasmus said he would marry Grace and make her like a princess in his country. So, I mean, if she passed up that offer,
yeah, it's a
That's
good
obviously
movie.
a classic. They're both terrible. I like that movie. Oh, she's making it. They're both terrible. LMAO. Bottle Rocket. That one sucks.
But I mean, like Ruby says, Jurassic Park. Okay, like
Truly.
just for Jeff Goldblum.
Are you kidding me?
it's not a great film.
Yes, it fucking is. Watch it.
It's a fun movie. It's
an
stupid.
amazing front to back adventure film with amazing puppetry and special.
Amazing
effects.
puppetry.
Really,
I
your
mean,
favorite movie is Casablanca?
Yeah, come on. Casablanca, you're debating Jurassic Park audience.
No,
Jurassic
Casablanca
Park
is
or
a great.
Casablanca?
Casablanca is a great movie. I didn't know you liked it that much.
Oh, but it's like, come on. I'm being real answering a real movie. Jurassic Park, yeah, it's their fucking movie. It's not
Are you
But what
saying
I'm
he's
saying,
being
Grace, is like
pretentious?
everybody. Like I'm saying,
Well,
when,
yeah,
usually when people
I
say,
could have said a Clockwork Orange, but guess what?
No, my mom isn't being pretentious by saying that. She's just a weirdo. She's not trying to be pretentious.
man, I love Barry Bostwick. I think it might be on YouTube. I'm not sure, but there's a version of Aladdin where Barry Bostwick plays the genie. It is like, ugh. Yeah, you're right, Laughing Cedar. And it's like, I don't know if you guys watched their stream this morning, but like Pope Londrigan was in there, and they were kind of like taking him to task because he is a big hater sometimes. He has like a lot of like big feelings about Thorp content. But when he got on the stream, he kind of like got starstruck more or less of talking to Ben and Grace. So he really softened toward him, and they like kind of lashed out at him about that. But I think he's right. I think sometimes you watch it and you're like, you know, I wish they didn't act this way, or whatever. You're not going to agree with everything they do. And again, at the end of the day, there's nothing we can do to fundamentally change anything. I mean, if we paid enough money, we could make the content wholesome, but we'd have to have a continually running source. But I just think there's just stuff in it that people are going to like and stuff that they don't like. And again, I don't know how it helps Grace if you're just shitting on them all the time. Like, I can see making your point, making your case, but like just to constantly like fuck with them, I don't know how that makes their life any better or makes Grace's life any better.
well, her favorite movie is Lord.
He cooked toward the end. I think that was like right when I started streaming. They were still he was coming up for the second time, I think.
of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah.
And The Princess Bride, which is
Princess
a
Bride,
retard's favorite movie. It's an annoying movie for the most part. It's
What?
stupid. Hey, let me tell you.
I think that's a bad take. The Princess Bride being, I can see if you don't love it, but I don't think it's annoying. Yuma Dog says Casablanca was his favorite movie too, but he might change it now that he's learned that Ruby likes it.
It was starring. Okay. It's so stupid. Princess Bride is such a stupid fucking movie. They should take that. They should not allow females to watch that for like 10 years straight. Just stop it. I get it.
No more
Yeah.
chairs. No more. What else was
yeah,
it?
the chairs have got to go.
No more chairs. No more something else, and no more Princess Bride for 10
No
years.
more
You can't watch The
food.
Princess Bride. It's like it's not meant to be like, you're not supposed to watch it like an addict. You know, it's like you watch it once, it's kind of cute. Like Andre the Giant's not a good actor. Here's a news flash. Like, he's weirdo. He doesn't know how to act at all.
Oh, you know what else I like? Of course, Studio Ghibli. Those are good movies. Those are
Yeah, those are good.
Spirited Away is it's a classic film, I would say.
But the problem,
See, that's what I do out at the prop when we get the Thorps out on the property. We'll set up a big outdoor inflatable screen, and then we'll get them to smoke a bunch of indica weed and watch Spirited Away.
someone saying what's your favorite movie is like, of course, like people want to say the odd movie or the like unusual pick.
But that's my suggestion.
Yes.
It's like saying like, oh, what's the greatest album of all time?
But
Oh,
wait,
the Sex
Ben,
Pistols. Never
I
mind the
said-
bollocks.
well, there you go. But by the way,
Right,
I
of
said-
course it is, but it's so like nobody bought the album.
Well, and if you think like that they shouldn't stream or that they shouldn't, they shouldn't have a platform or whatever, like it's unpopular, but it's fact that the best way to like de-platform someone is to stop watching them. Like that's it. Like anything else you do, if you're watching, if you're commenting, if you're pretty much anything you're interacting with on their content is helping them, is moving them up in the algorithm. OPC Don will tell you that.
Well, no one cares.
I said Jurassic Park, and that wasn't good enough movie. It's a very obvious, great movie that a lot.
Jurassic Park as a movie, right? It's just, you're just saying like, I am pretty much an idiot. That's fine.
You think you must hate humanity if Forrest Gump is in the top 10? Okay, El Jim, when's the last time you sat down and watched Forrest Gump like from start to finish?
You are.
Because
I love it.
used
Actually,
to say
I've been pro-
A Clockwork Orange, or like
Wait, have
But
you
that,
guys-
but Clockwork Orange is
Well,
also
also
like so
Hereditary is up there.
obviously. Someone-
Hereditary's a total curveball in comparison to Jurassic
I don't
Park.
know that movie.
It's called being just honest. Girls fucking.
But here's the thing,
Wait,
Ruby.
wait,
Would
wait,
you
wait.
ever watch like
Babadook,
great
Babadook.
Oh, I did like
films?
Bob.
Because the plan was the pay pig revolt, right, was going to cripple them financially. But I don't know what their income is. I know Grace had set a figure like about a third of the way through this month how much they'd made to that point. But even though like donations seem to be down, like they're streaming more often and like the numbers are up. Hook is top 10 for you. I like Hook. I wouldn't put it in my top 10 though. Maybe you must just connect with the material really well. Although I think my favorite part about Forrest Gump is that I'm old enough to where I saw it in the theater. And whenever Jenny came back and Forrest like said that she was sick, my dad just like everybody was really quiet, and my dad like he thought he was talking really quiet, but he was really loud, and he was like, AIDS. So like just one guy yelling AIDS in the middle of a movie theater.
Babadook is a great movie.
Ooh, also, what about
The Conjuring is a great movie.
Ooh, also,
But Ruby, I get it. Every woman is like,
Mirror,
every woman
something.
all the time is like, oh, if they're like, oh, do you want to watch a movie? It's never like, yeah, I'd like to watch one of the great films of all time. They're just like, you know what I'm in the mood for? Horror or rom-com
like-
or
I
just
said
like something
horror.
fun so
My
I
other
can
movie
cuddle.
was
I love that Ben's upset that the people want to. He's like, you ask somebody to watch a movie, and what do? They tell you the kind of movie they want to watch. He's like, they never want to watch the greats.
It's like you're never in the mood for something
What?
challenging.
I said Jurassic
Hey, I watched Doctor Strangelover. How I forgot to love the
I know,
atomic
but you
bomb the
watched
other
it
day.
because you thought you should.
You said it was a good movie. It was okay. It was a little overrated, in my opinion. It was good.
No, it's a great film, but it's like it's
You're
an
just
arty
what we
film.
call an
It's arty.
elitist.
I could see how it inspired Wes Anderson,
Well,
obviously.
You think that by your taste makes you better than other people because you like what?
Oh, she had hepatitis. My favorite scene in Forrest Gump is whenever they're playing Freebird and Jenny's like coked out of her mind and she's up on the balcony. That's a great scene. I'd like to live my entire life in that coked up moment on the balcony.
Casablanca. Very. No one's ever said that was.
How I forgot to love the atomic bomb.
No,
I don't know, whatever. How I fell out of love with the atomic.
Nikki New in the chat says she loves The Conjuring. She's a horror movie expert, mostly about demonic possession. Ava just came into the chat too and said she's pointing out the fact that it's been 7 hours into this stream and they're still sitting in the same places. How I forgot to love the bomb. Titus, the hotel jackoff video is completely explainable. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen the video in context with the chat? That's the main thing. ZXV had pointed out to her, had made some kind of a trans joke about Grace being trans. That's what that entire segment was about. It's completely explainable. But even if it wasn't, let's just say that she was, is that really surprising? I mean, they've had conversations before where Ben said that like he didn't think it was weird. Now notice I'm saying that Ben said. This has nothing to do with what I think, but Ben thinks that it's okay. Like he doesn't think it's weird for like parents to have sex in a bed that a kid is in. So if Grace was raised in that type of atmosphere, then she might not think there was anything wrong with that. But I guarantee you that she wasn't doing it. It was just a response to ZXV in the chat. And that's like Grace's, one of her chat besties. So she's definitely gonna respond to those.
Bomb, I don't know what it is. Oh,
it's fine.
love
Women
the
just
atomic
want
bomb.
to feel comfortable when they're watching a movie. It's fine.
Somebody said I would
Black
like.
people.
Wait, guys. Have you ever watched Lost in Translation?
Oh, I'm just saying.
Not in a long time.
I didn't like that movie.
I haven't seen it.
Would you ever watch Battleship Potemkin by Sergei Eisenstein? No, you wouldn't make it through.
I mean, that's all I can say about it. Just all you got to do is go back and watch the stream with the context of the chat. That's all I'm saying. But even if it wasn't, like, give me your take on it, I guess. Like, before you found out about chat, if you didn't know that before, like, what was your take on it just watching it?
3 seconds of it.
I liked Apocalypse Now.
It's not an
liked
action film.
Wait, have you watched Apocalypse Now?
I love Apocalypse. Yeah,
That's a good. I love that. I love that movie.
I love like in the world movies. Like,
Would you ever watch one of the great silent films? No, you'd hate
No.
it. You could barely even watch a black and white movie, right? You're such retards. You're like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
boring.
Dad, you're
it's
being a
fine.
film snob.
You're retards. I get it.
Yeah, it's got to be black and white with some.
Oh, you know it's a great movie, Pirates of the Caribbean. I love Johnny Depp. He's so funny. Oh, fuck you.
All of the movies they like are like the whitest movies.
It doesn't even make any sense.
You should do like film commentary.
Well, I would just say either way, I would watch it with the context of the chat, and then I think that will better inform your decision. I think that's the best way to inform your decision.
Oh, is Ava the confusing person there?
Ava's critiquing us.
Hi.
Sometimes you have to have a little
Yeah,
bit of
baby girl.
patience with a movie. Like, you know what I mean? You can't just be like, oh my God, I want to get like surges of easy.
I'm assuming you've seen the picture that Grace posted of like the text conversation about it with Ruby. Like Grace wasn't like put off by it at all.
Good times
Just
from
some
beginning
really
to
dry,
end.
like,
Shut
David-
up.
Did you see her reaction? Grace's reaction when Ruby showed the video, like the video of the incident on her stream. It was pretty quick too. And Ben has said that that essentially the logistics aren't in place for him to have an erection and take a picture. So I'm assuming that like he's probably not like a spring into action. So there wasn't hardly any time, if that's the theory, but I don't think that's like the whitest means what. I just mean like whenever I think about like a lot of YouTube, like the white YouTube critics, like if you ask them for like their top 10 movies, unless they're in like a niche thing, there's like just like, well, I mean, to me, Wes Anderson definitely is like a super white filmmaker.
But like movies or like Mulholland Drive or like shit like that. That's like a little more.
I don't mean it in like a political way or anything like that. Not like in a political or like any kind of deep way.
Like esoteric, does that impress you? Are you
Does that
impressed now?
impress you?
There's just like a certain type of like a certain category of like what some people could view as like pretentious films that kind of fall under that umbrella. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
No, but you're trying to impress me,
No,
which
I'm
means
just
you really don't like
elaborating
those
'cause you're
movies.
confused.
Oh my god, you know you girls will be like, oh my god, you know what's hilarious?
Oh,
Watching
it's sucked
an 80s movie like Top Gun. Oh my god, oh aren't I edgy?
Oh, Top Gun is a great movie.
Oh, it's like gay. It's like sort of gay, but it's like sort of straight. It was like so cool because I'm so retro and so interesting. Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up.
How I sucked
are
off the
retro.
atomic
I'm sorry,
bomb.
Candle, but, like,
Oh my god, like I watch A Few
you
Good
are
Men because it's so like, oh my
god.
god, Jerry Bruckheimer. It's like, oh my god,
Like retro.
the 80s
What?
are so gay
Or
and
like
interesting.
McDonald's
Oh
and like
Oh,
retro.
yeah.
Shut up.
Like affluent white suburban people who like are like educated and have like kind of a like a, I don't know, like a waspy kind of thing.
Where somebody
I don't know any TV critics.
said this is the worst porn ever.
Sorry, it's actually the best porn
This is
ever.
the
It's not
worst
ready for
porn
it.
ever. It's a long intro, guys. It's
Yeah,
worth
it's
it.
a
Hang
real-
in.
just
Hang in there.
Don't worry, the cum shot's coming.
Ruby, can you explain to me something? I'm not trying to judge you, but like you can think I am, but like how do you have casual sex with another human being who has a soul?
Yikes.
Here we go.
It's not my norm, and
how
I'd have
can
to
that-
be drunk.
How can you do that at age 34?
Life Aquatic
Like, you're
sucks,
just gonna,
CJ.
like,
questioning everything.
Your most intimate part of yourself. This guy's most intimate part of
All right, do you
yourself.
understand
You're just
how
like
sometimes you feel horny and like
bored.
You want to fuck Ava?
You're just
Remember when you
bored.
painted your chest when you were ready to have sex with Ava?
I was gonna have sex with Ava? No.
I'm just saying, I'm a woman. I have needs, and yes, I got horny and fucked a young guy. Now I'm trying to go for my.
I'm just
husband, the
curious. I'm not
future.
judging you. I mean, I really don't think you're in the sexual marketplace like at all, like in a way that anyone cares about, which is like reproductively. So like you're free to do whatever. You're like, it's like, do I care whether someone has sex in a nursing home? Like, have fun. But I'm saying like
Jealous. Sounds like a hater. I'm sorry
I
that
mean,
I got
just
with
own
someone
it.
who was
It's fine, but I'm
younger,
just saying.
who had your.
I think too, Laughing Cedar, when it comes to certain movies, it's almost like there's like a stigma attached to it if you don't like it. So like if you tell somebody like, oh, I don't like Citizen Kane, like that's gonna be like they're probably gonna want to like press you on it. So I think part of it is just like inherent peer pressure from like not wanting to be like in the minority. But of course, some people are contrarians too.
Same fucking name, who was 20 years younger than you. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Grace not liking
30 years
Sophia
younger than
Coppola
you.
is
I'm
so
sorry.
off
Does that
brand.
make you jealous?
Does that make me jealous?
Yes.
I didn't really
No,
like
but
it.
I'm
I thought it
saying,
was an indulgent
Look,
film.
I've had the opportunity to have casual sex with women, and I just don't understand. I don't want to do that because like
I don't usually, but I
they'd
did
have to be
for that
crazy
one
to do
night.
that. Like, how can you have casual sex with another
You're
human
talking
being?
to the
It's
girl who did that.
so
No, are you kidding me?
intimate. Like, but I'm just curious as to how
Ever
someone
since
can do that.
I've gone through phases of either being extremely monogamous
Especially
or
as
having
a
like
woman, I can
some
see how a guy
slutty
would knock one
phases.
off, but it's so.
Yeah.
I've been like primarily monogamous and had long-term relationships, but some like very slutty periods, like briefly. So yeah, I broke up with my ex and fucked some young
I'm just
guy.
wondering,
Is it
like,
that you
isn't
want
it just like
validation?
to
Is that
validate
what it is?
you?
I was
Because
just
a guy like would
physically
bang a
horny.
chick to validate himself.
But like, well,
She's
I
not
don't-
going to
that's too
enjoy it
TMI.
sexually.
I was,
There's no intimacy.
Purely
Why?
horny.
No,
I
she says
wanted
she did
to
enjoy it
have
sexually.
sex.
She was just horny.
Yeah.
Women do get horny.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Titus. I don't think Ben or Grace would probably like to watch movies with me. I like B movies, and I like stuff with a bunch of like blood or nudity, or I love crazy dialogue, crazy characters.
But I'm talking about I was in college and I had these opportunities, and I was like, I would never in a million years because
Then I'm more of a hoe than you, I guess.
yeah, I'm not saying I did, but here's the thing: people say like I didn't do that because it was against the rules. It's
Well, and Lifetime movies. I love Lifetime movies.
not because it was against the rules. I just felt like it would be
I don't usually want
violent.
like-
You know what I mean?
I mean,
it's violent.
like I said,
to have
I would
sex with
prefer to
someone.
have a long-term relationship. I prefer to still be with my ex, but alas. So yeah, I made my Tinder. I went on a stupid date. Yeah, I hooked up with some younger guy. It was whatever. And
Do you feel empty afterwards?
no, I actually felt quite satisfied.
You feel like
I felt like, all right, I hooked
closer
up with
to,
someone
like,
else
God or
to
something?
like help me like detach and like really fully disconnect from my ex. Hooked up with some random, and also like
It kind of makes sense that the other content, that the non-Thorp content that I make, is like a movie reviews, and I review it, like my most popular ones are like Lifetime movies, but then I also review like MILF Manor, and then the Alex Jones stuff doesn't really factor in, but it's all pretty much that I like uh, BPD, well, and the intoxicated women causing disturbances content. I like really BPD type energy.
I've always been curious to hook up with a younger guy. I've never ever done that.
Ricky for $2.
Ricky.
Thank you for the super chat. Ben's really trying to cock block Ruby tonight. Ben trying to make Ruby feel bad because of his ED. Ben is turning gay. Turning? Question mark. Incel tries to make women feel bad. Episode number 30,605.
You already said you're the high, so you aren't.
He's a vol cell.
No,
not
yeah, the reason
incel.
I ask you that is because I don't think you really have this kind of moral thing about it. I just don't think.
Yeah, it's always weird to me when somebody's like, "Oh, you've never seen that?" It's like, do you know how many movies there are? Like, what are the? You can't even watch 1% of the movies made if you watch them like nonstop your entire life.
I think you're just very honest.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
I'm an open book, so
Like I was curious, like because I think like how do you take drugs and tell yourself like I'm not just being like it's not even self-destructive. I'm angry. If
I
you
guess
haven't been
just haven't
taking
had
them,
that
you're just
orientation towards
sparing.
wanting drugs. Everyone's born with like different weird shit they deal with. So.
Yeah, I'm just curious. It's not something I've ever experienced.
Yeah, but I would prefer to have a relationship. That's why I'm going on like a normal date tomorrow. Yes, I did hook up with a 23-year-old.
Is Grace trying to like nope out of the conversation?
But that was like I think just a thing. That's not the pattern.
It was a one-off.
I was with my ex before that was celibate, and then I had another ex. So
Here, I'm taking a break.
my dating, it's been kind of erratic, but I'm excited for my date tomorrow. And me and my ex are also texting again. That's
If
been
you were
great.
advising a young woman like a niece of yours,
Yes.
right? What would you advise her? Like, how would you advise her
To do everything
If
the
she had a similar
opposite
nature.
that I would say don't
Really?
be. Yes, of course. Are you
Don't do
fucking
any
kidding
sexual
me?
experiment?
No, experiment fine, but like be safe and like make sure you're operating from your higher self and not your lower self. You know what I mean?
Be safe. What does that mean?
Like, I don't know, be
Don't get
safe.
pregnant. You mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say that to any young person. I've been fortunate. I've never been pregnant. Or maybe I've been
You're not-
unfortunate, actually.
Uh-oh.
You're not birth control, right?
No. Well, I used to be, and like I said, I was celibate for a long time. So
Are you careful about your substance?
I am somewhat careful about it. Yeah, I'm like aware. I'm cognizant of it.
Do you know when you're fertile and infertile?
I have a rough idea based on my schedule, but I'm not sexually active enough that it's really relevant.
You just go condom. Yeah.
You have sex with guys with condoms on?
We're so curious.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Like, yeah.
We're very curious.
Well, I don't normally like.
I'm very
Like I
curious.
said,
as a
celibate-
femcel, as a volcel and a femcel,
was
I
with-
just want to know all about
It's
your
actually,
sex
and I'm
life.
excited to share because this is new to me because I was a femcel for 5 years, and then I feel like new on the dating market. I fell in love with my first Tinder date, so I didn't get this like internet dating experience until now.
Yeah.
And so far, I've only gone on one date. It was with a 23-year-old who was very attractive, and named
Yeah, he was
Ben,
good looking.
but he was only 6'1", so it was kind of short.
Yikes.
I know, it was kind of like a midget, but I thought he was cute and
Low key midget status.
I thought he was cute enough to do some very short-term mating activities.
Mhm.
Joe Shabatoni is
Just out of
calling.
curiosity,
Joe
I'm
Shabatoni.
sorry, I was
Wait,
curious.
hold on. Joe
I'm sorry,
Shabatoni.
some 18. Come on,
Well,
you act like come
you
on.
keep saying curious.
What's happening here? He doesn't think sex life is an appropriate discussion.
It's when you take
Whoa.
drugs and having
I'm
sex with
curiosity
random
checking
strangers.
Okay, is that a
What
all right?
what
As
are
a
you curious about? What a dick
stranger,
feels like?
one strange. What's
Well, what's the curiosity? I'm curious about.
I don't know. I've just
what
never
it's like to
fucked
stay
a
on
like a
dick.
much younger guy. I don't know.
Well, was it much different?
Oh shit, here we go. So we're back to the 23-year-old that Ruby hooked up with. Is that basically what the crux of this whole thing was when things lit back up? Is Ben was asking her like why she would have casual sex with, was that question like specifically about the 23-year-old?
It actually was. Like, I liked it.
What was different?
They were very just like viral and energetic.
But isn't that exactly what you would expect?
Yeah.
So,
So-
then you weren't really curious.
Well, I was curious, and what I expected ended up being true, and now my curiosity is satiated, ready for the husband.
So
Callum
you have
said-
sex for curiosity's sake.
Well, this one time, my sexual patterns are so irregular that it's
Have
been
you ever-
long-term relationship,
Have you ever had sex
slutty
with
period,
a
slutty
Chinaman?
period. What's that?
Have you ever had sex with a Chinaman?
I actually haven't, no.
Are you curious?
Yes, I would love to have sex with an Asian man.
So you would have sex with a Chinaman out of curiosity?
Absolutely. I love
No, you
Asian men.
wouldn't. No, you
I
wouldn't,
love
because
Asian men.
You're curious as to whether their penises are smaller. and
No,
not
I'm-
sexual.
Whenever he argues, he says things that sound good in the moment for him, but it's never true to his past behaviors. Right. I think that's kind of where, believe it or not, I get a little bit conflicted on this particular scenario. Is I do think that it did trigger Ben somehow, because the fact that she hooked up with the 23-year-old has come up, like, has sparked like a change in tone like a few times in this stream. But like I feel like Ben treats, and I would call this like a real life argument, as opposed to like Ben talking to Stanley or something, which is clearly just, gladiator stuff. But I think that Ben treats a lot of these conversations with like Ruby or Dalmatian Dog like he would if he was on a panel. And that kind of fits in with what you said about how it's, when you're on a panel, you don't have to worry about that shit because the people watching might not know your whole story. Your only intent is this is my point, and I need to say whatever I can say so that I win this debate. But like you can't treat all personal, well really I guess you probably shouldn't treat any of them, but even just speaking like strategically, you can't treat all personal conversations like like they're a sanctioned debate.
Actually,
Wait, do you
like-
not know that I literally love Asian people and have like a fetish for Asians?
but not sexually.
No,
but
I
there's
literally
Asians
do.
all around here. You can
But I don't think that if I were in this situation, like I feel like I would just assume that Ben was just talking shit, like that he was just doing what he would do on a panel, is how I would take it. But I'm not the one or how I think I would take it. Obviously, when you're in that situation, it's different, but I think that was it was just such a personal, not just a personal issue, but like the timing, like it was such an immediate personal issue for Ruby.
You could get one of them to fuck you in 2 seconds.
I
probably.
know. So stay
But so
tuned,
you-
bitches.
You don't find Asian men attractive.
I literally do.
How many Asian men do you swipe right on Tinder?
More than the white or any other race,
not so
dead
many.
ass.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, they know what's swipe right on me.
Hey,
You're not
well,
curi-
OPC Don, I don't see him on stream.
You're not curious about what it's like to have sex. Well, what about? Are you curious about what it would be like to have sex with an 85-year-old man?
No, but
That was one of
Well,
my
I'm
finest
sure
comedic
it, like,
moments.
you might-
Hey, well, OPC Don,
Just
I don't see him
lying.
on the
Wait,
stream.
what?
You just want to be validated.
Where is the lie? Where's the lie?
Because you're lying. You're
So
saying,
where's the truth? Tell me,
you're
tell
saying
me
like
the
I'm
truth about me.
intellectually curious.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think there's two kind of similar movies, but I think Rock and Roll Nightmare is the one where like the rock band comes to the town and like the music like basically turns the entire town into like a hellscape. I think that's that one.
Curious.
No, I'm serious.
That's why I
I'm
sat on a
physically,
23-year-old
sexually.
stick.
I was
A
sexually
man
curious.
would say like, it's not, a man
I was
would-
sexually curious
A
and
man would be
horny.
honest and say like,
Oh
I
my
just
God.
wanted validation that I banged a young girl.
No, I wanted to fuck someone, and it happened to be a very young person. My bad. Sorry.
I just wanted validation. It's fine.
I wanted to rub one
It wasn't
out.
It was.
Yeah, I don't really know. I figured I kind of thought it's because she got mad, but then like it's I don't really know what's going on.
Like research. Why do you have to like intellectualize it? Like actually, you know.
Because you're asking me in an intellectual way. I'm sorry. Did I have to floor them to show you what I did? Like, what do you want?
Why don't you just say I just wanted to get?
What? Holy shit! Wow.
Validated.
I wanted to get fucked. Sorry.
Whew. I'm gonna be open here. I'm Team Ruby on this specific issue. I think if Ruby wanted to fuck, there's nothing wrong with just going out and, you know, having a consensual encounter. I don't know why it's angering Ben so much. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Oh, by a young guy because it's more validating.
It was an interesting fun experience.
You say it's interesting when I say that.
Because it's like,
As you get older,
sometimes that experience is like
As
fun, but you're
women
like, I
get
don't know if I do it
older,
again. Like,
it's like a vampire.
Yeah.
because I don't
As-
want to date a young guy.
As you get older,
I have
you
no, I
try
have,
to
I have,
suck the energy.
I have
from
no
younger
idea,
people.
to be
This is
honest.
not representative
Ricky thinks that Ben's being triggered by the Asian talk because of the Joe Shabatoni situation.
of any of my dating. This was a weird fluke. And guess what?
Hey, Randy.
Memo received. Never tell you guys anything you see from my dating like ever again. She was gonna ask and ask and ask and say I'm lying.
We're very
lying, what
annoying.
happened?
Ruby, you haven't noticed that? We just show up at your
Why do you
house
have to,
with
like,
basically
Candy
no
Crush
notice.
notice.
I'm
We're just like, hey, we're here.
Oh, so do you think I'm just like here lying? You think this one good?
I think it's slightly vampiric for
Sure.
an older person
Yeah, it
to
is.
try to suck the youth
Yes.
out of a younger person
It was.
sexually
Thank you.
with no interest in them whatsoever. To say it's interesting, then go fucking go. Let's go swipe on a 95-year-old,
Okay,
and because that'll be interesting too. Does
Yes, it
dust
would.
come out? Can they even get it up?
we'll find out.
If you're intellectually curious,
Do you
and-
think the 23-year-old
I
was a
didn't
victim?
say
Yeah.
intellectually curious. I just said curious. Okay, like Britney Spears curious. Okay, not like.
just trying to keep it real? And if you can't take it.
Do you think that I ever am not keeping it real, bitch?
Yes.
Of all the shit that I say, you think
I
this is
think
the one
you're a
thing I'm gonna
very
be
honest
like?
person. I think you're very honest.
Yet here you call me a liar.
But it's really honest people that are in a sense, if they're not.
Yeah, as I said, I want to suck
Really
the youth out of his dick. I
Yeah.
found it kind of interesting and exciting to fuck a younger person,
Yeah.
but not interesting enough to do it again. It was fun, noted, but I would prefer to have a partner. It was just a one-off thing.
Can I ask you, did you feel any like emotions towards him at all?
Why do you prefer to have a partner though? What's the point?
I thought like I don't know.
What is the
I
point
did
of you
feel
having
weird.
I mean, like it is kind of weird. Like why is it like if you want to like be like if your mind really can't comprehend the idea of like a casual encounter, like I totally get being like, hey, would you mind like what's that experience like? But like this is like a whole nother like she's explained herself. This is one of those I can't remember who says it, but somebody said that they think that like Grace is an alien and Ben is like her Chewbacca basically, and that they're like learning everything for like they're learning everything as they go here on Earth. And like this is kind of a moment that feels like that. Like Ben has to understand the value of casual sex, even if it's not something that you want to engage in, or you'd say, well, I get off on the emotional connection, but I understand someone would enjoy the physical connection. Like I don't even understand if they were like slut shaming her, that would almost be more like would at least make sense within like some of those views, but just like not being like, why would you do that? Why would a human being have sex with another human being?
That he was younger than me. I felt like,
why invest in that? Haven't all of your investments?
have you ever heard of rubbing one out? Like
it's been 18 years of this like investment process.
this is what people do. It's
led
called
you to
serial
zero,
monogamy.
zilch, nothing. So like, why continue investing? I'm done. I think we should both hang up our sexual hats.
I'm gonna update your Tinder. You gotta shut up.
I mean, 18 years of like being in the sexual marketplace and nothing to show for it.
Oh my god.
Well, yeah, I had
When
an
do you
engagement
say
that
like
didn't
actually
go
like
well.
I just why invest anymore? Why
Well,
not
you
just
have to
Holy shit. Wow.
show for it.
what do you want? Some partner that you're gonna have that you're obviously going to break up with like in between 2 and 5 years?
Yeah,
You're
maybe.
gonna do that at age 34?
Yes.
Are you gonna do that
Yes.
in your 40s?
Yes, I actually do enjoy. I
I
do enjoy 2 to 5 year relationships. So if you're interested in that, please apply.
you do like isn't that the worst?
I fucking do.
But you don't like the breakups.
You're not
Of course
capable.
not. No, I would love
of
to have a longer run.
truly
Okay, but the
long-term
difference is
relationship.
I was on drugs then, and now I'm trying with a fresh spirit, invigorated by God, who replaced my spirit when I was an empty vessel. So I'm trying an new approach. If you don't believe in God and redemption, that's interesting. I personally do.
I believe that the window for like
Well,
I know, that's why I
I
marriage.
said 15%.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Titus. The one I'm thinking about, I think, is called Black Roses, but it's another like hair metal bodybuilder guy. Might even be the same guy.
is
I'm so realist about it.
you could argue that like if you were truly dating someone for the last 4 years, maybe. But, like you're not even you're starting at 0 at age 34. You're done, Ruby. It's fine.
This is a room
So-
filled with useless life.
That's freeing. That's what I'm telling you. It's freeing. You can do whatever you want now because none of it matters. But that might make you think like maybe I'll do something that's more meaningful. Like go back into music or something. Like maybe you're just not like why waste your time with sexual relationships that aren't going to bear any fruit? What's the best case scenario?
Is it because he had the same name?
It's just a waste of time. Are you happier being with these guys who aren't really men? No.
Well, what's the alternative realistically? Like just being lonely?
Well, she spent decades being like an artist.
Grace is like up on top of the tower with the sniper rifle, just like hitting her in the brakes.
Passionate about her art or whatever. Like,
Yeah, but
why
she
not
was
do
dating
that?
a guy that whole time.
Yeah.
Well, fine. If you want to have boy toys or whatever, but like saying like I want to dedicate myself to building a relationship with a man. I think it's been 18 years. It's
Okay, so what do you think about this? Does the fact, and I think we can all agree that like we haven't hit like the apex, but like it's clear that there's a lot of tension and that there's Like Ruby's definitely like obviously heating up and feeling like, you know, kind of a awkwardness. But like the Thorps are completely chill. Like they're completely chill. So do you think that's a signal that like it is just banter for content or just talking shit, or do you think, or does that play into like the mind games aspect of it?
Not working.
I actually don't think Ruby is all about relationships. I think she wants to do like YouTube and stuff. I don't think she's all about relationships. I just think she doesn't want to be by herself.
You don't want to
I
be
was
lonely?
fine single for 5 years.
I just don't think she wants to be lonely anymore.
Yeah, no, I would prefer to be in a relationship. I don't know why it's so controversial.
But why not just like have friends? What do you need?
I have lots of friends. I would also like a sexual friend. I'm sorry.
Let me give you a news.
What's wrong with
Let
that?
me give you a news flash.
He wants my advice
are
on the
not
Tinder
capable-
and
I like Grace's vibe. It's like out of a Fiona Apple music video or something.
Of
he
a
just does not
marital
ask.
relationship.
Yeah, I get it.
You're not capable of a marital relationship.
I actually think
So-
she knows that. I think that's why she got cold feet on the whole fiance
Why?
thing.
Yeah,
could
you're
be.
not capable of it.
There is a part of
And
me
I'm
that
not saying
does.
that makes you a bad person. It's just like not your calling.
I know it's not yours either.
Whether-
I totally get that.
Marital?
Yeah.
Oh, at this point, nothing.
Yeah, exactly. We're on the same page right here. Why?
Yeah, but I've called it. Look at me.
I know, me too. What's the issue?
Ben just
Alright,
trying
fine,
to
okay.
smash.
You called it, but I'm also like 20 years younger than you. So I'm still
There.
gonna shoot a couple shots. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm 18 years younger than you.
What you want to do? What I'm saying is like the marital relation, the whole marital thing, is a thing that's really meaningful because you produce children who then go.
Grace looks like she's turning like slowly into liquid and like flowing off the couch or flowing off the futon.
I guess I never fantasized about like marriage in that way. For me, it would be, I guess, yeah, more of a legal arrangement.
What point is there if there's not going to be?
It's like a romantic gesture, and I'm trying to become Christian. Why are you dissuading me, bitch?
Well, I'm speaking from a Christian perspective. You literally, in a couple of years, would have to, if you were a Catholic.
Oh no, you know the worst part about this? It all happened while John Galt was in the chat. John Galt came in and had ThorpTV acting up in front of John Galt.
Apply to a bishop to permit you to get married because the church would rule you to be like you know what I'm saying, like that it's not going to be productive.
I know.
And the church only gives an exception to that. Mostly they're like, oh, come on, stop. Don't even, like, we don't even care. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not saying physiologically you're there, but like
Sunglasses on.
I can see there's just
Hi, buddy.
you're just not oriented towards that.
I'm gonna try it,
we
but
should all try to do
we'll
something
see.
beautiful
I'm
with
gonna
our lives.
try to go for the normal life and to go for monogamy and children. Ben seems to think those are not worthy goals. I get that. It didn't work
Not
out for
you,
him,
no, they're
but
just a total
for
waste
me,
of
I
time.
do think that I could have a monogamous, happy relationship, and I'm gonna shoot for it.
Well,
even
what
if
about,
the
like,
odds of
what about like
having children are in the
MIA? She
50%.
never got married. She's creating beautiful art. I think she's. I think
Well,
she's
yeah,
not,
doing
along-
not
everything with her
anymore.
life.
Not anymore.
Along the way, I would still like to continue being
Like, what's
like
all these
free.
hours spent bouncing on a dick? What's the point?
I just it
What's the-
wasn't.
How much
It was one
validation do
day.
you need? It's like
It was one
another
though.
thing.
Ruby doesn't
I'm
really.
sorry. I
You
one
did-
sex with one person named Ben. I'm sorry.
you did drugs for decades. You bounced on a bunch of dicks. Well, don't you want to just like meaningful with your life?
Yes, I do. Why are you trying to
Well,
dissuade
wouldn't it be
me?
creating art?
This is so interesting content. Like getting to see these like what would ordinarily be so like private conversations is just so, I feel like almost like I shouldn't be watching this.
We're creating art right now. What are we doing?
I mean, not really. Something where you have to focus.
Okay, like my
Yikes.
drawings. Like
Wait,
my
what is our code now?
music, like what, Benjamin?
But
You just want to rant, and I'm just a proxy for that. And you're like ranting about some other bitch. It has nothing to do with me.
Did you?
Just admit it.
Is your art? Did you care about your music?
Yes, deeply.
So, but you never talk about it. You never.
Yeah, because I didn't want
dropped
to
a
dox
career?
myself at first, okay?
Why did you drop music?
Because the pandemic shut down a lot of music spaces. So there's no
Why didn't you
practice
pick
space,
it
and
back
all
up?
of my bandmates moved to Brooklyn, and I didn't start a new band.
But
I focused on my YouTube channel.
But Ruby, someone who's like
That was my
an
new
artist
creative
would
outlet.
not just be like, well, these things maybe you couldn't stop them. From
Exactly,
creating
because did you miss the part where I said when my bandmates moved to Brooklyn, I doubled down on my YouTube channel, and I started popping off on YouTube. Yes, I did fuck up and relapse for 3 years. I came back.
You haven't figured out if you're a musician or an intellectual.
Well, no,
You
it's
figured that out
creative.
yet?
Creative.
You're
create.
doing interviews with transgender people that are
Do you think Grace has taken this shape and angle to try to blend in with the futon?
all exactly the same.
Why?
Wait, hang on.
Boring.
Wait, hold on.
You don't need the blanket.
Hang on, hang on.
can tuck you in if
I
it's
have a new psychoanalysis angle. From what time period did you date your ex?
Oh, 100%. This is a great fit vibe for Grace. The like 80s yellow shirt. Is that still the collar pop shirt?
Fiance.
That was
From when you were
2012.
Well, how old to how old?
22 to like 27.
When you were 22 to 27. So he was your only. Okay, so then after
And then
that,
before that was just from 17 to 21.
okay, so you had 17 to 21, then you had 22 to 27, and you thought you were going to get married to that guy.
And then
Okay.
I was celibate for 5
Then
years.
you were celibate for 5 years. Then you did drugs.
You thought you
with
were
my
gonna get
ex.
married- like Ruby.
You did
come
drugs
on,
for.
let's-
Wait,
let's
wait,
get-
wait, wait. Hang on. Let me
It was
let this
way
out.
before
Wait.
the trans stuff. Let's
Hang on.
just-
Wait. Hang on.
You
Hang on.
did-
Hang on.
No,
Hang on.
no,
Hang on.
no.
Hang on. Wait.
I'm not
So
horny.
you did
I'm not
drugs.
horny.
You did drugs from.
Oh, Ruby's contention is that I'm making her into Courtney.
Well, what?
No,
What other
woman
woman that's not-
proxy would I be?
No, you're
don't
not
think
like my
anything
mom
like
at all. It would be very hard to project her onto you. You're just not very.
I
similar
never
to
asked
at
her
all.
why she gave up her music. There was no music. There was never anything. It's just
No, I still
nonsense.
do. I still like making music on GarageBand. I still do that, but
Wait.
I have a lot.
Wait.
Well, I think Grace had talked about the other day that Courtney had kids into her 40s.
Wait. Hold on.
I have
Wait.
a lot of stuff about me that you guys
Wait, what
don't
do you
even
put-
know.
What do you put her? What were you put here on Earth to do?
I would like to leave this planet a better place than I came here.
But like, in what way?
Probably in some way that connects to how I feel like mortally wounded as a child. Usually as an adult,
Yeah.
you can connect.
Has she gone back on that junk? Was that a talking point in a later stream? Yeah, Randy, he's got his shirt is unbuttoned, his belt is unbuckled, and I think he's unbuttoned. I don't know for sure though.
Connect with being the adult.
Okay.
So for me, that would be in like my family's mental health nonprofit, or like in prison reform, or system reform. These things you
Yeah,
would
but you're
relate to that.
dabbling in different things. By age 34, you should like start honing in on.
But you forget
One
about
thing.
the fentanyl 3 years, and then the psychosis. I just came out of hello.
I know, but
I'm
that's
a
just
new-
playing. That's playing around with fake personalities. It's like, I had a 3-year relationship with fentanyl. Like, big news, Ruby. You do everything for about 2 to 5 years.
Yikes! Yikes!
It's true.
Called
I do.
out. Is this fresh and fit? What the fuck?
You tried to die from the worst drug on earth. You're like, well, I gave up.
It's true. I was on like a death spiral.
She's a
I said,
what?
This is all bonus. I am a dabbler. I struggle to. I do.
I don't mean for my legs to get comfortable.
No, your legs are.
Yo, yeah, I agree, Samantha, for sure.
I used to be an anarcho-communist. I have dabbled in a lot of different kind of subcultures. I don't know what that says about me, but I don't think it's what.
When you're like 80 years old, what do you hope that people like? What do you hope to be known for?
Well, unfortunately, I blew 33 years being a drug addict. So starting this year,
Well, no,
I-
you weren't a drug addict for 33 years.
well, there was 5.
Well, to be fair though, Grimace, he did reject her direct sexual advance after the Star Trek trip.
Years where I was dating the trans person, 5 years where it was completely, psychotic in my own
Hold on.
way.
I just have a theory, which is that everything leads back to that 5-year relationship.
You think so?
I have a theory about that. So it was 22 to 27. Okay, wait. So I'm just saying 22 to 27, you dated a guy. You thought you were going to marry him.
If you're watching this, I'm sorry. I'm very open.
And then he turned out to be a trans woman. Then you had a sort of fentanyl binge. Now you're getting off of it,
Yes.
and your YouTube channel is about autogynephilia. I think this guy affected you more than you're willing to admit. Your thoughts?
What? You think there's a connection there? I think what?
Wait, at what point was the lesbian lover?
That was way earlier.
I was 17 to 22.
That was no. Oh no, she was 20. No, she.
So Ben's taken a brief respite. I like to think in headcanon that Ben knows we're at the we're gonna cross the Rubicon, so he's like hyping himself up. Famous last words, you're not like my mom at all. A few days later, whiteboard comparing Ruby and Courtney.
She was 21.
But I like to think that Ben's like hype, getting like powering up. You found out one of the favorite Yeah, I saw that. Truth Seeker knows.
1 to 22. So
Okay, so that was just a little stint.
And then
before the actual
relationship
boyfriend.
with the male before that was 17 to 21 or something. But it was 2011 when I lived in Providence and was living with Valentina, and then moved into my own place in Olneyville. But we were in a lesbian relationship.
I mean, it's an incredibly difficult conversation, like S-tier difficulty conversation. I don't think most people would have even entertained it in Ruby's place, like let alone been as like open and honest about it.
And we've been in a long-term friendship since then, but it's been kind of toxic. We just started talking again though.
I am not trying to hurt your feelings at all. I'm just noticing a pattern. I think everything goes back to the guy you thought you were going to get married to.
But I have no interest in being with them again at all.
I don't think you do. I'm just saying that I don't think you ever got
think-
over that. I think the drugs was.
I don't know, because I remember
part of that.
broke up with them, and I did not want to be with them.
I'm not saying it's because you got dumped.
But, I mean,
I'm not
it's
saying
like,
it's because you
like
got
what
dumped.
could
I
have
just
been
think.
if like things were different for sure.
Yeah, and I think also, I just think. I'm just noticing. I could totally be wrong.
I also want an entire show now of this interview style of Grace interviewing people.
I just feel like your life revolves around that relationship to a certain extent.
Well, we also shared a dog for 7 years after we broke up.
Yeah.
So we never lost contact.
Oh. But now you're not in contact anymore.
Until like the last time we were together was when we put the dog down, basically. And they have had flirty feelings towards me, but I'm not interested in them at all. Sorry.
I don't think you're interested in them.
No.
I just think. I
But
think
there
maybe.
there could be
maybe
connection
that
with, like,
was-
my hyperfixations and like that. Like that would make sense.
That's Montero. That's kind of why I really like doing these. Like, I know it probably seems like crazy, but like watching these entire streams, even if like the actual like the like money shot is way at the end, is because like this conversation is intense. But I just feel like if you've been through the entire journey, like literally 8 hours, we're at 8 hours and 5 minutes into this stream. Like it's been such a like this slow burn, like it's getting to like that almost like untenable level of tension.
Maybe that was a sort of. I think you were in love with that guy, and I think the fact that he was a trans.
Beautiful relationship.
I think the fact that he was a trans woman traumatized you. That's just my theory. I'm not saying he did it to hurt you.
Like
I'm not saying he did it to hurt you.
We were.
I'm
like,
just saying I
already,
think that
like moving. I had already broken up with him before, way before this trans stuff.
chat on my way off.
I had moved
Chat,
out.
what do you think?
Yeah, we talked about the Ruby Grace reunion probably being pretty likely. I think it's pretty likely either way. Yeah, because there's been so many like times when it was about to boil over, but it didn't.
Yeah, chat. What do you think? I had already like moved out and moved back in. We had relationship issues, way before the trans stuff. But the trans stuff like was exasperated.
She was in love with the transgender guy.
I was with them for
I feel like it goes all back to that.
This is what the Thorps would be like all the time on the Mark Fusion arc, because we'd be smoking indica 24/7.
Guy.
What goes back to that?
Like why I'm
Like
obsessed
she
with, like,
thought
trans
she was.
stuff.
It's the only guy she's ever talked about who she thought she was going to
Yeah.
get married to, and she
Grace,
realized.
you've dated like
What's up, Richard Ramirez? Lesbian lust is too strong.
basically transgender guys. Darius.
Yeah, but I mean, I never thought I was going to get married to them.
Serious.
I never.
I don't think it's a negative thing at all. But Ruby was really into Grace doing that dance before the dating stream. They like stream sniped Grace during that part, and Ruby was pretty into it. Which, I mean, you know, who could blame her?
I never
It's
thought
like
I was going to get
exploring-
married.
You're like basically just exploring sexuality. That's not a relationship.
Okay, but it wasn't
Yeah.
for 5 years. It was for like 1 month.
Richard, I'm just trying to process everything that's happening. Like the level of content is like massive, but like so much of it is like core to this narrative. So there's very little like, well, I mean, I guess by typical standards there like, I just don't, I feel like aside from the Glenn Lawrence stuff, I don't think there's very much like filler material lately. I think it's all been pretty fire.
Yeah.
I know, but you'd know ahead.
And YouTube must be sending it out. It's sending some of these clips out into like the algorithm deeper, because people keep coming and like commenting like that are obviously outside of the entire sphere and are just like completely confused. People from like the RV and van life community are finding some of my clips, and they're like saying that Ben looks like he's holed up in an RV. Like they were really offended that he was smoking inside the vehicle.
At a time, but it's just like it's a dabbling.
Okay, I could be wrong.
You're saying you think that she was surprised that this person came out as
I was.
transgender?
I literally was. You've seen pictures of them retransitioning.
He looked like a regular guy.
But you're with someone a lot over the course of years and you don't notice this. This is like these women, you know, you're like one of these women who's like,
Well, I think we can all agree that we're being worked if Ruby shows up under a mask on a new stream and tries to pass herself off as a new character, like when Hulk Hogan went under the mask as like Mr. USA or whatever. Then we'll know there's some shady booking going on.
I don't know, he came out of the closet.
I'm not Ruby Spacek. I'm her sister, Sapphire. But I have to wear this mask at all times.
He was a homosexual and was Bart farking guys. I had no idea. It's like, yeah, you did. You did.
No, because a lot
A
of
guy who is not sure of his own gender doesn't have sex like a man.
Do you want? I could show you his band and show you what they were like. It was not female.
No, Rainey, the guy recently was not trans. It was just
No.
a guy off
The
Tinder.
problem, Ruby, you have to look forward. Like this stuff you're doing with this 23-year-old, it's fine. You can do whatever you want.
At the end of this whole arc, like Ruby turns around and she's like, "Oh, Ben, there's one last thing," and she like pulls off this hyper realistic mask, and it's the real Joe Shabatoni. It was the higher power the whole time.
That was the one.
But do you
thing.
want to be a zany 55-year-old woman who's got like a wood necklace?
No,
and, like,
that's what I'm
goes to the
going on a
library?
date with a 35-year-old social studies teacher who's taking me out for pizza tomorrow.
But a 35-year-old study, this is the definition of a loser.
I'm going. I told you equal or lesser. That's what I'm going for.
And you're going to create a family together once you get off, like once you stabilize from methadone. You need at least 5 years.
No, you don't. I can get off in 2 years. Sorry.
You're going to go from being a fentanyl addict
Yes.
to having children within 5 years.
Yes.
No.
Well,
No,
I'm
you're
going to
not.
attempt to pull off this
Are you
very
using
crazy
kids? You're
task.
using kids.
Stay
to, like, keep you
tuned,
off
guys,
fentanyl.
and you will see what happens. I mean,
Well,
what?
I don't think she's using kids
You
to stay off
need something
fentanyl.
serious
No, I'm just-
to do with your life, and dating is obviously not. You've done it for 18 years with zero to show for it. It's
Thank
like,
you,
let's just
Sheldon.
call it. Let's just take the L and move on. If you're going on dates for the next 5 years, which you're going to be, it's going to get progressively more and more ludicrous. But what are you going to be telling? Like, you're going to be on Tinder when you're like 53 years old, going like, this one could be the one.
I don't know. My
you're
mom
just
divorced
gonna-
when she was in her 40s and met her boyfriend. They've been together for 10 years, and I like the relationship.
Okay, but your mother was
Right,
married and she had kids.
Yeah.
She tried something.
I know. Oh,
You've
wow.
never
Thank you for this
tried it.
advice for going back in time. Wow, that's great advice. Thank you.
Grace is winding down. We need to get some more nicotine, alcohol, and pizza.
I'm not. I just don't think it's your calling.
Me neither. That's why I'm giving it a 10% chance.
Yeah, one guy wrote like a whole paragraph about how he was upset by what he had seen, that Ben was abusing. What did he call it? He said something like a real man wouldn't desecrate their sanctuary on wheels by smoking like it was the 1970s.
What is your calling? Because
Probably
if you
trying
keep
to
wasting your
serve
time with this
people
10%
with-
chance,
all it takes is a couple swipes to set up a date. It's not like
what I'm saying is,
a full-time job.
Ruby,
I will
think-
make your Tinder. I'll find you a date. We can fix it. Don't
Ruby,
worry.
I
You don't have
can-
to be so
I
seething
can,
and jealous that I have a dating life and
I can fast
someone.
forward.
Yeah, I think Ben was definitely going to be contrarian here no matter what. Funny how Ben said today people shouldn't question the sex life. Well, but be honest, would Ben be as entertaining of a character to watch if he was consistent? I think that's part of like especially on the panels, I think that's one of the more fun things about Ben is that he'll pretty much take any position on any issue and argue it.
Gave up on dating because they are too tired. Sorry.
I can fast forward 20 years.
Truth Seeker No says Ruby can't wait to have a child that will be taken away from her. Wow.
Boom.
You've got like
Boom.
a wood necklace on. You know what those?
All right, I can
wooden
fast forward
beads.
20 years.
You've got like a zany pair
are
of glasses.
you are in the RV. You too have zany glasses and a
You know,
hat,
you're gonna be like that.
and
You're gonna be like
you
that.
are gonna be in the RV.
I'm gonna be dead, bitch.
Well, yeah, you're probably gonna be dead from lung cancer in 5 years, but
No, you're gonna be like
Hypothetically.
that guy. That you're gonna be like the female equivalent of that guy with the 2 dogs who came by that bored the fuck out of you. Because you have a lot of interesting stories that no one wanted to hear about.
But-
It's like
you know my stories are more
Sure.
interesting. Now you're just trying to be dark. You know I'm way more fascinating than that guy.
I meet these
Fact.
ladies. I meet ladies like that.
Was there ever a point in this when you guys were watching it and you were like, okay, that's the point where I would have been like, okay, well, let's call it a night, or like, was there a certain point in the conversation where if like you were in Ruby's shoes, you would have like called it a night?
Facts. I don't want to hear lies, but that's cute. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, because you have
We
like,
understand someone's jealous that I'm going out for what I want when he's too tired to. He tried to with Ava, didn't work out. He's mad that I'm going for what I want. I get it.
hey, you know, I'm just trying to help.
I don't know if that's what the word.
All right,
Audience.
so you say there's a 10% chance that within 5 years of being a hardcore fentanyl addict, that a good, steady, like a good guy who wants to have kids is going to be like, I'm going to take this risk, and it makes sense.
Yes,
with
like
you.
the guy I'm
You're going to
talking to.
create
Sorry.
children, and you're going to put children in that situation.
Because Mary.
Do you think that like the people who are, which it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people that are like huge vocal supporters of Ben, but do you think that it's not that they don't I think they know that he contradicts himself. I just don't think they care. I think that's part of that's maybe part of the entertainment value and what makes the debates so interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I think I've said this before, but Morton Downey Jr., who was like a real controversial talk show host back in the 80s and 90s, it was really hard to win an argument with him because he would literally say or do anything, whereas like a lot of people weren't doing that back then. But if he had a saying that I think it was like that, like debating or arguments are much easier to win when you're not tethered to reality. So if you're just like arguing just for the sake of arguing and like just stream of consciousness, which it seems like sometimes that's what Ben does, then it's an entertaining thing to watch, I think.
Miracles happen. I'm sorry that you don't believe that.
It's just normally not this like oppressively tense.
Sorry.
Miracles
No.
happen.
I don't think you
once
should base
in
your
a
life on
while.
miracles.
You don't think I should procreate?
Oh boy. Here we go. But before we get to the big moment here, I just want to point out that Ben told Ruby that basically her only hope was a miracle. And Hollywood Grace Thorp, just as she's running out of the nicotine and the alcohol and the pizza, manages to sing "Miracles Can Happen." That is Kino. Stream of subconsciousness. Yeah, I could see that too.
That's a new opinion.
I don't think that's
What?
Well, also, wouldn't you say that there are people in chat who present that they're supporters of Ben, but they are maybe just trying to like empower him so that he'll say like more and more, you know what I mean? Like that want to kind of gas him up so that he'll really get going. Yeah, we're definitely in the storm now. Holy shit.
Wow. I thought you were with me for this like journey, and like now
What
you're
I
saying
found
I
out
should
about your
procreate.
patterns,
This segment is brought to you with minimal interruptions by BetterHelp.
I know about your patterns.
Oh, my pattern of one time hooking up with a younger man. I'm sorry.
No,
No. These like 2 to 5. I get
Okay,
it.
true.
Like,
Yes, in my 20s, I had a couple long-term relationships. Yes.
it's fine. I don't have a vocation to what I thought I had a vocation to, but like I'm not really pursuing it.
Rini says, "What does Ben suggest instead?"
Yeah. What should?
I think you should find one thing that you dedicate the rest of your life to. Seriously,
being
or
a whore for.
Or person.
What if she can't commit to one?
You have to become a serious person.
I'm trying. How do you not see that?
No, try.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm literally.
No, you're an like it's cute.
You don't
But
think I'm trying?
You're like a
Trying what?
34-year-old
Like,
teenager.
I was a big
Sweetheart.
fuck up. I'm trying to be a good person, turn my life around.
What do you mean
like
turn
with
your
getting
life
off of
around?
French
There's nothing to
doors.
turn
Yeah,
around.
and like I'm doing job
What's there to
interviews
turn
and
around?
like
What's
Yeah.
like you're not
Yeah.
a dark person. What's there to turn around?
true. Yeah, I guess it's not that much.
So
Just the stopping of
Well,
the drugs,
the drugs
and, yeah,
and stuff. That was a dark time.
yeah.
you were just fooling around with it, obviously, like you were with all the guys.
Yeah.
You were. I don't believe you were like a hardcore addict or anything. And I think your psychotic things were just like basically like taking a break from taking a break.
Distinction in the chat says Ben is the voice of Satan.
Maybe.
Well,
I would love for that to be true.
Really
I think
says
you've had a lot
That's
of.
my. Thank you for affirming my delusion that
Rini
is true.
wants to know what an example is. Yeah, what is an example of something you could dedicate your life to?
An example.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rini just wants it.
Something like art or religion or like taking her.
I read the Bible all day and draw pictures and do YouTube. What do you want?
I mean, but that works in internet blood sports, though, where it's kind of like each panel that you go onto, you're pretty much starting completely fresh. Like we see all that stuff because we see all the panels and we hear all the conversations. But if you're just like panel hot, I mean, eventually it could catch up with you. But I think for the most part, you kind of, I don't know. I guess it's if you watch the blood sport stuff and assume that the people believe what they're saying. You know what I mean? I don't believe Glenn Lawrence believes half the shit that he says. I think he just says shit trying to get attention and whatnot. So I don't always assume that the people that are arguing these points actually like believe them. But I agree, if you were having like a traditional debate, like Ben's relying a lot on like finessing personality and like you said, the smothering style. So I think it's entertaining, at least, to watch on the Bloodsport channels.
I'm doing everything.
I love to watch Ben debate Speakeasy. That's probably my favorite Ben combo.
But you have. I'm just saying, to preserve yourself from becoming this like zany middle-aged lady with the wood necklace and like
that's inevitable. We've already established
frames.
Where's
that's like, hey, I'm at the library.
That's already
Everyone
happening. We've already established that's my
like,
future.
Oh my god!
You already canceled out any opportunity that I could procreate, even though I do think I have a couple years. You think I would be the zany woman with glasses? I think you're going to be the zany guy with glasses.
That's fine. Like, if you want to say where I'm going to be, I don't know. I don't. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know. I mean, I just think like.
Well, we
I'm
already
just
know
saying,
you
like,
gave
I'm
up.
seeing-
I did.
He gets so fired up at Ben, and like Ben can trigger him so easily. But then also Speakeasy is such a simp for Grace. Like he's always thinking about her and that beer bottle. He can never fucking shut up about it. He always brings it up.
And then he's mad. I'm not. That's cute.
I'm mad.
Yeah.
What am I mad about?
You're mad that I went on a date with someone named Ben.
Plus, they're just two people who it's just funny to see them interact. Like they're such like they're both like colorful people, but in very different ways. And I just think seeing them interact is great. But then especially like they have that like I don't know. I don't know how Ben feels about Speakeasy. I think Speakeasy genuinely hates Ben. At least it seems like it.
Jealousy.
There's like some name.
He's
thing going on.
molding.
I think he's molding.
I mean, you're saying a guy. This is no offense to you, but a guy would say like, I think you're a terrific person, but a guy would say like, let's make babies with you
Yes.
at this age.
Yes.
With your history.
Someone who has a comparable.
Right, but I agree it is, Joe, but I mean, at this point, what value does bringing it up have in a conversation when you're, Ben's on like round, whatever with Speakeasy. It's not like Speakeasy has a new point to make or he has, he said his piece on it. He just can't. I just think he really likes the imagery involved.
Well, history. That's the whole.
But they would be like a kind of dabbler. They would have to be a dabbler to do that.
Perhaps
A dabbler in kids.
I kind of low key want to get an outfit like Speakeasy wears. I think it might be kind of fun.
But when you bring kids in, you can't just like dip after 5 years. Although
I
I
agree with
know
that,
people
yeah.
have attempted it. I mean, you're not really.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
You're not really oriented. Look at your house. You're not
I
even
know.
trying to keep a house.
Why are
And
you
that's fine.
dragging me?
But you don't know how to cook.
I know how to cook.
No, you don't.
I do.
Like cook, like have an organized. You don't want to do any of that stuff, do you?
I actually do quite.
You want to be
enjoy
an
cooking.
aunt. You want to be an aunt.
Sure, that could be. I could be the kooky aunt. You could be the kooky uncle. It'd be a great arrangement.
You want to be the aunt, but like you can't just be the kooky aunt because like the kooky aunt ends up going to the library and annoying everyone with their like hilarious jokes and that. You know what I mean? Like,
But I just don't
need
think that's
something
me.
serious.
You're just trying to like appeal to some stereotype that might be offensive and like relatable to me, and it's not really hitting. It's cute. I appreciate your attempts, and I appreciate that you're jealous that I went on a date with someone named Ben who was much younger and more viral than you.
Well, you could
so
be a kind of like you could.
I think he has an advantage in some debates because he is Ben Thorpe, and if like people know anything about him, like whoever he debates can't really bring up anything personal because Ben won't really care. Like he won't put any he might react if it's like beneficial to him in the debate, but it's not like you're really going to tarnish Ben's reputation. But like if Ben could get you to do just one thing stupid, like with Glenn Lawrence when Glenn called himself a loser, like whatever else happened in that before or after that in the debate, like that's the moment everyone's going to remember. They're not going to remember that if Ben like, you know, backtracked or changed his story. They're going to remember that Ben got Glenn to call himself a loser. So like you can push Ben all over the place because he's not really worried about how he's seen particularly. So but if you make like one little mistake, that can be enough to like completely shift the optics of the debate.
Could be a kind of like
He was
patroness
very-
of
Ruby, I don't want to have kids.
young musicians.
I don't think
of
it makes
young
sense.
musicians, but
I
like,
would, but I actually would.
really
That's why
try
I'm going
to
for the
help
10%
them.
chance. I don't know what you're hating on procreation. I think you want the white woman to procreate. What's the issue? You want Mrs. I'm possessed by a demon to procreate, but not me.
Who's
Who's
possessed by a demon?
Aphrodite.
Oh,
Oh.
Aphrodite.
Oh, I mean,
Absolutely, she should be banging out kids, but I mean that's going to be crazy for those kids.
she's like 42. She can't have kids.
You've been like telling this bitch to
She's
go.
42.
Yeah, she's fucking old as fuck, dude.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I think she's actually 40 though. I think she said in chat because she took issue with my reaction to her breakup video.
I'm in
How
my
old do
early
you think she
30s.
was?
Yes,
How
she
old is
is.
Aphrodite?
You're just so old that it looks young to
Wait,
you.
how old
She's
is
old
she?
as shit, dude.
Wait, maybe she's.
That's why I
thought
said
I thought
this
she
is
was
where the
definitely
elderly
in her
females get her
40s.
balls washed, and she got offended. But I said this is where us elderlies.
How old is
Us.
Aphrodite, Rose?
Ruby, if
I was
you
including
take-
that in
if
me.
you
37.
if
Okay,
you-
she's 37.
If you take what I'm saying to you
She's got 3 years.
offensively,
Yeah, she's
then
got
I
3
don't- I don't
years,
wanna-
and
I
I've
don't wanna
got
hurt your
like
feelings. I'm just saying, like,
you couldn't possibly.
what do you mean you go to feelings?
I guess I'm kind of guilty of this, but like I think on like the Boyd panels, is there really any point to? I guess if you're just like a Lalo type character that wants to like sharpen your debate skills, you can do that. But I mean, I don't really remember any. That's probably just to my taste though, because I like the drama shit. But I don't really remember ever hearing any really masterful like debates on Boyd. Really, I've seen some like really entertaining ones and some interesting ones, but I don't. If somebody made like a salient point at some time, like that's just not going to be something that sticks out to me because I'm not like looking for it in that. You're going to save Aphrodite? Well, no, I'm not saying it's like an accomplishment, but I'm just saying like to Ben, that's a win, and it's like it is a funny clip.
You're offended by what? Are you offended by what I'm saying?
I find it interesting that you have such a mismatched perception than mine.
See, what I can offer,
and I
other
think it's
people-
offensive that you feel so entitled to.
I don't understand channels like Glenn Lawrence's, and I'm not trying to criticize him or anything, but if you're doing like life advice or business advice or whatever, like you can't. I mean, I know everybody starts somewhere, but you think you would shift over to like a how-to channel like once you've made it. And then you could be like, hey, this is how we built our brand. This is why we have, 3 million subscribers. This is why ... But if you're like giving people advice and stuff, like it just seems like a weird place to get it on like a 50 viewer stream. Like, and I'm not knocking him. It's hard as hell to get 50 viewers. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a weird combination of factors to me.
Say such outrageous things.
See, I think you're very hard to offend.
I am.
But I'm like,
you're like going on.
Laughing Cedar, do you think that Ben is behaving like the raptors in Jurassic Park? He's testing the electric fence to see if there's any safe spots that he can get in there.
A
but
special
I
mission.
can find exactly
No, you can't.
what's
You
gonna
can't.
offend
Oh no! No one's ever thought of telling the old
I'm a
woman she won't
master.
procreate.
But I'm not trying to offend you. I'm not trying to offend you.
Do you know ever since the first live stream I did. Dead egg. I get it. That was the first.
No.
That was the first insult I was ever thrown at me.
I'm actually saying something positive. I'm saying
He's
I
not
don't
trying to
think
insult you.
your calling in life, if you just do the basic math, I'm not saying like I have a missing. There's just no way that you've lived the life you've led in order to become a trad mom.
Not a trad mom, but
or
I think
even
I
one of
be.
these like, oh, I'm a hippie mom. It's too.
I absolutely think the amount I've changed in the last year. That's why I say 10%. 10%.
Okay, but why would you be focusing a lot?
I'm not. That it takes 2
What's
seconds.
The 90%? What's the 90%?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say she was probably caught off guard. Look at Grace though; she's like beaming.
90% chances that I have to be the fucking cool one with the glasses. Yeah, congrats. But I would prefer to aim for the 10% chance that I could pull off having a family next year.
Why not avoid being the aunt with the glasses? Like only. But
there's no avoiding that unless I get pregnant.
Well, I know it's not popular to use this kind of a phrase when we're talking about ThorpTV, but like there are obviously shades of gray here. Everyone involved, and then we still have players who are going to contribute that come in later. Ava, Lalo, opportunists that come in while this relationship is, on the brink, who don't exactly help. But like I think everybody involved has to take some level of accountability. Grace absolutely geeking on the drama she knows is about to happen. I mean, she's gargoyling. She's like perching to get a good view. But I'm not judging people or like whatever for their roles in this. I just think like, I think Ruby is maybe more of a de-escalator than the Thorps, but there's not a lot of de-escalation happening. And there's definitely not a lot of de-escalation after this. You get like those couple of little like periods of peace. But this has been like anytime one thing falls out of place after this, like it's just completely accelerates. So I think everybody had an opportunity to step in. And then when it gets turned into content, which I realize the irony in that, but like, if it's turned into like, I've got to get Ruby on my show so that she can trash the Thorps, or or like in Lalo's case, you talk about Ben wanting to eliminate Ruby as competition. Lalo is who wanted to eliminate Ruby as competition. He has been on the get rid of Ruby train like forever. So he definitely has a hand in how things go a little bit later on. It's just such a layered situation, which is crazy because this is a fucking IRL YouTube stream. Like, how is the narrative this rich and dense? It's maybe the drugs is why.
Here's what I'm saying. Like, why not take the 90% seriously and like,
I'm taking everything seriously and taking every angle into consideration.
No,
welcome to my life. Thank you for the advice. Thank you.
Why not really try to like think about like how that could be like a meaningful life?
No shit. I do that no matter what.
You have a meaningful life? I
am pondering how to have a more meaningful life. I'm like Ava. I'm thinking about being an electrician, It's just as yeah.
I mean, my thing with it, see, like, Ari, I think we'd agree on this. I'm not sure about it. I don't think Ava, and she herself says she's in no position to get in a relationship because she's predatory. So that's different than your thing. She's predatory with men.
So you think this was 100% like Ben went, you think he went in knowing this is what I'd like to accomplish tonight? More, yeah. It's like you just don't get these kind of storylines on some of the other channels here. Drugs and mental illness.
She's in no position to put a man in that position. She's super young too.
Yeah, she pull it together.
Should focus on her art. She's incredibly gifted.
Yeah, she is very talented.
Art. She shouldn't try to become an electrician. What the fuck?
Well, for money, it's hard to make money as an artist.
Like, okay, but you know what's really hard to do? Make money as an artist when you're not
I
being
know.
an artist.
I know.
She's 22 years
She
old.
could
She's
put her
on
art
welfare,
way
whatever.
more like out there. But
She could
like,
find
just
some
does it.
OPC Don type guy.
He's already proud of the
All right.
literal
Well,
OPC
she can
Don.
sit there and jerk him off.
I just like the energy, like watching this for me is weird. I can't even imagine like being in that room at that moment. Grace trying to break the tension with some Gooner content.
With one hand and do art with the other hand until like she makes enough money that she can use both hands to do the art and leave him to kill himself like he should.
I mean, yeah. OPC, I try to see the best in everyone, but I don't see much potential in
So
OPC.
what I'm saying is, you agree with me about that, right?
What?
Like Ava, you're only young once, okay? You have
Yes.
an incredible skill in spite of yourself.
Yeah.
You can't help but make beautiful 2D art, and you're an interesting personality, but like that's not really working for you. Like draw the pictures, like it's amazing.
I
It's
think
like a
that
gift from
what she's
God.
been doing has been work. She's been getting good numbers. Her stats have been up.
Yeah, okay, fine, but like she's exactly like my son John. He's incredibly gifted as a two-dimensional artist,
Yeah.
and his personality is interesting, but it's incoherent.
Well, she's not gonna make a substantial channel just based off of like commenting on you guys. Like that's a niche of a niche to comment on you guys. You know. Yeah.
Right. What I'm saying is like.
I mean, but I agree with what you were saying that she does do it well.
Should parlay
Like
her
follow, like
audience.
you know, like.
If she wants to be swimming in
Yeah,
dick,
she's decent.
Right.
she
Yeah.
should swim in
There's
patron
potential there
dick.
for that. But like, do we?
Ruby,
want that?
you're not listening to me. This is why you're going to be that woman.
I actually disagree that Ava couldn't build a substantial channel mainly covering the Thorps. A lot of people in this space have like multiple really fairly big sized channels devoted to clipping them or making detractor videos or whatever. And those channels don't have, well, like when King Cobra has his girlfriend around, there's some like social dynamic shit that you can kind of dive into a little bit, but not very often. But like there's so much analysis that could go into the Thorp stuff. Like I think Ava could easily make a channel that was like primarily Thorp, but then like some off stuff, especially because she's a Thorpeter. Like she has she's got a different perspective than just like a random detractor. But I still think there's plenty of room even for more people if they wanted to make Thorp content. There's so fucking much of it. Like it's not even really like competition if somebody else starts up because they're going to be interested in probably a different type of content and there's just so much of it. Yeah, Ava's had a bunch of people in her chat lately. Yeah, Ben remains completely relaxed. I saw she did like Ava did like a thing on a TikTok family or something. Healthy family force or something.
It's fine.
I've accepted. I already told you.
She also has a piece of Thorp lore that, to my knowledge, is not otherwise available unless somebody recorded it. She's got the beach footage after she did whatever, and Grace comes into her chat like really fired up and gets in like really gets her claws out. Like that's a really good piece of Thorp lore that Ava has that like nobody else has. Ava the Natural. I like Ava's show.
You bonus round no matter what. You can't kill that. You can't kill that excitement and connection.
Plus, like for better or worse, Ava is genuinely like personally interested and I think invested in the Thorps, which makes for even better content than if you're just somebody trying to pick random stuff. Like Ava knows what a Thorp viewer wants to see because she's a Thorp viewer.
God, sorry.
I'm not trying to kill it. I'm trying to focus it.
But you're just saying don't focus it on the dating.
Because when you're in your 50s and 60s, I'm like, this is a bonus round.
I
Like,
used Tinder for 3 minutes today. I already connected with my date tomorrow. Maybe I'll get pregnant. We'll see.
But what I'm saying is, like an aunt figure can be a very, very important figure and can be a serious figure.
True.
Other than being the aunt.
That's
figure.
the
But
second
being an
option.
aunt, like literally biologically, you're always like pathetic compared to the mother, right? Because it's not a real
Or
bond.
you've got
Well, I mean, this stream has been I mean, I've been as part of this series. We're up to 8.5 hours into this, and like, it's just been a conversation with a couple peaks, but really the energy's been pretty, pretty low key, and like, I don't think any of it's been boring. I think all of it's been like super interesting, and then of course, is it getting like more and more tense?
the best deal
I hope I don't faint.
ever.
Right.
You get the joy of like hanging out
Not
with kids
really,
and none
though.
of the
You're just
responsibility.
sad. If you're a childless aunt, you're just sad.
Not necessarily.
But you can be I don't know what the word is like for females, but like an avuncular figure can do incredible good. And an auntie figure can do incredible good. So you could be kind of a mentor to Ava.
True.
And I mean, like, really take it seriously. Really.
You wish there was footage of the hair pulling? Oh, absolutely. Don't you think, though, Joe, tell me if I'm crazy, but isn't it weird to think of, like, the Thorps just out in the world without the cameras? Like, I don't know how, I mean, that's almost seems like that seems weird. As aunt, yeah. He is totally Laughing Cedar building a whack pack. Completely. Like, the Thorps definitely have a whack pack.
Have a relationship with her.
Me and Ava recently squashed the beef.
Yeah.
We've been on fine terms. So.
And like get her to be serious. And maybe your seriousness is getting other girls to be serious about young women, about directing their talents in a more focused way. Maybe.
Like as a mentor figure, sort of.
I don't know if I'm ready to be like a mentor. Like I can't really even do my own life, so it's like I don't know if I could do the advice for others.
But maybe your life has been like too like much about avoiding seriousness.
Sure.
And
We got a super chat.
it should be more focused on being serious.
I'm trying. Jake Fire.
Through others. I don't know. You seem
Jake-
other oriented.
Jake Fire for the $5. Thank you.
Ben talking over a super chat.
I like Ben. He is voice of reason. We can learn from him. Grace, I had Shuli Network channel shout you out. They have a huge following, 1.2K viewers.
Oh wow.
Well, thank you, Jake Fire. That's very nice of you. Thank you very much. Thank
I mean,
you
are
for
you
$5.
feeling like
Thank you for the
guess
$10 super chat earlier, or super stick.
I guess what I would question is like,
Thank you.
are you feeling like the silliness is over now?
Yes.
And like, I feel like that movie.
Yes, I'm sorry I fucked the
The
23-year-old
Circle of
Benjamin,
Life.
but
Hang
I'm
on,
ready
wait.
for the
Lion
Tyrone
and
has a
Cat.
good point. Tyrone says, wait, Ruby, you say you're ready for children, but not for mentorship. It's confusing.
I'm not ready for children this second. That's actually a joke. I'd have to be off of the chemical methadone before I actually get pregnant. So it'd be at least 2 to
But
3
have you
years in
spent
the
a lot of
future.
time around children in the last 18 years?
No, not really. So I don't have a lot of experience either.
You hung out.
Oh my God, distinction in the chat. Ben, living out of an RV, laying on a drug addict's couch at over 50. Ruby, you're not taking life seriously enough. Wow.
You hung out with people your own age, right?
Mostly.
So like maybe it's just not a thing for you. I'm just.
I
saying,
know.
maybe it's not
That's
your
why I
thing.
say with 80%.
What makes you
Predictability.
what makes
Why
you want
not
children?
just say
It
like?
seems like very fulfilling. Like when you're old, life is actually quite long. So
Yeah,
without
a lot of
some
times-
children to fill up that
A lot
time,
of times
like
Ruby-
I would worry about that.
Like, how many false finishes are we going to get on this thing? What's it going to take? This is like Shawn Michaels against The Undertaker at WrestleMania. You know, they've got to get it just right. They can't pop the crowd until the finish. This is masterful storytelling.
You try to like. I say you're really great at the dating show,
Mhm.
and you are in a sense a great model for young women because you're like, You have an incredible like game that you run. It's totally different than what all young women run. And I think you could be a great mentor to them just by being yourself and being somewhat silly, but also like you.
I think you can still read the reviews for the restaurant, and there's like online information. I don't know that there's like a commercial though. It'd be funny if Ben was in a commercial. Yeah, he's definitely. Which I guess that might speak to the point of that Ben was kind of on a fishing expedition here, is that he kind of topic hopped until he got one that the hook got in on.
You're really caring about that show. Like you want to keep it fun, you keep the party going. And that can be a noble thing to do if it's other oriented. You know what I'm saying? Like you can be like you can be a like, you know what I'm saying? There's a difference between a silly woman who's in her 50s and 60s that everyone's like, oh my God, when is this person going to leave here? And a fun woman who's grown into middle age with that kind of, you know what I'm saying? She's a matron. She's
Like a Nikki
she
Doo.
stays fun,
I
but
think
she's
Nikki
a
Doo.
matron. Yeah,
Nikki Doo.
like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Nikki Doo. I think it's a silly woman.
Well,
but-
she's had a husband and kid.
Do you remember earlier when Grace said that she liked Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park? Ben now has that iconic Jeff Goldblum with his shirt open pose. It's uncanny.
Yeah, but she had she had that kind of serious life. You did it differently, in the sense that you had like a super long teenage time, which allows you to be like lighthearted in a way that most women your age are burned out one way or the other. Most of them are burned out, and you're just beginning. You said like, I see it as the bonus round.
Yeah, I do.
You're just beginning, like you have the freshness and like childlike, which doesn't, it's not a put down, childlike freshness that like you came out of this really dark, crazy, silly period where you had to be self-oriented to survive. But now I think you've got some feet on your ground. But having kids is not, doesn't, I just don't see it.
What you've been so.
So you think that we're still at a point to where Ruby could have pulled the ripcord and maybe like brought a peaceful end to the night? Well, not peaceful, but like everybody leaves on like positive terms, which I guess is peaceful, but you could like have fake peace, I guess.
Pro me trying to get pregnant up until just fucking now. Why the switch up?
Well, I think earlier.
I didn't know you very well.
That's fair enough, but I'm still gonna try to go for that 10%.
Wait,
chance.
but Ruby, you
I
said,
think you
said-
fried your like, I think you fried your like whatever was there, and maybe that's good because it's like it's over. Like it's your sexual history is not the history that then turns. You're just living in a fantasy land. Same, I think, with your
I
podcast
know a
about
lot
like
of people,
intellectual
like
stuff.
actually do take a U-turn in life. Especially, I've known a lot of people who, like, especially my own parents, who when they got pregnant, stopped the way they were currently living and completely turned lives around. Got a state job, stay-at-home mom, and you know,
Your parents are divorced.
they divorced when I was 18. So yeah,
I mean, I'm not throwing shade on them what they tried to do then, but like, the
Man,
family's a disaster.
you can't really talk. You don't really want to go to that angle.
Oh, I'm not saying. Look, in a certain way, like they turned their lives around and then it kind of reverted.
Sure, and then I got better, and I got
Yeah,
less
sure,
better.
and we're all living out our vocations in different ways.
Yeah.
But I just think that you're too light of a person to now get serious in that way. It just you would have
could
done
be
it
right.
differently.
That's why you guys gotta stay tuned for the next season and see what happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Maybe
I can't believe Ruby is so chill. Like I'm really surprised.
you'll get another round of kids. Who knows?
Maybe, but I don't really see how that would make any sense. Like, I'm totally exhausted. How would I want to raise more kids?
I don't know. Life finds a way.
You would have to fall in love with somebody.
Yeah, some like
my
rando.
age,
I
little bit
feel
older
like a
than
real
me.
Yeah,
calling.
like some younger.
Like
I
I
can see that
have really
happening,
like meaningful things that I would like to communicate to the world, and so far the world has not been that receptive.
I think he recognizes it, but it's more of like an unpleasant ambient sound.
But I really feel like, wouldn't you agree?
I agree with you, but I think I think there's something you're not taking into account, which is that like Ruby's a woman, you're a man. I'm not saying women can't have meaning, but like I think I'm not trying to be red pill here, but like you without a woman can
Like
have
Ruby,
a
wait
you
a
can
second.
have, like,
No, I'm gonna say
Mhm.
something.
Yeah.
Ruby, you don't want to clean up this apartment. You don't want
Well,
to.
I have like various levels of functioning, but it is something I struggle with.
But you don't like you. I mean, you're 34 years old. You don't. It would.
Joe Shabatoni in chat tells Grace to shut it.
You could do
Keep your nose out of this, Grace.
this in like 2 days. Have it like in banger shape. But you'd have to like figure out what to do with these cats because there's like a problem.
Yeah.
But like you don't want to do that.
That's why
You
I
want to
said
have a
that 2
nice relationship
years.
with your brother and be like.
That's why I said the 2 years. 2 years is kind of a long time.
But so you're thinking.
So Grace just typed in chat, bro, is this bridge gonna burn? Laughing my ass off.
In 2 years,
Yeah.
you're gonna want to clean this up.
No, in 2 years is when I would want to have kids.
But what I'm saying is it's like a metaphor for that kind of life.
Well, I figured I'd move into an apartment where I'm with, and ideally, if the 10% works out,
You don't think you're gonna bring this there?
hopefully not.
But you've never lived since.
How is 8.5 hours of just a long conversation like this interesting to me? What's going on in my brain?
You were 16 years old in a place that was like bougie, right? It's like always kind of like
Well, there was never a reason
rock
to
and
keep
roll
it
punk
bougie,
rock, let's call it.
You know, so there was never another person to keep it cleaner for. If I had a child, I'd definitely take.
So you're gonna have a man to keep you from like.
I need what Giggler has in Cam Dog. I need that.
But
A
men aren't
man
there
who
to.
loves to clean.
Men
Usually I
aren't
date
there
men
to
who
clean
love to
up for
clean,
women.
so I
Really?
do,
It's
yes.
Exactly backwards.
I do tend to date in opposite like gender roles, like very feminine men. I take the more masculine role for whatever reason.
The plot twist is that Grace is the Rick and Ben is the Morty.
Why do you only roll a few?
I rolled like 10 last time, didn't I? I'm all over there.
I don't remember that.
There was a decent amount there at the point.
She smoked them all.
It was Ruby's fault.
Dream,
Wait, but Dad, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying like women without a man can feel sort of like empty and drifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like
So
a
I think it
lost-
would be a
like,
lot
I'm in my feminine
harder.
chaos.
Like for Ruby, like you,
Seriously.
I'm not trying to compare you guys.
Yeah, but
I'm
a
saying-
man doesn't mean a sexual partner necessarily. She could find a priest. She could find like another guy in the arts, something like that. She could work with. Tons of guys like that.
Well, whatever you, I'm
What
open
about
to
that loser
solutions here.
photographer guy? Why didn't you start talking to him? He's got all kinds of connections, all kinds of money. But you just like
The guy
roll
with
your
two
eyes and
dogs.
walk away.
Oh,
Just imagine, like, of all the timelines and all of the, like, years of human history before us and all the years of human history in front of us, we lived in the sweet spot to be able to watch ThorpTV, and we lived in the timeline where Ben thought it was a good idea to put his family on YouTube. Like, a lot of scenarios had to line up for us to be here right now.
that was.
I'm not saying sexually. I'm not saying sexually. I'm saying he can get you. You're New Haven.
Ben's vocation, Kelly, I think he categorizes it that he's a reality television performer.
Good.
Yeah.
You don't have any.
What you want
access
Ruby to
any
do
of
is
this.
to be inspired to rejoin the art community and
Sure. I mean, I've
Sink
been,
your teeth into
I've been
that.
more
Ben's retired. Yes, Ben is exhausted.
focused in like YouTube, but I could refocus on other.
What about Hormaxer as your mentor?
He blocked me because of
That's
you.
just his little.
Because of you guys.
Come pursue me.
that's called the game. The chase.
I mean,
so we dance.
I was thinking of like I bet
He's
if I
banned us,
reached out,
I couldn't count the amount of times he's banned.
how do I? So what do I? What's the next move?
Just wait until he posts the StreamYard link. He's begging for anyone to talk to him,
Oh yeah.
and you
This
just
is why I usually stop streaming around this time. I'm hitting transcendent levels of being high.
go on. And he'll be like, "I'm not letting you up." And then 20 seconds later, you're like, "All right, Chad, you want her up? Yeah, 5 seconds. Go ahead, make your point."
All right.
And then you're on for half an hour.
I didn't win him.
No, the way you
What did I
came,
do wrong
The
the
last
way
time?
you came at Hormaxer was you're like, this guy is silly. I'm gonna be silly with him.
I don't know what I was.
Distinction, I don't watch all of them live. I used to, but I don't anymore. I'll like check in and see like if it looks like something's happening, and if something's happening, I'll tune in for a while. But like, I kind of like to keep at least a decent amount of it, unless like a lore moment happens that I need to see like immediately. I try to leave like half and half. And then some days there's just like this morning stream, like there's just no way. Like that was like a 15-hour stream, I think. The gag order concerns me. How will we get a full breakdown of court on Wednesday? Well, we probably won't.
I don't really like.
Oh, yikes. OPC Don says, at ThorpTV, this conversation sounds very familiar. It's
Wise words from OPC Don.
Over. She'll be driving stuff back to your studio next week. He's projecting himself onto you, Ruby.
I never gave OPC Don guidance.
You never said he could be anything. You just said he was delusional and biological failure.
I have no
Also, Ben
plan.
It's good too that OPC Don came on this, because Ben took issue with OPC Don's ability to reproduce too. What would you say Ben's ratio on camera of laying down? If it's laying down or sitting down, that's probably pretty high.
is welcome
I
to
have no
sign off on
plan.
anything because I do have a very high state of acceptance.
She's
I
not a
cannot
pussy
really-
like you, OPC.
You actually can't really pierce that. So.
But you think I'm trying to put you down.
I know, and you think you're trying to speak the truth. It's cute.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, like I'm sure it'll be part of the simp case against me, but like I actually don't typically like to be live if they're live, even if I'm not gonna watch them, just because I feel like there's like there's like a crossover there. So I try to stream around them, but I have to stream like at the same time. But I wouldn't want to go like live to cover something while they're live.
Like help you. I would
You're
say
giving like little bitchy,
I would say if
like advice. You're like
Really?
you're very feminine actually. Yeah.
I try to be like an ethical barnacle on ThorpTV.
But when I said you read like I
Why
when
do you just
Grace
call me
ran-
dead egg like the more direct ones?
when Grace was running the dating show, I think she did an excellent job. But I said like pass the torch to Ruby, because you do that intuitively in a way that like I think is long last. Because
I don't need a compliment sandwich. You can get the insult.
Okay, well, so that's fine. You take it, Dad.
You want to see Ben's step counter? I bet we could do that. I bet we could get Ben to go along with that. I bet we could do a reasonable donation and have Ben track his like steps for a day. I think Grace does great impressions too. I like the RFK Jr., the autism voice. I think that there's a name for that one, but I don't remember what it was.
What? What do you mean? I take it bad. I take it good. I'm fine.
I think see this is the difference between maybe it's male.
Even the ones that like aren't that good, like her Andrew Tate, are at least funny because she really like goes for it.
Female thing. I think
Nikki New, of course.
all criticism. I think the problem with compliments can be one of two things. They could be someone trying to get like on good terms with someone, or they could be like genuine. Criticisms.
King TL is gold. I forgot that I don't remember. I don't remember exactly when it was, but he had like a really early morning segment with Dalmatian Dog that was like fantastic, and then he had that like conversation with the Furby that was great. And then he did the right after that he did like over half an hour of like him just pacing around the room like saying all kinds of shit. That was really entertaining.
Can be trying to hurt someone, but I don't do that.
I think you're in your
Criticism
feminine
is
right now.
positive.
Get crack to me, give crack to me. What's the deal with that? What was he like? What was the deal with that? What was it? Imperialism or something like that? He was like really concerned about it for a while.
Positive.
It's cute. I find it
Criticism is
charming. I find it
extremely
vulnerable.
valuable.
Like it's like cute.
Criticism is extremely valuable. It's the most
I don't think
valuable commodity on earth, and
no one's ever on the internet told me that my ex are
I'm a
I've
gold
never
mine.
heard that.
The most value. It is
No
the
one
most,
has ever told me that I wouldn't be a wife or mother. Wow, thank you for the insight, man.
Ruby, he is not saying that to insult you.
It's the most valuable.
I promise you,
asset.
he's not saying that to insult you.
But that doesn't make it.
It's the most valuable asset.
He's
That
just
makes
saying-
someone
He's
say,
just
like,
saying
He's trying to
literally
say-
to me, you will not be a wife or mother. Even though I have a 10% chance of trying, why not try?
No, he's
according
just saying
to
it,
you, you have a
seems
10% chance.
I like how like you never know how King's gonna respond to anything. The Furby was like talking to him about her hair. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, that must be a sensitive subject." Like his camera, I don't know what that camera zooming is so keynote. It's so like, if I know it's like automated, but it's like so perfect. It always gets like exactly the right angle. And whenever she said that, it like zoomed in on the top of his head, and then he like raised up and he was looking right in the camera, and he's like, "Why would that be a sensitive topic? This is all by choice." He like got up and paced around. It was amazing.
seems like you yourself don't want to do
But
it.
you've
He's
set
just
it
trying to
up. What
point
I'm
that
saying
out
is
to
you've
you.
set this up as like what a woman should do.
But
I think you've been too red-pilled.
Yeah, he's actually kind of being feminist. He's saying like,
but I'm
you're
verbalizing
putting,
what I want
what
to
he's saying
do.
is you're putting this pressure on yourself.
On the clip I put up of him and the Furby, somebody commented that he was hammered out of his mind in the video, and he commented back and he was like, "Nothing you said in that statement was true, but it was a good comment. I appreciate it."
Yourself,
A
like,
woman is
within the
always
next
put on
few
earth to
years,
nurture.
I
you're
think
gonna have
it
a
ultimately
kid.
goes back to the fact that I went on a date with someone whose name was Ben, and I think Ben is jealous,
No,
which
a
is
woman,
fine.
If you
It's
look,
cute.
If you look in the mirror, you'll see that you are.
King TL was also on the bridge burning panel with Ava, the Furby, Ruby, whenever they were like roasting the Thorps. Then he was on the Thorp stream the same night.
Born to be receptive and nurturing. Okay, but that doesn't
Oh
mean
my gosh.
literally.
Yeah.
It can be spiritually too. So you need to find a man whose energy you can receive and turn into a beautiful creation. But if you're unable to do that, you're going to end up being a silly woman.
Yeah.
When I burn the bridge, I got to. I'm sorry. That's just my. That's when I start. That's like my bar talk.
Yikes.
There we go.
All right, well, we'll pack up.
Quick, back up.
Keep the pizza. It's on us. Keep the beers too. Don't worry about it.
Nah, that's all right.
She's getting a knife. It's
I
over.
I didn't mean that negative.
Well, keep the whiskey. No problem. Just whatever I can do to Melanie Cosmic Fox says, "You can bring me pizza and try to break me down if you want."
Look at Ben. He is completely unfit. He is in the same Jeff Goldblum recline. Oh my gosh. Like, it's crazy that that's like a moment that was on film. Like, that's wild. Grace's reaction, immediately like escaping to chat.
Actually, that sounds like good content, Melanie.
which is interesting because like chat, this has been one of the least interactive streams ever for the Thorps. Like they hardly ever interacted with chat. But now that we've hit like a drama peak, Grace is going right to chat.
All right, I do have to go get cigarettes. Don't worry, no bridges burned.
Distinction said Ben slanders someone in there for 45 minutes in their own home and then says, I didn't mean that negatively.
Hurt me does not have the capacity. Do you guys want anything?
OPC said the same
Obviously.
thing. No,
I
no!
was so big describing reality to someone who can't handle that. This is projecting. Go on, you go.
I absolutely think that's fine that you say that.
No!
Me too. Great. Do you guys want anything?
Ben, Ruby, you're so whimsical. You're gonna be a silly old woman. I like the lighting in your apartment. Compliment sandwich.
Very charming.
Tyrone Church says, Ruby, $5.99, Thank you, Tyrone.
Thank you,
Ruby, I will
Tyrone.
be your second to last option.
Thank you.
Grace
I
divorced
have
me and Ben
a long
dumped me.
line of second options, so don't worry. I'm gonna be pregnant. You can bet on it. Right now, Ben's betting 0. Okay, you're gonna put 0 in it. Then I'll be pregnant in 2 years. How much do you want to bet?
Now, in a movie, certainly all of this 8 hours and 38 minutes would have been condensed down. But I mean, it's amazing the way that it played out, like just perfectly. It was such good heightened reality storytelling.
I'll be pregnant.
That you'll be in jail. That you'll be
Let's
that you'll be
bet.
married and pregnant?
Yes.
Oh no. Oh. Shoot. I'm sorry.
I said what I said, and I meant it in the night. Look in the mirror, you'll see that you.
Oh my gosh. So I don't know if we missed it already or not, but one of my favorite moments from this part is whenever Grace asks if she can borrow the money for the Red Bull.
Keep the whiskey. No problem. Just whatever I can do to Melanie Cosmic Fox says, you can bring me pizza and try to break me down if you want. Actually, that sounds like good content, Melanie.
All right, I do have to go get cigarettes. Don't worry, no bridges burned. Ben can never hurt me. Does not have the capacity. Do you guys want anything?
OPC said the same
Obviously.
thing. No!
I was so
no!
big describing reality to someone who can't handle that. This is projecting. Go on, you go.
I absolutely think that's fine that you say that.
No!
Me too. Great. Do you guys want anything?
Ben, Ruby, you're so whimsical. You're gonna be a silly old woman. I like the lighting in your apartment. Compliment sandwich.
Very charming.
Tyrone Church says, Ruby, $4.99. Thank you, Tyrone.
Thank you,
Ruby, I will
Tyrone.
be your second to last option. Because
Thank you.
Grace
I
divorced
have
me and Ben
a
dumped
long
me.
line of second options, so don't worry. I'm gonna be pregnant. You can bet on it. Right now, Ben's betting 0. Okay, you're gonna put 0 in it. Then I'll be pregnant in 2 years. How much do you want to bet? I'll be pregnant.
That
You'll be in jail.
That you'll be
Let's
that you'll be
bet.
married and pregnant?
Yes.
Oh man, Ruby makes just a statement trying to save a little bit of face. Grace goes right in with the poison dagger. Oh, you'll be married and pregnant?
I would place a bet there.
Ruby, this would be good. Like, if you take a walk and maybe you come back and we could like hash this out because I think it's okay for you to be experiencing what you're experiencing.
Ruby, I will pay you back for a Red Bull Zero Sugar.
0 sugar.
Yeah. Is that annoying to ask for something?
Oh man.
No, come on. You know that what I said what I said, and I meant it in a nice way.
I know you absolutely.
Oh my gosh, that part just like is so brutal to me when she asks about the Diet Red Bull. I don't know why. It seems just like a really intense moment. Well, Ben's reaction is is very interesting. Grace is, do you think she's just laughing because she's used to laughing at like, you know, like absurdity and like what else can you really do in that moment? You know, she's not gonna. I don't see them like doing an immediate apology. I mean, Ben's certainly not going to.
Absolutely did. I know you're not trying to hurt her feelings. I
think
know
she
you.
could take it or
Yeah, I know
leave it.
you really like Ruby personally.
Yeah.
So I don't.
She could take it or leave it. I was just being provocative.
I know. I completely understand. I just think that it's a sensitive topic for.
And like, it's hard to tell. Like, do you think that this is like? I think this is genuine from Grace, that she's like trying to kind of the like adrenaline rush of the drama is dying down, and the realities of the moment I think are setting in a little bit.
Women who are scared about not being able to have kids, and
But
are
I don't believe that she is scared about that.
you don't think so?
No.
She said the reason that she wants to have kids is because she's afraid of like there's so much time like after you can't have kids anymore and between then and when you die. And she said it seems lonely. I don't know if that's
Joe Shabatoni just tagged me in the live chat, asking if I've seen this and labeling it an instant classic, which I agree with.
the most like that's not really why most people say they want to have kids. I think she's just afraid of being lonely, and I think that she shouldn't be because she's really.
Yeah, I think no matter where you fall in the fandom of Thorp TV, unless you're just explicitly anti-Ruby, I would think it's a net positive for like certainly for Grace if that door is at least opened, even if she doesn't go through it immediately.
Charming and nice.
Yeah.
And I just think that like, yeah, I think maybe you're right that she got too red pilled. Like that she's only useful for her eggs and her breeding. Like that's not true.
I was just being provocative equals I was just being an asshole to get a reaction. Yeah. Which again, if you're approaching it like a blood sports, which it seems like kind of that's what Ben's mind was, at least it seems like it, because I think a couple streams from here, or maybe it's the next stream after this one, he kind of says that he felt like what he was doing was just like would be banter between him and another man. So it was just like the energy wasn't right to banter that way with Ruby. I forgot what I was starting out to say, but at least that's some context on what Ben has said about the situation.
She's been a huge help to us personally.
Yeah.
I can't pay her back for how much she's helped us.
You could say something like negatively. You could say like you're not really capable of the type of intimacy at this point in your life necessary.
Oh, but like that tactic that you were talking about with like the being provocative, like it's more understandable on like a blood sports panel versus like a personal discussion. But if you kind of, I guess to the people involved, this is content, but there's honestly obviously there's like personal stuff in here as well. But like when I watch this, like it seems intensely personal to me. Like these are like really intensely personal moments. So even though I'm literally watching content, in the moment I'm not thinking I'm watching content. I'm thinking like I'm watching like this intense situation. Does that make sense?
To embark on a marital life with someone and you never have been, you could also say it positively in the sense that, like, that frees you up to have a different type of intimacy with more people. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
essentially she's saying like to
I don't want
be a
kids.
nun is to be a failure.
Yes.
And as a Catholic, I mean, I don't think that's true.
I mean, I don't think.
What the fuck, anyways? What? Because I've had 6 kids. Just say I don't have any prospects in that area.
No, I don't think she thinks you're saying this like from like I've had kids and you're not worthy. Like I don't think that's not what you're saying. I don't think she thinks that's what you're saying.
I have to sort of abandon that, what I thought was a calling, and I find it freeing, and I don't really think I'm going to have another round of that.
No.
And I think it could be a beautiful thing.
I think it can be. I don't intend to have kids. I think I've had a weird life, and I think I've already sort of had my child experience. Maybe I'll think differently when I'm in my 30s. I don't know, but I'm not saying I think most people want to have kids. I just think I've had a unique experience of that.
Well, awkward situation.
Dude, I can't give a fuck anymore. Whatever. It's fine.
Does that TV have like a huge smash on it on the left side? Yes.
Yeah.
Does that even work?
I don't think it's plugged in. I don't know if it works or not.
Well, anyways, I think Ruby's a delightful person. She's the nicest person we've ever met on the internet, and I totally fucked it up.
No, I don't think you totally fucked it up. I don't think Ruby thinks you mean badly at all.
So Grace interpreted it that Ruby didn't take offense. Do you think she believes that, or do you think she's kind of saying that to try to like salve the situation a little?
I don't think you mean poorly. I mean, I just
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I just can't roll that way.
yeah.
If I have what I feel like is something to offer, I have to express it.
Can Ben's foot reach Grace from there? I just think you are that kind of guy. I think I'm naturally take my role of trying to say like, okay, well, trying to like soften what you're saying to her.
You give me a break.
What?
You tried to like get the transgender person to kill herself.
Yeah, that's different.
Forwardly.
That's different. That's online. I mean, it's not really different. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm some kind of like really nice person.
Well,
I'm
you're
not.
telling her that she's truly in love with a transgender guy.
Well, I mean, I don't think
And
he's
then
really
she should go back
trans.
to
He
him
like wears
and-
lipstick. That's
Like Ben he's branched off into a new discussion.
not really the same thing. I wasn't saying she should go back to him. I just
Well,
think
you
that
are implying like that's your true love, just like these morons say that about like.
Ben's conquered one opponent, and now he's going to line up Grace. Her nicotine, alcohol, and food have worn off.
Your mother and me. It's like
I just think
it's
maybe
like a
she never got
romanticism.
Somebody in chat said, "Don't let him flip it on you, bro."
over that. Yeah, maybe I'm romanticizing it. I don't know.
No, she's just like. I think the reason she dated the guy is because she's interested in transgender people.
Yeah, I could see that.
You really think people are surprised when their ex becomes transgender? I just don't believe that.
Like
never would have thought it in millions.
mm,
We had a guy that had like 3 kids and taught at the school.
Well, yeah, I think they say there was like basically like a $700 worth of like appearance fees or whatever you would call it, like collabs or something. I don't know. Maybe they're a more profitable enterprise than I thought, but that seems like a lot of money to pay out.
Ooh, I saw that. Right? This was Joe Thoreau.
yeah.
Because didn't that whole arc kind of play out in not the entire Ruby story, but just like ThorpCon forward was only like what, a couple months maybe?
He was obviously gay. I mean, like in the sense, like other than like having a wife and 3 kids, you would say like, that dude's obviously gay. Not that
I mean, $700 could get a third microphone.
he was like talked about it or anything like that, but like you would just assume this guy's gay.
Yeah.
Are you telling me his wife never picked up on that? None of their friends were like, your husband he's a foreign language teacher. He's fussy. He's like, he checked all the boxes.
Well, if they're making $4K a month, then I mean, that wouldn't be too bad then.
And I'm not saying a guy like that is definitely going to come out of the closet like he did. Like, whoa, like he came barreling out of the closet.
Yeah.
But it'd be a kind of weird relation.
And I mean, Ruby did. I mean, when she was on stream, she performed like, especially that Star Trek episode. She really went all out. So I think at least that she was like providing content, I guess.
I'm sure it would be like sexually. You know what I mean? If you're married to a guy who's like obviously not super hetero, like you're gonna have to work something out.
Yeah. There's gonna be signs. I don't think it could just come out of the total blue.
And if you don't like deal with that, and like I don't know how that works, you got to find a way that it can work. Which would be at a certain point, if the guy was just like Catholic in the 50s and it wasn't okay to be gay, and like he just suppressed it and suppressed it and suppressed it.
It's like Wings of Redemption says, YouTube take their 30% cut. Uncle Sam gonna take his 30%. That $5 donation don't go very far, pimp.
Yeah.
And spent all like he did, like spent all his time in school, like trying to avoid it. And there's like, I'm sure, dead bedrooms for decades.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then it blows up. Like it's not like there's no clues.
No.
Unless she has no friends.
Yeah.
But any like woman who's married to a heterosexual would be like, obviously
there's something way off here.
More or less, it's just like a convenient thing for the two of you, and it's not. You can't have a marriage of convenience.
Yeah.
That goes on forever. I mean, you can, I guess, but like, you just fake it.
Yeah.
What was my max eBay bid for the Jaws Thorp hat? How could I verify that it was the Thorp hat? Also, Ben did put it on at one point, and I'm more interested in a Grace Jaws hat, but it's in my top 5 like pieces of Thorpabilia that I'd like to get. Sold a cup with her lipstick. I want the Jaws hat. I want the Hooplandia shoes. The octopus, that would be pretty high up. Kopi.
And any normal woman in a normal relationship would be like, there's something way off. I was just cleaning up. I didn't want to intrude. I felt bad asking for the Red Bull. I don't know. I'm gonna pay her back. I'm gonna cash app her. I don't know. Was that rude?
Why is that rude?
I don't know.
It's not rude at all.
It seems kind of obnoxious.
Well, as part of the cleansing, they did say that they don't care about the hater channels. They're glad they're there. They see them as like the, any publicity is good publicity, but they can't congregate on the Discord or on ThorpTV in like the chat. Or I guess they could congregate, but they have to participate to the standard that like ThorpTV expects now. You can't just say that like Ben is going to jail.
Well, sometimes when people ask if you want something, they don't really mean like, you know what I mean?
I think you're like your social skills have left.
Okay.
You're trying to blame yourself for the tension that I created.
100% the OPC chairs. Yeah, that would be way up there. There's some stuff that would be, I mean, you'd have to have a physical location to like to display all the items. But the OPC chairs would be nice, yeah.
No.
Would OPC Don authenticate the chairs just so that we could be sure? When the FBI doesn't need them anymore. Yes, the iPad holder. There's some stuff that like is core Thorpe memorabilia, but I'm just not interested in. I think like any clothing items would be weird. Unless you had like a museum, unless you had like mannequins to put it on, I guess. But by that point, that's so far down the delusion hole at that point. Yeah, you need some kind of like a high tech safe for it. The Black Bolt.
Oh no, I
Yeah, you are.
I'm not blaming myself.
You're trying to turn it towards yourself. You just don't want to address the issue.
No, the salmon shorts are to me probably one of the most iconic Thorpe visuals or like Thorpeabilia, but I had no. I did though. I actually bought my own pair in case I ever want to do a Ben cosplay stream.
Obviously, Ruby feels offended by what I was saying to her.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
She tried to cover it for a while,
Yeah.
and then I kept going because I thought it was banter,
Yeah.
and then it got to her.
Yeah.
Which, it's okay. I mean, it's okay.
The Dalmatian dress, that's pretty iconic. What about the like you wouldn't the meta glasses to me are really funny. But that seems more of like an estate item. not something you'd inherit.
It's just kind of awkward.
Absolutely.
Oh, you know what? Oh shit, yeah, the whiteboard. Absolutely, the whiteboard would be great. You know what I think though would be like the holy grail? The actual NCO, like the physical original NCO. But definitely the whiteboard. I completely forgot about that. That's got to be way, way up there.
Boot them, Ruby. Hey, guess who's here to break the tension? Lalito, the man with 133K
Look
video
at this guy with the
views.
Hey, congratulations!
Wait, am I?
You know,
Yes.
Lalo, I literally watched.
You want Courtney herself? Well, somebody has an interesting piece of Thorpeabilia and may not even realize it. Has anything ever come to light? Has anyone ever said like that they were the people that bought the eBay coin? That's a valuable piece of Thorpeabilia that could just be in the hands of the general public.
Grace can attest to this. I watched that video when it didn't have that many views, and I thought it was really interesting. Didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. He was watching it. I was asleep. He was watching it. I woke up laughing because he was talking about
That's
something
right.
about hair. I literally woke up laughing. I was like, "What the fuck is this video?" And it was Lalo.
How do you? Were
The
you the
MK
only guy?
Ultra me.
Were you the only commentator who commented on that rally, or were you one of very few? Or
You know, you were talking to your brother-in-law almost, OBC Don, in the RV for a couple hours about, I would say, oh, I should do Nightcrawler
he
content
my
where
brother?
Because he
Huh?
wanted to marry me. Oh,
wouldn't he be my son?
I think they could. I think there is really interesting Thorpe merch. Like they have so many weird quotes and like kind of like catchphrases and in jokes. Lalo is definitely dedicated to the content. I can see why people don't like him personally, but I think he's entertaining and he's enough of a goof that he makes a fool of himself often enough to where he's like more tolerable than his like red pill bro persona.
In-law?
That would be
I didn't think that through. I didn't think it through. But anyway, the point being is that
I like Mike Lavell's grandma's basement Lalo.
clearly I'm kind of out of frame almost. I'm like, okay, hold on. All right. Anyhow, so yeah, so he was talking about how like, or you said that I ought to be Keemstar, but like in a Nightcrawler sort of sense where I'm like dredging the internet the whole time for new drama. Now this was somewhat akin to that, as in I was like one of the first people to upload a video about it within 12 hours of those rallies happening, that double header. And this is the first video where I made a concerted effort to jam pack the first minute full of content, and like I actually clipped it, whereas the other ones I didn't. And so that's why. So I just started trying.
So wait a second. So did your video, was it inspired by someone else's video?
So here we have this incredible situation happening that's becoming like an absolute touchstone moment in Thorp lore. Lalo comes on to tell us about his lame ass fucking polling videos, and now we're gonna get OPC Don talk with the algorithm. Well, but again, the RV seems like that's more of an estate item. Like it would be weird just to go up and approach him, like, and buy the RV right now, because we would miss the RV. You'd be an asshole if you bought the RV. Like you'd be hated. But like something like the shoes, I think Grace told me they were in storage, so like I don't think they're not like a high priority item. Like the RV and the meta glasses are like interwoven in with the lore, so we shouldn't actively interfere in that kind of a way, in my opinion. We need to maintain the integrity of the narrative.
Or was it you actually had the raw footage?
Well, how do you describe it? A lot of people cover like rallies or debates or something, but it's not like I saw somebody do the exact video, because my thing is my formatting is a little different than anybody else's. And so
where the clips are they from the actual rally itself?
I saw them all the way through on like 2.5 speed, and then I just kind of like picked out the highlights, like 8 of them.
Oh, okay.
Look at OPC Don. Good man, Lalo. That's how it's done. He's taking
like a
credit.
surrogate father now. I mean, just that one comment. Oh my God.
Okay, so at this time, Lalo had just had this big video blow up. OPC Don took all the credit for it, right? As we see right here. It's a fact. OPC Don tells me later on, I tell OPC Don was bad-mouthing Lalo, and I was like, well, Lalo got, 150K views or whatever on that video. And OPC Don was like, yeah, but did you see the next 2 videos? And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, basically insinuated that that Grace had sabotaged Lalo after he had this big video. That like the next 2 were low because of Lalo being affiliated with the Thorps.
Wow.
All aboard the Lalo
Man.
Cloud train. Choo choo.
Okay. Now let's not lose focus
well
on.
done. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to argue with success.
Yeah.
I props.
Yeah. Am I seething? Maybe a little bit, but hey.
Everybody saw that this was the whole trajectory the whole time. So
Lalo's coming in. He's going to do tactical damage. He wants Ruby out of the situation. His closeness with Grace is being threatened. He's coming in hot. He's using that method where like opening the conversation by making it be like, look, I have value. I'm an individual of value. My latest video blew up. Here's why. I know exactly why it succeeded, and that's why I have value. And then now he's going to start tearing down Ruby.
oh no. I'm on my own
The
dick.
real content is when Ruby comes back, goes to her room, Ben and Grace keeps streaming in the living room. I assume eventually her brother will come back and like try to beat you up or something. and
Lalo,
then we'll
you
actually have to leave.
You have to.
The brother's a loser. Fuck the brother too.
You have
What's
to
up?
help me. You have to help us repair the
No.
bridge.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's like if George Bush went to the farthest left senator and said, hey, can you help me out, like invade Iraq and like rebuild it? Like, are you retarded, dude? No, fuck that. We're pulling out
Wait.
Why not buy it and turn it into an Airbnb?
immediately. And we want to torch it ideally too. We want to glass the whole thing. It'd be great.
Okay. But wait a second. Who's the senator? You?
Yes, I'm somebody who's like anti whatever you're doing. And you're like, oh, can you help me out with the surge in 2007? And I'm telling you, no.
Well, I'm saying the best thing that would be if you hammer me.
Yeah. Yes. In front of Ruby.
Yeah, you take her side to trash me, but we
True.
both know that you don't.
It'd be like the ultimate lawyer move. Like, can I get the Fenty loving girl who's like 35 to tell her that yes, you can get all these kids you want in the next few years with a guy of high quality? It's true. It could happen.
Frances is seething.
No, don't
Can't-
continue to make my points.
Can't wait to watch Lala's channel plateau hard after the election.
Is that
What's
OBC
funny
done?
is that
Frances.
it's twofold. Two reasons why I'm self-glazing. Number one,
Oh my gosh. The whole point of the 150K video was for Lalo to destroy Grace and Ruby's friendship. What if OPC Don was the architect? He could be. That is true. He's definitely like an old school. He feels like an old school Republican.
Princess was sub-dissing Ava, or what's her name, Ruby, earlier in the chat, so I love that. And then secondly,
What's her name?
I'm self-glazing because I got over 1,000 subscribers from that one video, and the transient and like the median number of subscribers to views is that the average YouTuber needs 170 views to actually get a subscriber, whereas for me it's like 120. And so it takes like less than it takes 40% less effort for me to do it because people just like me better than most people. And so what that means is that my retention is going to be better even after the election. So it doesn't matter. And so
yeah, I would say that when we first saw you, Grace and I first saw you, and you did a stream about us, we were just like bowled over by your energy because it's like really, really unique.
Yeah, it's true.
And hilarious. So I can see that you make quick converts.
I thought the Biden Harris thing. I that was when it had like 12K. I was like, oh, that's doing really well. But it was just very funny. Although the comments were kind of like boomer comments, a lot of them. Somebody called him a white guy. They were like, oh, a white guy is going to tell us that Kamala Harris isn't black.
That's more exciting for him than would a million views would have been.
I can't pull the white card anymore. I got burnt today. It's bad. Literally, first time I actually burnt my skin in a long time, in years. So bad. Like, look at the contrast in the skin. Look at that. Shit's crazy. Look at that. It's like two different people now. Jesus. Oh my God. Look.
No, I don't think the Princess Bridge isn't burned. I mean, Grace gives him shit, and I don't think he's like as he's not the Grace loyalist he once was, but I think he's welcome in the ThorpTV community. But again, he's an asset. Like, you wouldn't want to burn the bridge with the guy that'll host the Late Show for free.
Wow.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, you did get. I don't know if you got burned. You just got tanned.
No, but like this is like 3 different shades of brown. That's actually nuts, man. God damn. Anyway, that's how it is here. I had to stand out in the sun for 4 hours, burn some calories. More faithful to the diet than what Grace was doing. How many pizzas did you have? Like 2 or 3? That's a disaster.
Yeah, I had like 1,500 calories today. Okay, it's still a deficit overall.
You believe that, guys? You believe that, chat?
Yeah, 700 for breakfast, 3 pieces.
And also, like, I don't really think the Thorps are really get worked up over, like, if Princess goes on Ava's show or goes on Ruby's show or whoever's show. Like, I don't think it. Now, if you go on there and like bury them, or like make some really crazy, wild accusations, I don't think they care. Like, I think. There's never been any issue. I go into Ruby streams, Ava streams. I'm in both their Discords. Like, I post content about Ava and Ruby, and like, it's never been an issue. I don't think they really care as long as you don't bury them. Do a get to know you character profile of all the main Thorp orbiters? Yeah. Thorp, it has been very divisive on the Thorp community.
Pizza. That's 600 each plus a beer. So that's 700 plus 700 is 1,400 plus a shot is 100. So 1,500. There we go. That's generously estimating 200 calories per piece of pizza, which I don't think each one was, but whatever.
Maybe you had breakfast at McDonald's.
Yeah, it was 700 calories. I'd say 200 for the coffee, and the little egg McMuffin thing was 450 calories. So
Oh, see, Grace lied. Oh my God, guys. Hey, she lied again. Holy shit. That's
what did I
brutal.
lie about?
Wait, so you said 1,400 just like in that apartment, right? And then for something else?
No, 1,400 the whole day.
I don't know why, if it's this angle or what, or it's because I'm high, but like Grace looks like huge, like not huge in a bad way, but just like she looks like she's sitting on like a miniature couch to me for some reason. I don't know if it's like the angle or what. She looks like a giantess sitting on like a regular sized couch.
I'm overestimating 700 for breakfast plus 3 pieces of pizza at 200 each. That's 600 plus 700, right?
Yeah, I hate the calorie counting arc. I'm not a fan. I'm not against doing some profiles. But I mean, how do you think that I guess I'd have to figure out like what the tone of the piece is. Is it like a, because you don't know who's going to be serious with you or who's going to like kayfabe you.
That's how much is that? 1,300. 1,300.
I don't think that this what you're doing is how you lose weight.
It's not. It's just like a little bet that me and Lalo have. She's back.
Ruby, your boyfriend's here. Lalo.
Welcome back.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Lolito.
We brought someone here to break the tension.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I can help you.
How's it going, cutie?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Can you imagine saying that? We brought in someone to break the tension. Like, you brought in like an assassin who's been chomping at the bit in chat this entire stream to come in and like confront Ruby. Like, this isn't a tension breaker.
Congrats on your video. My most popular has like, I think way over 250,000. What's your most popular?
Really?
Oh, you didn't know that?
The dating stream thing I think was different, and I definitely think it did upset Grace, and that's why she came out like she was going to open that stream and make sure that every fucking viewer of her stream was going to be on her show, not on Ruby's show when she did that dance.
No.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it called "How Not to Overdose on Fentanyl"? DOI. Imagine. Is that? I mean, that's a common application. I don't know what.
No.
5.5 million views.
This bitch ain't gonna mommy me.
He has
Let's go.
one video. I think it has like 250K, right? 250K, something like that. I think
350.
350K. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Wow.
Biden.
Did Lalo just dab? There you go. Tension redirector. Perfect. Look at Lalo. Look at fucking smug Lalo. Oh my god. I know it's like you want to roll with the content or whatever, but like clearly this has reached like this. I'm surprised that they didn't leave. Like, I really am. But then you keep going and you bring Ruby back in, and then you bring in somebody who you know like is going to be out to get her.
5.5 million
Wow.
total.
Yeah. How many does Lolito have? I'm just curious. What's your? We can go
It's
view to view.
her house.
No.
Yeah, let's see.
What?
Oh, just like view to view. Who's more popular, me or you? Because you decided to go full
per
play
month?
more
Per
because
month?
you're a bitch.
Per month?
I wonder if Ruby, while she was gone, was thinking like, man, I hope that like, or she was like thinking about what they were talking about, and then like they literally like just moved on to a different topic. Ruby went live. Oh my god. I want to go for just a few more minutes, I think.
Per month?
Remember? Wait, do you remember? Calling me
What?
disgusting, bitch.
This was the
You want
wrong
to say it with
choice
your
for
chest
DS.
puffed out? Do you want to say it with your chest puffed out like a real?
That you're a disgusting bitch? Yeah, sure. What? I'm not taking it back. But do you want to compare views?
Sure, go for it.
Per month? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Zerka video.
No, not my last. No, not per month. That's not fair. Per total, because I
Total
boycotted all my big views by starving out the K-pop content this month. Not fair. I went like 1/10 my normal viewership. Not fair.
I have
Hey, Tyrone. Wait, we got 3 super chats I didn't read. Tyrone Church says $1.99. Ben's such a dad. I love it. Tyrone also says, I agree with Ben, but I don't want Ruby to rush for
my
romance.
God.
And Grace, Ben is right. Also, Tyrone for $1.99. Lalo, Grace Hayden, lol, JK.
She's hating on me. That's true. Yeah, always.
Am
Now,
I? Am I?
yeah.
Thank you, Tyrone, for the monies. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyrone.
Thank you.
Can I
Very
show
sweet.
penis? Can I show penis, please? Look. It's 8. I have lifetime. Okay, now counting the ones I had a private in 2020 because I got flat.
I just feel like 99% of content like this, IRL or lolcow, whatever you want to call it, like a series of events like just what we saw tonight would be like such incredibly like rare earth lore. And it's like just a regular show for the Thorps. Like this obviously had a little bit more, it had like the more personal drama, but like it's just amazing to me that it's just like consistently like this stuff that it's like it's almost like been just nothing but like a best of lately, except for the Glenn Lawrence stuff. That's kind of, the Glenn Lawrence stuff is drying up.
Flagged because they weren't allowed. You weren't allowed to disagree with the election results. Okay, I had a lot of views back then. Actually, look.
Mainly on top, even if you don't like Glenn Lawrence or whatever, the main issue with it, I think, is that Glenn won't allow any kind of, like, if you're known for being a Grace person, like, you'll get banned just for typing in the chat.
Okay, that was like,
or timed out.
Probably 200,000 that I had to forego. But right now I have 855,000, considering the ones that I privated. So
855,000 total views.
Wait.
Yeah.
800. Wait,
She has.
Lalo is flexing his analytics on stream. Tyrone was on last night with King, TL, Furby, Dalmatian, and Spicoli. I'll have to check that out. I definitely slept through that.
He has like 5 million total views, something like that.
He's not even in the billions.
Wait, you know what that means, right? That means that I get quadruple the subscribers per view than Ruby. That means they like me 4 times
Wait,
as
did
much
you
as
remember
Ruby.
the 3 years where I abandoned my channel and you're still like behind me? That's embarrassing.
Oh, we have 701,000 views.
We have less than Lalo?
Yeah. Well, he just got 155K.
We would have been tied.
Like
Yeah.
tag, like Kamala tag. Like he's just doing like.
Now we're already
hashtag,
him.
he's doing, like,
So what was it? Lalo has 880,000 total views, and ThorpTV has like 770 something. Thorps have got to be thrown off by content that has been taken down. I don't think that if it gets deleted or removed, I don't think it counts toward your total, because that seems really low.
I was gonna hashtag just desperately trying to get into
This was the way it always was supposed to be.
I saw how that really paid off in your other videos. I still got 300 views. Good pay off.
What? She's being
Wait, now,
cunty for
Ruby-
no reason.
Ruby
No reason. Interesting.
Ruby has done the exact opposite of what OPC Don would advise.
Look at Lalo. Look at Lalo. He has no idea. I bet you Ava is like working double time on a Lalo expose. So Lalo edged him out because of that.
She had huge views because she.
Lalo is really riding a series of W's lately. Ava did, I think it was Ava and Ruby had some interesting insights when they were rewatching the footage back of Lalo after Ruby got up from the yard.
She covered K-pop, but she lost interest in K-pop.
Yeah.
And then pivoted to things she was interested in and lost almost all of her viewership.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Because I don't work for them, they work for me.
He would have said you should.
Well, yeah, you couldn't really, it wouldn't really be an expose. It'd just be like, hey, Lalo's an asshole. I'm honestly surprised. I mean, Naptown is amazing, but I'm really surprised that there wasn't like more people making content, because like I'm a big fan of Lummox and Breaking Banquet, but honestly most of their clips are pretty much the same because there's so little to choose from, because Wings is so boring most of the time. But like you could take so many different angles as like a whatever you want to call it, like a detractor channel or whatever. There's so many different ways that you could approach like clipping the Thorps, and there's just so much like you would literally never run out of content. There's never a content drought. So I was really surprised that nobody was well, I mean, aside from like the occasional, it seems like they have people, but they're dropping like nobody's doing like super regular updated stuff.
Should keep the grift going. He once said to me like, "Hey, oh, thank you. Would you rather be us like let's say you didn't want to play sax.
Why'd you get a Red Bull Zero?
Because a regular Red Bull has 200 calories and this one has 20, and they're both chemically, so why bother getting the one with all the calories?
You don't like the flavor?
Call being a skinny bitch.
Not really.
Ben,
It's
wait, Ben,
really
why are you?
pretty
No,
much
Ben,
the
what are
same
you doing?
flavor.
What the hell is this? You're trying to more calories? Are
Trying
you
to
fucking
make us
kidding?
look fatter and uglier. It's some
Me?
weird like gorilla pump.
Yes,
No,
dude.
he's just wondering because it's like I get it. If you get a Diet Coke, it does taste a lot worse than Coke.
Well,
but
then why
Red
don't
Bull
you get
love
one of those
Diet
like
Coke.
5-hour energy drinks?
No, I much prefer Red Bull.
because
The
they're
5 hours like
too
hurts my tummy.
much. They're like
Plus, it seems like in general the Thorps are very. I mean, I know a lot of it falls under technically like fair use, but a creator can kind of make things shitty or more difficult if they don't, even if it's just passively cooperate with making content. And they don't really seem to be like upset that like Ava and Ruby and like me, like I put up a ton of stuff that's just like 2-hour discords and 3-hour discords. Like there's nothing transformative about that. So like if they wanted to, I really wouldn't have much of a footing on it, but like they've never hassled me about any of it.
too crazy.
Yeah, it's too crazy. It's like
This
vodka
is
So
like
you were
with
asking
beer.
me.
2
Okay,
cups of
right.
coffee.
Grace was asking me, why do people drink beer? Why don't they just drink vodka slowly?
I don't know. It's something.
Yeah, but like when I want to get drunk, I want to get really drunk most of the time. When I drink energy drink, I don't want to get like super hyped up. You know what I mean?
So drink a 5-hour energy drink slowly.
It's just not the same.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Lolo, I accept your apology and like good luck on your like channel. I hope you keep I hope you can keep up whatever little
I'll be
boost
right
you
back.
got from the trying to help check the algorithm.
Grace,
It's really cool. You can work on the OPC. I think you and OPC have like similar channels when it comes down to it. What do you think about that?
That's funny because he doesn't have the channel, so it's like you
I
didn't
know
pick
it's
up on
like
the joke earlier.
that's this similarity is like your
What are you
Ruby's like trying to just move forward with the evening, it seems like, just kind of be civil.
on right now? You kind of sound like. Did you have a Xanax bar like underneath your pillow or something? What happened?
I wish,
Racking
baby. No,
Oh, boy.
I just had 5 Heinekens. And what
That's
about
it?
it, bitch?
Oh,
Yeah, sorry,
boy.
it's not tequila, spicy margarita.
You probably saved the calories if you did that. I don't know.
I know you're spicy, bitch.
Right?
And what
Yeah, no, I'm
about
not.
it? And
But
what
I
about
think
Apparently that civility was held back by like a single hair and just pop.
God,
And what about it? And what about it?
you're so pressed. Chill out. I'm not even trying. Like, lay down. It's fine.
Yeah, you're
The
not
couch
even
looks like a piece of
trying.
cardboard. I mean, it might be hard, but just try to lay back and, you'd probably feel a little more cozy. You don't
Yeah,
have to read
it's
that.
called, being a grown up with an apartment. I don't know if it's an experience you would relate to.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to be living with my parents for another 13 years. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Check back in 2000 and what,
I bet
37?
plausible to me.
My
Anyway,
God.
I don't want this hostile relationship. You're the one who brought it.
I
this
wasn't being
level.
mean. I wasn't even being mean. I was just
Lolito?
kidding.
Lolito,
It's true.
are you trying to
I was
apologize?
self-blazing with Grace and Ben, and you're over here like trying to blue ball me on like my own enjoyment.
You're
Yeah.
just trying to be a pleasant chihuahua that gets along with everyone, but be real about what you said. You said no,
I'm
Ruby's
for real.
disgusting. When I offered you the pity of being hypothetically considered for a bit, where I pretended to be
prawn sauce?
attracted to your 5'7" 3-inch little enchilada. No, thank you. I got a 9-inch fucking burrito from my
What
American white
in
man
the
cock. I don't
literal-
need your.
What is happening here? How can this stream at 9 hours can just continue to deliver and deliver like this?
Fucking
What the hell does that mean?
miniature.
Hello, can we
Uh,
decipher that? What the fuck does
decipher
that
it.
mean?
Decipher
Huh?
it. Maybe Pranzas can decipher it.
Lalo,
Can you
I
find
got
problems
another
with you?
theory here. I've been kind of striking out my theories. But
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been telling Ruby that she has a lot of sexual tension with you,
Oh boy.
and she's been denying it, and you've been denying it. But she did somehow, just for some reason, have sex with or some kind of intimacy
Which
with a
he's so jealous about.
23-year-old,
A 23-year-old named Ben.
which is awfully. But his name is Abel, at least according to American
Oh, it's
Airlines.
Ben.
So
Yes, I went on a date with a 6'1".
Has been yeah, I think they did a stream that was called like "We Got a Sign" or something, and the sign was because Lalo's airline ticket said Abel on it. But if you don't know that lore, that's what happened. I didn't actually watch the "I Have a Sign" stream because I thought that was the whole Abel thing. It was not my cup of tea. But they did a stream about it if you want to delve a little deeper. But they printed Abel on there, so he had to. That was like a sign. It was a huge thing in the Discord for like an hour.
So
Midget
maybe
named Ben.
maybe she was really curious about what it'd be like to have sex with you, Lalo. You see what I'm saying?
Young Ben, yeah.
I can see that. Yeah.
She's just
Might as well.
she's
find
dabbling,
out.
she's dipping a toe in the cougar game.
Yeah, I wanted to practice being for
You
my
get the
cheap
ultimate
Wi-Fi.
prize right here.
Hey, Lalo, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Ooh,
That's pretty young. Would you?
I know he's such a cute little enchilada chihuahua. I think it's so cute.
Like if I went out and hooked up with a ratty looking gap tooth Irish girl who happened to be 24, right? What did we say? Who just came off a crack pipe. Wouldn't everybody say like, well, that seems like you were just blowing off some Ava steam into another bitch, right? So I'm just saying, I'm doing the math.
Okay, just because I hooked up with a very attractive young man because he's for real and like whatever, it was fun.
Well, you've been spending a lot of time with Lalo. There's a lot of tension, in my opinion.
No,
so
there's
you
not.
deny it, and he denies
No,
it.
there's not
But
because
I mean,
Lalito's been
Francis,
off
can you
of
chime
my
in on what you think? Do they have a
Also-
little bit of chemistry?
I'm just not into. I find real.
Well, so you're forgetting.
the little
Lalo's gonna be a bigger YouTuber soon, so.
It's not satisfying. You're kind of like the guacamole at Taco Bell. I just prefer the real thing.
Taco Bell has guacamole. I didn't even know that.
No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
See,
It's just not like the
The
real
7
thing.
layer.
It's not that good.
well, what you're forgetting, Ruby, is I think Lalo's gonna be a bigger YouTuber than you soon. You can like ride his coattails.
Oh, that's so cute because I think we just went view to view, and I have what 10 times his views.
Did you know Ruby has huge views on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm very modest, but like I've been famous
How
for a
long?
while.
How long
She
ago was
doesn't
that?
flex it.
I don't flex it, but like I
didn't realize
I have
that.
a long history of lore and being famous for a long time. And yes, I did have a very public relapse. And yes, I did disappear for a long time. And yes, I just came back talking about autogynephilia. And yes, I didn't tell everyone. And yes, here we are. But like,
Princess.
guess what?
Princess, can I ask you what you think about? Because I applaud this. Ruby was doing because she had a genuine interest in K-pop. Is that where most of your views come from?
It was K-pop, and I've had like some other popular music videos and a couple like.
Where you review them, basically.
Yeah, just like there's one that's like autobiographical one or biographical one that's like pretty popular.
So she hit a niche, which is like American girl interested in K-pop, which is
or just like music in
somewhat
general. My
niche.
most popular video is about Brody Dale, the musician, as like 350,000 views.
Ruby, we've broken down your personal life. Now we're going to take a look at your professional life.
I gotta say, I mean, I know OPC gets a lot of shit, but I think that's a much bigger niche than autogonophilia.
I know it's
so
called.
she dropped it though because she lost.
It's called
Princess, wow.
a
Interesting.
project of passion. Oh, I dropped
Yeah.
it. What was my topic yesterday?
Whenever Princess says something that's like really mean, I like to think that like he's like being fed lines by Grace.
K-pop?
Yesterday. No. AGP and trans shit.
No, the K-pop stuff.
Oh, yes.
I'm saying
I dropped the K-pop because I don't want any more subscribers that aren't watching my AGP videos. I don't want them.
Well, your passion shifted.
I don't want the K-pop people anymore. Unsubscribe. I don't want you if you're not watching my AGP videos.
And there's not a lot of crossover between
There's no
those
crop.
two
There's no.
communities.
That's
because
why I
K-pop
have
tends to be
channel.
super
So I
light.
have a high sub, low view because it's all split between shorts lives and videos. It's entirely split. There's no overlap between any of those. It's
Well,
crazy.
But don't you think there should be though? Because
There should be.
K-pop is kind of
I would
like.
agree. There should be. I don't know what the
Well,
issue
I was
is.
about to ask. I was going to ask you a question. Shit.
Sort of, right?
I don't know what the issue is.
Lala ran away. I was going to ask him a question.
Yeah, because he got totally mocked by my view count. Like that was game over before it started.
But Princess, do you vote for like the OPC route, which is like stick with what gets you the views, or the passion route?
Passion route pays off in the end.
I don't think it's.
Oh man, great comment from Truth Seeker Knows. This is the first time in a long time Ben hasn't had his piss cup. He walked to the bathroom. He feels amazing.
Like a black and white dichotomy. I think you can't implement some things that will help you grow, and also like maintain your artistic creativity at the same time. But yeah, if you fully sell out, you will probably have more success.
Well, no, because
But don't you think she
it's
would bring
more-
less and less heart to it? Like, you know,
Yeah, you have to go with something
Just so
that's in line with
everybody-
your passion.
Just so everybody can
That's
see
true.
the bribery up front, this is for you to remain our friend and keep having us over. No, it's for the cigarettes. and
All
stuff.
right, so I'll be.
But just keep you in our good graces.
This is the
Don't
bribery.
want- don't want-
When I
don't
say the
want-
shorts were on Thorp coin, this is what I'm talking
don't
about,
want you to get all nervous
bitches.
and everything.
This is
Also,
the
you're
payoff
8 hours
because
here
of
with
Ben's
us.
dragging me through the cold, so I'll never get pregnant, bitch.
Oh
This is
my
a real
God.
switch up of I'll
No,
offer
I
you
changed
my.
mind.
That's a real switch up of I'll give you my.
PC is
sex
seething right
You'll
now.
never
I fucking
play
hate this bitch.
Look at this. Wow, this energy is just fucking wild.
So much.
You
Okay,
were the one who
Francis,
switched
what's your
up.
question?
You're the one who's lying.
No, I think you get.
While they're
I'm-
You're just going to
legit
get-
question. Now that you've had this big success
If
with
I had
this
it,
latest
oh my
video,
dude, she is so God, okay, just say it.
He's got good
are you going to do
genetics.
anything new with your content?
Wait,
based
wait,
on
wait, wait,
recent
wait.
success?
We have two conversations.
Just mute their mic. Mute their mic.
Guys.
I would opt
I couldn't mute them.
No, Francis,
Oh,
don't fucking.
Did Lalo really just say mute their mics? Like we want to hear him talk about his YouTube techniques with Princess over this drama that we're 9 hours and 9 minutes invested in?
Overstep your
No.
boundaries.
I said I could. I didn't say I was going to.
You actually, both of you could
Mamacita
technically.
is
You have
enough.
equal power.
I wasn't trying.
I'll
Okay,
roll
okay,
it
just say the question.
Okay.
I can just type- I'll type
Princess
it-
has an
type it-
interview. It was supposed to be an interview. He wants to ask Lalo a question.
wait, can you say that
It's
again?
not a. Not no. Let's not do that. No, let's not talk about it.
Interview. That's hot.
Not a legit interview question. More of a
This is the
Also,
trail mix that
kind of
is
boring.
like,
But
it's candy, man.
Yeah.
Is there like
We're not
can I
even
over? Can I
trying.
over talk them now?
Yes, just do it. Just do it.
You're just being a.
Lala, real quick, I was just going to ask, now that you've had your new success in this most recent video, are you going to change anything with your recent content or just keep doing the same old thing?
Yeah, well, that was the first video where I made a concerted effort to pack all the content in the first minute and clip the stuff. And so once I
It's
do
also
that,
the
it'll just
first
be crazy.
video that's like broken 1,000 in a long time, right? You're usually in the
No, the median video gets about
I
3,000.
know you did have 2 successful videos. So how is that working for you?
Oh,
Congrats.
well, well.
Better than yours. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, we already went
Well,
channel to channel. I'm
You're like
it's
a
not even
woman.
really a debate.
Stop.
When was
Yeah,
your
I
last
know,
big
I
video,
know.
Ruby?
I'm winning.
When was
When
my
was, like,
last
kinda-
big video? I
Those
don't
kind of like
know.
older
Like,
videos?
I just did 2.k on like a random live stream. the other
2.k.
day.
Guys, we got 2.k. Nice.
Yeah, compared to if you go channel to channel, I'm doing better than you objectively.
Not really.
Okay, but objectively, I'm doing better than you. I'm more famous than you. I'm more relevant than you, and you are lost.
Maybe in
So
some alleyways you
I
are more
tried
famous than me, but
offering you some guidance and some pussy, and you rejected.
if you were the one to give me guidance, I should just kill myself, dude. Okay, go on.
Guys,
You
because
perhaps-
I just bribed Ruby, I think I'm entitled to make fun of her trail mix choice. Almonds, caramel filled mini candy cups.
I know it's
mini
the
caramel
fatties.
truffles,
So
White
Fatty
chocolate
that no one
chips.
loves.
peanuts, sweet and salty pecans.
That explains a lot.
Fat bitch. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't
Can you
know
show
if
us
that
the-
really
that's a
qualifies
crack
as
code.
That's
trail
so
mix,
gross. That's
Ruby.
so
Can you show us
gross.
show us the calories, please?
Oh, it's gonna be like
Uh,
No, let's see. A serving size
don't need
is
to get into
3
that.
tablespoons, 6 servings per container, 150 calories per serving.
Yeah, it's brutal.
So I'm
150 times 6.
Trail mix,
Yeah.
trail mix is like the most unhealthy thing you
900
could possibly eat, dude. It's so
Not
bad.
as I was expecting.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
expecting.
I've seen worse. I've seen worse.
No,
Yeah,
those are
900 calories,
horrible. Those are
not
horrible
bad.
for you.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff that, like, actually not.
Plus,
Really.
we've been sharing, so I've only had like
3 tablespoons is like
That's good shit.
a tablespoon. Is,
What's up, William LeCompte? You're one of my favorite Thorp commenters.
It's
Isn't
like
that
a
good?
mouthful, like right up to
See,
here.
that's why I fuck with it.
Okay. Anyway,
What's up,
I like
Where did you
Lolita?
get that at CVS?
Yeah, they have it.
All right, that's all. That's all, Lala. I just want to ask you that.
thank you, sweetie.
No,
No,
Grace, did you
no,
hear
no.
my theory
Okay.
about
Hi, Melanie.
about Ruby having sex?
That was not me, Melanie. Lala kicked you off.
For
I swear to God, I didn't actually, but I wouldn't.
So I could get used to like.
Hi. Hi.
Yeah, you see.
No,
But
Lala,
younger
don't
is
leave.
different, except
Don't
for-
leave.
I will swear to you got 10 seconds, dude. I cannot stand this bitch.
Okay. Sorry.
cool.
Lala takes priority over you, Melanie.
Somebody paid $100.
Look at Lala. Oh, Lalo has a point. Lalo has a point. Beyond his personal feelings, someone did pay $100 to keep the Furby off the stream. So Lalo is correct in demanding its removal. Like, yeah.
By the way, like, are you kidding me? Like, you
Oh,
gotta
yeah, that's true. I have to stand by that. Sorry.
She
get
never sat
my.
on the Zoomer dick,
You can't disobey the or you can't fuck over the donators.
so she.
That was my
before
first
she
Wait,
did-
guys,
Zoomer dick.
guys,
Are you
did
saying
you
not
hear?
big on
Did you
there?
hear my dad's theory? He thinks that Ruby had sex with a 23-year-old guy as a surrogate for Lalo. What do you think?
Well, I find this to be
Figure out how
fake
Zoomer
news
dick
because I'm not
works.
attracted to Lalo.
Where's the ash?
That was kind of a joke that I was willing to do to try to help his
Because
channel.
I think
I see
having
his struggle.
People in chat were really mad. ZXV was like, Melanie isn't allowed back. What the fuck? Lalo scared. Kick Lalo. Lalo stressed. Paytax is the one, or Paytex is the one that paid the $100, and they said, I paid $100. Are you kidding me? And then Anon J says, Paylex scammed.
Sex with
channel.
Lalo and having a kid from
I thought
Lalo
it
would
made
be
you
a
feel
kind
I
of-
Oh,
forgot you
but-
paid 100 Patex. As soon as I
He
remembered, I took
couldn't
her off.
take it.
Okay? It's
He
not
couldn't
personal.
hang.
Sorry.
Patax, I'm your guy. Okay, come to my.
The mommy issues and whatever issues.
You're gonna go
that
live.
raised are just too
Hit the
strong.
cash
I'm
app.
sorry,
Hit the
man.
no, I'm just kidding. Dude, all the MILFs in chat love a nigga.
Ruby,
but listen
what
for
were-
a second.
Oh, boy.
Generally speaking, when it comes down to it, okay, total these Furby kind
Ruby,
thing of the type,
I saw blood
I'm out.
on I don't have sex.
and
You're
what is
afraid of a
that?
Furby?
I would
What's up?
hurt you, bitch.
You're missing an opportunity to make him pay again. No, that's not really how it works. I can't make somebody pay 100 to kick somebody off and then have them back on. I can't.
Ruby,
Okay.
Hi.
Melanie.
another interview question.
Somebody paid
While you were
100 to
being-
have her off the panel. Yeah.
I did, honestly, I thought the segment with her and King TL was pretty keno. I thought it was a really good, it was just a really interesting interaction between, like, that's one of the things I think is interesting about ThorpTV and then, like, its outlying satellites is that you get to see, like, people who might not ever cross paths in real life, like, have these, like, first time interactions. And I especially liked it because King's got that automatic zooming camera, so he comes in from out of the room like he's a wrestler coming down to the ring, and the camera's like framing him up and everything. But I thought that segment was real. I thought that's probably the Furby's best work. I don't like it, like the Ben stuff is kind of entertaining, but like some of it I could do without.
I gotta
Really?
stand by that for the rest of the night.
Sorry.
You find Lalo so strange, yeah. That's why he's at the tip top of the Thorp totem pole.
Sorry, Melanie.
Someone's backstage.
Melanie is
Who is?
tough because it is that
She
kind of
is.
internet.
Someone named God.
Do not let random people up. They always ruin it. The panels are awful generally.
I
I'm
know,
not
why
looking at
would
anything.
Like weird, like tan and
If Dalmatian wants to join, he's the only person, and OPC. That's the only
We
two I
just
want
zoom in on the
who
like
gave up.
pro guy and
Melanie
get rid of the
fascinating
weird
because
like
I don't really know what she's up to. I don't think that
I don't
she's
know.
transgender.
whatever is going on.
You
there.
know this person.
Look at Lalo trying to take control of the stream. He's dictating who can be brought up and who can't be. Truth Seeker Knows says that Ruby never had sex with a 23-year-old. Lies or high Ruby delusions.
Whatever it is, be like,
I think
oh, I
she's
just wanted to call
transgender.
Prana Beta. You spent several hours meandering over some Thorp stream that ended up being in the void of history because it was so bad. It was so bad. You know,
Wait,
like,
that terrific on stream? That was iconic. Excuse me? Way more
No,
iconic than
It was
anything
one
we've
from
ever
like
done in
3
the
weeks
time.
ago or something. It was so bad.
Like the interaction with King TL was just so good. Like there's a part where Melanie's like, "Can you fix your camera? All the movements making me like giving me motion sickness." And King's like, "Yeah, that'll happen, miss. That'll happen. Anyway, are you imperious?" And he went on like that whole accusatory narrative of trying to find out if Melanie was imperious.
Bad. It was so bad.
No,
Yeah, it was a couple days ago.
Because of things that
I
happened.
don't know.
Turn the
Look,
mic towards you. You gotta turn it.
Dalmatian is the only worthwhile late night call.
Yeah, so
literally.
I see y'all from things that
No,
happened.
what was interesting about Terrificon,
Mhm.
it was interesting that Mark picked it because the other time he wanted to interview Grace was the Hooplandia,
Oh,
which was
yeah.
the worst.
I think the King's Cam is great. I think it adds a lot of drama and it gives it like it feels like this could sound out of pocket, but it feels like he's like someone's watching him in that room and like they're controlling the camera. It's just really, it's a weird vibe, but I think it's like really an entertaining vibe, and it makes like just a casual conversation seem like an active experience. Especially like when he looks down and it zooms in, and then he like looks up real fast. It's like
Experience.
I think I
But
tuned in for
my
like a couple
experience with
minutes.
Terrificon-
You were like in an empty parking lot.
My experience of Terrificon was that it was just a terrible night.
I like
Dalmatian might be here.
Terrificon.
Going over it in
Cameron
great
owned
detail.
it.
Wait, be careful, Bronzel. No, hold on.
Come on, we'll make
I'm not hitting.
it's also just interesting that he makes use of like all the space in the room. Like typically people just sit down or hang out on the couch or whatever, but he's like pacing. He's like he's always, it seems like he's always doing something. He's not just like standing there talking to the camera.
Anything
It
yet?
was a total flop. It was all my fault. So I was like, hey girls,
Dude, I
don't
wish
go to
Dominic were here.
don't go to
Oh,
the
Dominic.
day thing, go to the night thing. That's when it really heats up because I don't understand incels.
Guess not.
They all
No,
have
they
sex
were
with each
out.
other. Oh.
They were all cleared out by that hour.
allergy isn't over.
Well-
Are you allergic? I can give you some Benadryl.
And when King TL asked Melanie, he's like, "You got a plate of reefer there? Is that what we got?" Like a plate of reefer.
She'll be totally out.
Why was she eating trail mix? What the hell is going on here, man? Let's get a tight ship ran, Ben. What the fuck? Like this diet, it's serious stuff. Serious shit.
I know why you're trying to sabotage us. You're telling me to stop dating because
Oh, now she's a victim. Now she's like, hey, 35-year-old be like, I'm a victim. I can't stop myself from eating, daddy. Yeah, stuff a bitch.
Diets,
What's the game plan?
Lalo, diets. Calorie counting, that never works.
Yes.
It always does, nigga.
I disagree.
I've stayed true to the diet. Grace is
Oh, you're too white. You're too white to say that.
And it
I'm dark as hell, dude. I'm like very.
Your YouTube comments think you're white.
Because they are gay for me. I don't know, but I mean,
Well,
bottom line is that I'm pretty dark.
In a gay way.
I'm a very ethnic looking person, and I think that people that say
are.
otherwise are uneducated. So it is what it is.
But you can't speak
Person color.
Spanish?
Yo puedo hablar español completamente perfectamente. Entonces tú para decir eso es como una tontería general. O sea, tú pinche fentanilo
Stop.
abusadora.
I get it.
He's just making
I get
stuff
it.
up.
Thank you.
Suffer, bitch. Suffer, rude.
Dude, Lalo is so feeling himself right now. This is quite a performance.
La biblioteca.
When you spoke that.
Telemundo.
Yeah. You got Mexican
Writing
ricos.
the Taco Bell menu.
Yes.
It's
Chicken
not a
chalupa.
pollo.
Okay.
We guys missed a chance. Apparently, Melanie wanted to date me, so.
I'm gonna end in a bit, but I want to watch like another 10 minutes or so. I forgot I was supposed to end like 2 hours ago.
Well, you're 5'8" and 185 pounds. What do you know about dieting?
Well, then I'm sticking it. Okay, you want to read the calories since we started? I got it.
Well, he's pretty good at it. Sounds like pretty skinny and scrawny.
All right. So first day, which was the 30th of August, I ate 1,500. Then I went down to 1,100, then 500, then 1,100, then 1,300 to 1,000.
That's way too low for a guy.
Yeah, you're not supposed to go to 500. That's easy. Do you
Because
have
I'm a
Yeah,
god.
anorexia.
I'm a
Let's go.
I know we
If anybody knows the stream where Lalo hosted like a huge chunk of the stream, and I've got the clip where he gets upset when he searches his name and the first thing that comes up is Lalo twerks for cash. But there's like there's probably another hour of footage in there of Lalo doing just crazy shit, and I'd love to clip it, but I can't for the life of me remember like what the name of the stream was or even like the time frame where it happened.
need
That's-
some inspo.
Like that was the supplementary part of it. I don't remember what the Thorp arc on that episode was.
That's women calories. You need more calories than that, Lalo.
Lalo almost went through
That
twink
ass
death.
is
I'm gonna
like-
bring him back to
Kim
twinkhood. Let's go.
Kardashian. We just
It's
need to-
working.
The lowest. Okay, hold on. The lowest I ever weighed as like an adult was freshman year of college. I was 161, and then
I
in
never
high
gained
school in
seven.
10th grade when I was 16, I was like 135. But so we'll see. I'll probably try to get to
That's
150.
like my normal weight.
How tall are you, Lala?
5'8" when I'm lying. Well, with the shoes on,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
5'8".
he's like 5'6". I've seen the
No, I'm
video.
like
he's
5'8". No, it's not.
He's 5'8". He's 5'8".
Oh yeah, that's like my minimum I'll go to. Yeah,
He's every inch of
Why do you-
5'6".
he's 5'6".
Like a strong 5'6". It's like a light.
Yeah.
He's
Like,
a
you
he's
would
a hard
be-
5'7" and soft 5'8". Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Once I
Lalo,
get the
you said you
DeSantis boots.
measured your
Wait,
penis.
actually, wait, hold on. I was able to get these boots because I went to the rodeo like 3 days ago. And part of my 1,000 calories were 2 beers. Okay. I really had to sacrifice it. All right. So I go to the Sonoita, Arizona fucking rodeo. And these boots, I was able to put like I could put in inserts plus like the inch and a half from the heel. Like, think about this. And then I could LARP as a white guy. I could have a fucking cowboy. Actually, the first cowboys were Mexicans, actually, vaqueros. Okay. So, I mean, we're developing strategies. And then the rhinestone, like button down, bust down, big old buckle. All right. Sombrero.
You still look like a
That's your
bitch,
idea of
though.
LARPing as a white guy dressing up like a Mexican.
No. I know.
I mean,
No. Wait, hold on.
Isn't it
I
like
threw in the white guy,
little-
and then I thought, wait, no, I'm Mexican. Wait, I can do it just normal. It's true.
you
It's true.
you use the slurs of a cowboy, so that makes sense.
The slurs of a cowboy.
Checked out for a bit and very
The
happy to come
slurs.
back and see Ben is party mode fully unbuttoned.
Lalo, a
He's
lot of
getting
the
comfy.
events that you go to are appealing both to heterosexuals and homosexuals. Like, you're
Like, I think it's amazing that like everybody is still here. Like, even after everything that happened, like, what? They're like still hanging out. Like, what's the energy like in this place at this point?
really into football.
That's all good events. That's good.
Which-
That's all good events, right?
Really?
I mean, yeah. I
gays
mean,
have
if
good
everybody likes, that's
NASCAR,
good.
do you think NASCAR races are interesting for gays?
No.
There's
No.
probably an increasing.
If they
number.
did, they might be better, honestly. And
No,
NASCAR
there are
sucks
no-
ass.
There are 0 gay men interested in NASCAR, and NASCAR sucks. It's boring.
Yeah, for real.
I think There's some closeted ones out there.
I want to hear about
Very-
the last.
Is Lalo combing his eyebrows while he's debating about gay people, whether or not they like NASCAR? King TL should dress up like a cowboy and meet up with Lalo IRL. I would be down to watch any King TL IRL content. That would be gold.
Very,
Ben
very,
was
very.
actually
Honestly,
watching it
no, wait, hold on. Being on those weight streams is the equivalent to
No, but
walking
what
on
I'm
your
saying
dad
is
watching the
Lalo is
Daytona.
interested in events involving like ultra masculine, almost like, village people types.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You
Like,
what? You what?
Well,
They're into F1.
Forza? No, I don't care
ultra
about racing.
masculine. The village people. Like, one of them, I think, was a rodeo guy.
Yeah.
I wish Ruby was in chat. I got some questions for Ruby.
So, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
but I'm just straight, so I'm not even that masculine if you think about it. Because I'm not
You're
LARPing,
really
right?
not.
It's true.
I'm just saying you could read it one of two ways. There are two types of people that go to these things: gay and straight.
Yeah.
We always leave it ambivalent.
What do you mean by that? I mean, what is the grocery store? Gay and straight. What the
You
fuck?
can't
is
say
the
that,
point?
but literally
Give me an event
anything.
that you're into that is like gay guys wouldn't be into.
What am I into that gay guys aren't into?
Yeah.
Nonfiction
Not
books.
Not politics. Milo
alternate
only
history.
reads nonfiction. Milo only reads nonfiction.
Yeah,
He's
I
one of the
see.
bigger ones,
Oh,
Grace. That's not proving your point.
Well,
Dumbass. Okay,
he
so-
had a relapse on his sodomy
Gays
talk,
aren't into
so-
nonfiction. Do you know?
I like rap
what
music.
Category.
I like
Gays
Mexican country
love
music.
rap music. Okay,
The
Mexican.
guide to anal sex for men is. Do you know what category that is? Is that fiction?
Why would you know what the category is? Genius.
Do you know there's a
Wouldn't
book
that be
called
instructional?
The Guide to Anal Sex for Men? It's in the nonfiction section, bro.
Anal
I
sex for
didn't see that
dummies.
book. Sorry, I don't know.
Anal sex for butt fucks.
This is type shit. Okay, this is what is it? The Guns That Last Night light. Rick. Wait. Hold on. Let me turn off the light. Hold on. Oh, it still doesn't want to show. Fuck. Okay, wait, hold on. You see this? It's completely masculine, no gayness. This is perfectly. I read this in high. I read this in middle school.
Oh no. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. I goofed it up somehow. Well, that's okay. I need to go anyway. I was supposed to end like 2 hours ago. Sorry for the abrupt ending. I'll be back tomorrow to keep going. I thought everything today was pretty wild. I got a lot of questions. Well, thanks for hanging